Badly damaged from its recent battle, the Argama and its crew limp into port at the colony of Shangri-La. Fa continues to tend a now unresponsive Camille as the ship pushes its way through the remains of the fight. Fragments of ship hulls, shattered mobile suits, and less identifiable space debris. Watching from a distance is Judo Ashita, but the boy's excitement at getting to see the Argama is checked by a need to return to the task at hand. Judo is a salvager. He and his 3 friends venture out into space near the colony, looking for valuable parts and materials to sell. And today is a good day. Judo has managed to find and retrieve an almost undamaged escape pod. But almost undamaged turns out to be still functioning, and on opening the pod, they find an unconscious Titan's pilot inside. While they bicker over what to do about the pilot and how to divvy up the money, the Titan wakes up and removes his helmet. It's Yazan Gable, one of the pilots who frequently fought Camille and the Argama. He grabs hold of the nearest boy, Bicha, by his collar, demanding to know where he is and who they are. They tell him, and Judo, almost scolding, points out that if they hadn't retrieved the pod, the pilot would have died. Yazan's demeanor shifts, and he begins to laugh, louder and louder and on, and the boys seem even more worried than they did before. Down a dingy street, Judo ducks back into his home, an apartment in a dirty gray building. Grabbing up food and some of his father's clothes, he dashes off again in his motorcycle. His sister Lena complains about him taking their father's clothes and cutting class, but Judo points out they have no idea when their father will be home again. Besides, maybe on this job he can make enough money to send Lena to a better school uptown. On the tree-lined boulevards of Shangri-La, Judo catches up to his friend's truck, tossing food and clothes to Yazan, who is riding in the flatbed. Their goal is the spaceport, but with the Argama's recent arrival, they may not be able to get in. After changing clothes, Yazan tosses his normal suit onto the windshield of a large neighboring truck, blinding the driver. He then takes the mobile worker from the back of Judo and friend's truck, jumps to the larger truck, and drags the driver from the cab, tossing him onto the pavement. Judo's worries for the driver's safety are soon overcome by excitement. A new truck! Larger and more official looking, it will be useful to them, making it easier for them to enter the spaceport. They arrive to see the wounded being loaded into ambulances. Yazan targets an ambulance being driven by a young woman, Fa Yuri, and pulls a gun on her. They take her hostage, marching her into their truck. The only person in the back of the ambulance is Camille, but the boys lie to Yazan and tell him there's no one. Camille seems to be staring straight ahead, just as before, but when Judo adjusts his blankets, Camille's eyes turn to look at him. Camille reaches out his hand, and when Judo takes it in one of his own, he sees outer space swirling around them. The boys from Shangri-La, led by Yazan, plan to steal a mobile suit. Judo is in the back of the truck with Fa, and she scolds him for taking a woman hostage, for not being in school, and for, she imagines, giving nothing but grief to his parents. Calmly munching on a carrot from one of the crates, he tells her that his parents live in other colonies. The war has made it impossible for them to find work in Shangri-La. And even though they send money home, he has to work in order to pay the bills for himself and his little sister. In the spaceport, Bright and Torres argue with the local crew about repairs. Their limited funds won't cover the work needed on the mobile suits. They are interrupted by the arrival of the truck. An uncertain and clumsy Bicha very politely informs the Argama that Fa has been taken hostage, and that they demand a mobile suit. Yazan uses a mobile worker to fight the Argama crew, and the boys, leery of using guns, throw fruit into the fray, adding to the chaos and confusion of the low-gravity fight. Judo looks around the hangar and spots the Zeta, and an image of Camille appears, superimposed over the mobile suit. Seeing an opportunity, he apologetically kicks Bright off the top of the Zeta and hops into the cockpit, poking experimentally at the controls, only to see another vision of Camille. Sayagusa, of the bridge crew of the Argama, rescues Fa from the truck. The boys don't really want to fight. But Yazan doesn't want to lose his leverage. He attacks and kills Sayagusa. Judo and his friends are stunned, horrified, angry. They never wanted to hurt anyone. The Zeta shudders into motion. First, Yazan tries to get the Zeta for himself, but Judo can move it just enough to fend off Yazan in the mobile worker. Then Yazan makes a run for it, flying off into the colony itself. Fully awake to the danger, Judo takes after him, with his friends and the Argama crew far behind. They land in a junkyard, and Yazan swaps the little red mobile worker for a larger, industrial one. Judo continues to struggle with the Zeta's controls and fumbles the mobile suit's beam saber. Barely managing to hold Yazan off and defend himself, Judo finally manages to shoot a rocket, knocking Yazan clear and destroying the mobile worker. The Argama's crew arrive, and Bright, eager to retrieve the Zeta, sets a tripwire. However, he is unable to confront Judo. The boys from Shangri-La set off explosions as a distraction, allowing Judo to join them and all of them to drive away in their truck. Yazan regains consciousness and flees into the colony. A metal suitcase, jettisoned from a nearby Axis ship, is retrieved by some Shangri-La officials. On opening it, they are stunned to realize the case is full of gold bars. A bribe. To allow the ship to dock even though an Aeug ship, the Argama, is already in port. It's not as if they can start fighting each other inside the colony, the lead official explains, accepting the bribe. But his subordinate, Chimata, not only objects, he warns the Argama's crew, going so far as to lead the ship to a hiding place inside the colony. Judo and friends, still scheming to steal the Argama, are climbing through desolate hills behind the spaceport, hoping to sneak through a back entrance. Another friend, Elle, arrives with Lena, who is there to cajole Judo into abandoning his plan. They are arguing back and forth when the Argama leaves port, and Judo, in a chibi mobile suit, chases after it. Once close enough, he shoots a grapple and, leaving the chibi mobile suit hanging there, climbs onto the ship. The commander of the Axis ship Endra is Mashima Tsero. His mission, to secure the colony for Axis and Haman Karn. He wears a pink rose in his lapel, given to him by Haman herself, and specially preserved to keep it beautiful and blooming forever. His memories of Haman are rose-tinted as he blushes to recall her calling him a true knight. When he receives word that the famed Argama is in Shangri-La, he is determined to capture the ship for Haman, and sets out by himself in his personal mobile suit, the Gallus J. The engineers beg him to wait until they are done with tune-ups, or at least until they can put the hatch back on, but Mashima is impetuous. On the bridge of the Argama, they finally notice the chibi mobile suit hanging from the ship. They spot Judo on the ship's security cameras, but Bright orders them to leave him be, remembering how Amuro and Camille after him stole mobile suits before becoming famous pilots. Sneaking through the ship, Judo is forced to duck into a room to avoid a crew member coming down the hall. He finds himself in a kitchen, with Shintan-kun making the next day's breakfast. Their mutual shock has no time to register. A crew member comes in hoping for a snack, and Judo holds himself against the ceiling directly over the doorway. Shintan-kun send the crewmen away with a piece of toast, but don't give Judo away. Afterwards, Shinta says it's because he is an excellent judge of character and he can tell Judo is a good guy. Introductions are interrupted by the arrival of Astanaji, who launches himself at Judo only to be held back by Shintan-kun while Judo makes his escape. Alarms sound throughout the ship. Mashima has arrived. He lands the Gallus J atop the Argama and threatens to drive his beam saber through the bridge unless they surrender. If they comply, he will let the crew go unharmed. The Argama has no mobile suit pilots but Fa, and she has not yet launched the barely flight-worthy Methus. But while Mashima threatens, Judo, with the help of Shintan-kun, plants a bomb on the Gallus J's leg. When it explodes, it knocks the mobile suit off the Argama and sends it careening to the ground. Fa finally launches and gives chase, while the orphans guide Judo to the Zeta. His help comes in the nick of time. The Methus's verniers aren't working properly, and it is only Judo's intervention that saves Fa from a deadly attack. She leaves to retrieve Judo's friends and sister, who are dangerously close to the fighting, and Judo stays to fight Mashima, his ineptitude with the Zeta constantly being interpreted as tactics by the more experienced pilot, who cannot imagine that he is fighting an untrained beginner. They chase each other through the colony, Judo miraculously holding his own until Mashima knocks the Zeta to the ground. The Gallus J leaps into the air, driving its beam saber down toward the Zeta. Somehow, Judo dodges the Zeta's head out of the way and deploys his own beam saber. straight through the head of the Gallus J. A shocked Mashima retreats in disgrace, and Judo returns the Zeta to the Argama with assurances that he will try to steal it again. In fact, he and his friends stick around long enough to see the Argama, with local civil servant Chimata's aid, hide itself under a pile of debris from the junkyard. Then they all go home to rest and try to steal the Zeta some other day. The next day, Judo and company go looking for the Argama, but the ship is being moved often and is not the last place Elle saw it. Perpetually frustrated by her brother's truancy and criminal activity, Lina decides to get help from Fa. Mashima is staying in a palace-like hotel, paying for his stay in gold. The next day, he decides to begin by inspecting the colony, and his subordinate Goten acts as his driver. Goten asks permission to show Mashima something, but when he reveals that they are going to the local hospital to assess the feasibility of taking injured Aug crew members hostage, or using them as shields, Mashima is horrified. His chivalric sensibilities will not accept such cowardly behavior, and he orders Goten to turn the car around. When Goten hesitates, Mashima grabs the wheel, sending the car skidding and almost crashing into a small group outside the hospital entrance. It is Fa, pushing Camille in a wheelchair and accompanied by Shinta and Kum. Mashima rushes to them to make sure they aren't hurt, and is moved by Fa's beauty and the way she shielded Camille when the car went past. He imagines her to be Camille's nurse, and when Kum declares, "No, she's his girlfriend," Mashima seems quite overcome. The young man damaged in war, the beautiful young lover, a veritable flower in the slums. Lina arrives and joins Fa and the others as they walk away, leaving Mashima behind. Next, Goten takes Mashima to the junkyard, where some workmen have set a pitfall trap for the Zeta and have hidden the Gallus J on the back of a truck covered in liquor crates. Elle and Judo, searching the junkyard for signs of the Zeta, overhear Goten and Mashima discussing plans to capture the Zeta and the Argama, and Judo is determined they won't cheat him out of his bounty. Seeing Mashima start up the Gallus J, Elle runs off to get the rest of their crew, while Judo chases the mobile suit. He manages to catch a grappling hook on it, and is soon being dragged behind while the Gallus J walks on. Fa, with Shinta, Kum, and Lina, is driving through the junkyard looking for Judo and company when they spot the crew taking off in their own truck. Before Fa can follow, the Jeep becomes stuck in its tracks, and there it will stay for the remainder of the excitement. Suddenly noticing that a young man is hanging off the back of his mobile suit, Mashima warns Judo, "Get down, you could get hurt." Cheekily, Judo replies that he's here to steal and scrap mobile suits. While Mashima tries to shake Judo off, Judo's friends race to catch up, while they fill bottles with sand and build a makeshift slingshot. Once next to the Gallus J, they fire these bottles into the cockpit, filling it with sand and blinding Mashima. This is the perfect moment for Judo to climb into the cockpit, but he is no match for Mashima hand to hand. He is pinned and taking a beating when his flailing leg hits the mobile suit's controls, sending it pitching forward and tipping both of them out. They just barely manage to hang on. Gripping their meager handholds, they kick at each other until Mashima knocks Judo loose, into the hands of his waiting friends. From there, it becomes a race to the Argama. Again, Bright anticipates their coming, and again, he lets it happen. While Judo's friends, Elle and Bicha, Ino and Mondo, are snatched up by the Argama crew members, Judo makes it to the Zeta cockpit. With more skill and control than he has shown thus far, he even manages to pilot it out into the colony, to run right into Mashima. They engage, then Judo takes off away from the Argama. Mashima cannot shoot, the risk of civilian casualties in the colony is too great, and so he regretfully decides to use the pitfall. Once he tricks the Zeta into position, the pitfall is triggered. An explosion opens a hole in the outside of the colony and drags the Zeta into space. While being pulled through, the Zeta grabs one of the Gallus J's legs and drags it out into space as well. The Zeta is losing oxygen. Bright tries to help Judo pilot by giving him instructions over the radio. Grabbing hold of the Zeta, the Gallus J speeds toward the outside of the colony. Judo seems to have given up when the sound of Bright, his friends, and his sister encouraging him from the bridge of the Argama gives him a sudden burst of energy. He cleverly manages to maneuver himself clear and manages to launch the Gallus J away. Mashima retreats, and the Argama sends someone to retrieve Judo. Towering over the soldiers around him, local junk dealer Gemon Bajak declares his desire to take on the Zeta Gundam. He arrived unannounced in the Geze, a custom mobile suit he built himself, and seems unconcerned by the guns trained on him. "I've been a fan of Axis ever since you all took out the gate of Zedan," he declares. Against Goten's concerns, Mashima, keen to win the locals over to the Axis cause, agrees. Fa, Shinta, and Kum go to Judo to try to convince him to join the Argama and become a pilot. He seems resistant, and says he'll come if they can use the Argama as a base, with Bicha, Ino, and Mondo expressing their interest in getting to hang out on the Ayug ship. "It's not an amusement park," Fa replies, clearly frustrated. "Then we have nothing to talk about," Judo says, before running off, his friends taking off after him. Contrary, he has decided to go to school for once, and Shinta and Kum follow him. Lina assures Fa that she will try to convince her brother to become a pilot, and asks that the Argama not give up on him just yet. In town, Elle pulls over her car when she spots Fa and Lina walking down the street. Earlier, Elle was in the spaceport, spying on the Endra, and saw 3 mobile suits take off. There is only one place they could be going: to the Argama. When Elle steps out of the car, Fa jumps into the driver's seat, yelling, "Sorry!" behind her as she rushes back to the Argama to retrieve the Zeta and defend the ship. Elle and Lina run to the school to get Judo. Interrupting roll call, Judo and his friends saunter into their respective classes, to the surprise of all their teachers. While they talk, sleep, and otherwise disrupt class, Shinta and Kum play around with some line markers they find, leaving new chalk lines all over the school's ball fields. Elle arrives, yelling up at the school's window that Judo needs to come out. 3 mobile suits are going to attack the Argama. But on their way there, Gemon looks down and sees that, from the air, Shinta and Kum's chalk drawings look like the letters Z and G. He is certain this is a challenge from the Zeta Gundam, and takes off toward the school. The 2 wingmen, certain it would look bad for them to get involved, hold back. When he lands, Gemon yells out his own challenge to the Zeta, and threatens to destroy the school and kill everyone inside unless the Zeta Gundam shows itself. Amid panicking students and teachers, it seems Judo has a plan. He takes some of his friends up to the roof, causing a distraction by shouting insults and banging on buckets and drums. The rest of the group sneak outside, wrap a hose around the Geze's legs, and attach it to a car. Once secure, Elle drives the car away, pulling the Geze to the ground. Their celebrations are brief. It is easy enough for the Geze to get up again, and Gemon attacks, destroying the stairs back down into the school building and leaving Judo and friends trapped on the roof. The Argama heard Gemon's threats, and so Fa arrives in the Zeta ready to fight. After leading him away from the populated part of the colony, she suffers a moment of hesitation. Using the Zeta's full strength would cause too much damage, and she will have to fight very carefully. Her hesitation gives Gemon an opening, and he knocks the Zeta to the ground. The cockpit door flies open and shorts, refusing to close again. Locked in close combat, the 2 suits struggle against each other until Gemon strikes with an electrified baton. The Zeta's insulation fails, sending electricity crackling through the cockpit. Fa screams in pain and the Zeta falls to the ground, trailing smoke. The kids from Shangri-La try to help. Judo taunts Gemon into following him, and once into position, the rest of the crew knock down a globe-shaped oil tank, sending it rolling directly at the Geze. While Gemon is eventually able to toss the tank into the nearby river, the distraction gives Judo time to check on Fa. She regains consciousness, groggy but otherwise alright. But the Geze is running toward them again, and she stands the Zeta up as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for Judo, he is still standing on it when this happens. and he stumbles and staggers in an effort not to fall. As she fights Gemon, he clings to the outside of the mobile suit, being shaken back and forth. With a thrust of his baton, Gemon sends the Zeta tumbling to its back again, and Judo falls into the open cockpit, directly into Fa's lap. Taking over the controls, he insists that she can either get out or stay where she is, but he is determined to pilot the Zeta. With the Zeta's hand, he lowers her part way, then drops her unceremoniously to the ground. The two mobile suits begin to punch at each other, so fast that their arms blur. Gemon still seems to be getting the better of the Zeta, when all of a sudden his vision blurs. The spinning cockpit of the Geze has given him vertigo, and when he stumbles, Judo has all the opening he needs to take a beam saber and lop off the Geze's arms. All his earlier bravado gone, Gemon begs and pleads. "I was only doing what I was asked. Some guy on the Endra threatened and forced me to do it," he whines. Back on the Endra, Mashima is angry at the outcome of the latest attack, but Goten recommends patience. After all, the new mobile suit prototypes will be ready soon, and will need testing. What better test than sending them after AU? Realizing that Mashima won't stop coming after the Zeta, Judo agrees to be its pilot. At first, he intends to keep it with him, without going to the Argama, but his friends remind him he has nowhere to store a mobile suit. How could he hide it? And the maintenance would be difficult and expensive without proper tools. He finally acquiesces to return the mobile suit to the Argama. Damar, the same corrupt local official who accepted a bribe to allow the Indra to dock at Shangri-La, is meeting with Mashima and Goten. They want to enter the colony with mobile suits in pursuit of the Zeta, and Damar is full of concern. There would be public uproar if any part of Uptown were damaged. There could be riots. But his concerns are easily put to rest with more money. He mentions that they should be ready to suppress the media in case something goes wrong, and Mashima seems confused at the very notion. Goten, armed with plans and projections, tells Mashima that he can go and leave the negotiations to his trusty lieutenant. Meanwhile, Judo and his friends and sister eat a meal aboard the Argama. Shinta and Kum eye the lunchboxes hungrily, but when Lena asks why they aren't eating, they claim that they ate before. Elle marvels at the accommodations aboard, air conditioning, heating, and each room with its own bath and toilet, while Mondo annoys Astonaji by using tools without permission and asking if he can take a piece of the Zeta's plating to fix his roof. When Bright arrives, he addresses them courteously and formally, and asks if they'd be willing to work aboard the Argama while the ship remains in Shangri-La. Their meals would be provided, they'd be paid a wage, and they'd have the option to stay on and go with the Argama to space. "I'll even discuss it with your parents," he says, making them laugh in his face. None of them have the sort of parents they need to clear things with. Elle is the first of them to say she's in. Going to space sounds like fun. And the rest follow suit in turn until they reach Judo, who responds with a firm no. He has no interest in having a boss or working for a wage. He prefers the freedom of being a freelancer, of being paid for a job done. Fa counters, "You'd better work off that lunch you just ate then." Urging everyone to stop eating, Judo insists that no meal is worth having a job, and is flabbergasted that none of his friends agree with him. When Lena tries once again to convince him, he slaps the lunchbox out of her hands into the ground, sending food flying. Fa looks angry, Shinta and Kum horrified. Stepping toward Judo, Fa gives him a ringing slap. He grabs her by the normal suit and raises his fist before noticing that Shinta and Kum are carefully picking up the food, and Fa has tears in her eyes. "Do you think we eat like this all the time?" Still angry, Judo pulls away and leaves the Argama by himself. As he storms off through the junkyard, he somehow hears Mashima's voice. In a mansion in the foothills, Damar and his wife prepare to leave the colony. With the ill-gotten gains of his abuse of his position, they have enough money even to move back to Earth. Their things are packed, and their shuttle leaves soon, but Damar delays. The butler forgot to pack the wine collection. Finally leaving the Endra, Mashima decides to leave the Gaza Sea wingmen behind. Not only does he want a fair fight with the Zeta, the public knows that the Gaza Seas are Axis mobile suits. His new Zesa is much less recognizable. Very conscious of avoiding damage to the colony or danger to the populace, Mashima lands in the less densely populated area of the foothills, coincidentally, right on Damar's front yard. Struggling to maneuver in the gravity of the colony, the Zeta stumbles and falls directly on top of Damar's wine cellar. The loosened ground causes a landslide and sends the mansion skidding down slope. Damar is certain Mashima has done this on purpose, revenge for being bled by the corrupt official. News of Mashima's landing reaches the Argama. Bicha doesn't understand why they should care about damage uptown, but Elle points out that it could spread, and there are plenty of schools and hospitals near there. Hearing the word hospital, Fa immediately thinks of Camille. The Methus is a wreck, barely functional and leaking oil, but Fa takes off in it anyway, and Judo's friends take a car and go looking for him. Outside, Judo sees the Methus leading the Zesa away from the foothills and into the junkyard, and he follows on foot. The Zesa punches the Methus, knocking it to the ground in a shower of debris. Mashima is about to strike with his beam saber when the Zeta arrives. Determined to show Bright that they don't need that snotty judo kid, Astonaji is piloting. But he struggles with the Zeta, barely managing to dodge the more serious of Mashima's attacks, and is knocked back, stopping just short of crushing a small guard shack and the unlucky guard beside it. Mashima thinks the pilot must be shielding the guard shack with the Zeta, and while he stands there admiring such a chivalrous spirit, Fa charges him with the Methus, sending him crashing into a mound of junk. She punches at him, but he catches the Methus hand in the Zesa's and tears the arm right off. Still, it's 2 against 1, and Mashima temporarily retreats, calling the Endra for reinforcements. Judo and his friends arrive in the junkyard where the Methus and the Zeta wait. Judo criticizes Astonaji's piloting, but when Fa encourages him to get into the Zeta, he insists he won't fall for that trick. Astonaji and Elle criticize, Ino and Lina encourage, Fa begs, and Judo finally agrees to get into the Zeta, but only to pay them back for lunch. The Zeta launches, and the Methus, no longer able to fly, follows on foot. The Zeta hides, before emerging to stab one Gazasi through, and bicycle kick the other into one of the mountains of garbage. Judo dodges the Zesa's missiles before receiving a warning from his friends on the Methus. "Above you!" they call, and he moves just in time to avoid being skewered by a beam saber. Mashima fires missiles point blank at the Zeta, stunning Judo, who barely manages to parry a beam saber strike before, in a stunning reversal, he cuts off one of the Zesa's legs. Armed with a girder, Fa charges the Methus at the Zesa's back, driving it away from the Zeta. Outnumbered again, Mashima retreats. Back at the Argama, Lina and the other kids from Shangri-La convince Judo to stay on, and word arrives that the repair ship La Vie en Rose is drawing near. The Endra has parked itself in the middle of a Shangri-La suburb, crushing houses and terrifying the populace so that they can block access to the port. The Argama will have to fly right by them if it wants to leave the colony. But Mashima is impatient. No longer concerned about damage to the colony, he wants to go on the offensive. One of his men, Pampa, comes forward in the briefing room. Kneeling down, tears streaming from his eyes as he declares, they cannot leave without avenging their fallen comrades. The whole crew beg for a chance to fight Ayug, and Mashima, moved by their devotion, grants his permission. The crew decide to send 3 mobile suits, the Gaza Storm team, and the bridge crew salute as the team sets out. Deep in the junkyard is a hatch that would give the Argama another route out of Shangri-La, but it is controlled by the junk dealers union. Judo and a few of his friends go to see if they can convince the union to let them through, only to run into Gemon. Still smarting from his defeat a few days ago, Gemon comes after them, forcing them all to run. But the littler kids can't keep up and Kum falls. Judo turns around to protect her and punches Gemon repeatedly in the stomach, but the much larger Gemon laughs at these ineffectual hits. He grabs Judo by the arm and twists, and when Ino moves to grab a pipe, Gemon pulls Judo close and threatens to break his neck. In the midst of resupply, the Argama has to scramble to prepare when they spot the incoming Gaza D mobile suits. With Judo away, Bright orders Fa to the Zeta, and a completely caught-off-guard Torres to the Methus. When they launch, Fa tries to calm Torres down, but he is entirely unprepared and is grabbed immediately. Fa fights another Gaza D, but her timing is off and she is knocked back. The third of the Gaza Storm team, Pampa, announces to the populace that they are fighting in this way, one-on-one, to avoid damage to the colony. He declares Ayug to be cowards who snuck into Shangri-La without a thought for the danger they posed to the people who live there. Furious, Bright orders the Argama to launch and support the mobile suits. Bicha and Mondo are ordered to one of the ship's gun turrets, with a glib, "You'll figure it out," from Astanaji. When they fire and nearly hit Pampa's mobile suit, his high ideals go out the window. How dare they sucker punch him like that? He'll destroy the Argama even if it means taking down Shangri-La with it. Back in the junkyard, a young woman emerges from behind Gemon and Judo. She is wearing a blue normal suit and has long, lavender-colored hair, and after sneaking up, she brings a heavy pipe down on Gemon's head, knocking him unconscious. She is Rue Luca of the La Vie en Rose, and she asks them for directions to the Argama, but they are in too much of a hurry to really hear her. Still, she takes off in her core fighter, following them until she spots the mobile suit battle. The Zeta is pinned to the ground and being pummeled. Fa finally manages to throw off her opponent. The Methus is being squeezed so hard that the torso pops off the legs, and Rue radios Torres that she will cover his retreat. With the Methus gone, two of the Gaza Storm team advance on the Zeta until Judo, driving up, drifts the truck into their legs, knocking them off the ledge. He and Fa switch places, but before he can attack, he realizes that the fighting has blasted holes in the colony. Air is escaping, and he fumbles at his controls, looking for the emergency sealant. The Gaza Storm team deploy their signature move, shrouding the area in impenetrable clouds of smoke. No longer caring about the colony, they fire indiscriminately, hoping to catch the Zeta, the Argama, or Rue's core fighter. Realizing that there is only one way to get rid of the smoke, Rue shouts an apology to the colony before firing 2 missiles at the ground, tearing it open. The smoke is sucked out into space, and Judo, able to spot his foes, makes short work of the Gaza Storm team. He and Rue patch the hole in the colony before returning to the Argama, where Bright orders them to get the hatch open as soon as possible. There's no telling when Axis will attack next. It would seem they will have a little time. The Axis troops hold a funeral for the Gaza Storm team, tearfully mourning their comrades. Mashima, unused to Earthsphere customs, is irritated that they aren't working, and interrupts the funeral to remind them that the best gift for the dead is vengeance, and to order them to stop what they're doing and prepare the Endra for launch. Judo and friends are making their own preparations when L arrives with bad news. The junk dealers have captured Chimata and are putting him on trial in the courtyard near the hatch. Rue leaves immediately to rescue him, with Judo close behind. Standing on top of a building at the edge of the courtyard, Gemon riles up the crowd. Chimata was the one who told them to let outside ships in, and look at all the damage that's caused. When has an outside ship ever done them any good? The other junk dealers yell their agreement while Chimata waits, tied to a nearby truck. With him, a flare that is meant to signal the Argama, letting them know when the hatch is open and ready for their escape. But who should turn up working for Gemon but Yazan, who snatches the flare away. On the hunt for the Argama, the Endra arrives in the courtyard. They spot the Zeta hidden in one of the mountains of junk and shoot at it, sending the crowd in the plaza running in every direction while debris rains down on them. Rue and Judo, who had found each other among the crowd, split up, Rue to retrieve her core fighter and Judo to free Chimata. Just as Judo is finishing untying Chimata, Yazan arrives, and only cover fire from Rue allows them to escape. Chimata joins Rue in the core fighter while Judo tries to retrieve the flare, but Gemon is back in the Geze and even has a second Geze for Yazan. They crush the flare underfoot, setting it off and signaling the Argama ahead of time. The situation is desperate. The Argama will be trapped if they can't get the hatch open quickly, and they need to warn the ship about what's happened. Ru and Shimata go to deal with the hatch, and Judo tries to dig out the Zeta, still buried by the Endra's attack. It doesn't take long for the Argama to arrive. Yazan and Gemon attack immediately, throwing great hunks of metal like javelins at the ship. When Gemon attacks the Argama's bridge, Judo kicks him off before firing the Zeta's beam rifle, destroying the original Geze and killing Gemon. Then Yazan attacks, and Judo is able to prise him off of the ship but winds up falling through the air with him. Yazan grabs hold of the Zeta, trying to tear it apart while he airs his grievances against it. "Do you know how many times I almost died because of you?" "That wasn't me," Judo shouts over and over, but Yazan isn't thinking of the pilot. The Argama receives word via radio. Ru and Shimata have succeeded. The Argama can now back through the open hatch and out into space. Yazan tries to ram the Zeta into the departing ship, but Judo finds the button to transform the mobile suit, slipping out of the Geze's grasp. He fires on the Geze and, seriously damaged, it begins to plummet. All this time, the Endra has been waiting for the perfect moment to fire on the Argama. When it's partway into the hatch, with no room to maneuver and little risk that the attack will harm the colony. That moment has finally arrived, but just when they are about to fire, Yazan leaps from the Geze, using his cape as a parachute, and the mobile suit crashes down on top of the Endra's main guns. Before Mashima can launch in a mobile suit of his own, the Argama fires its mega-particle beam cannon and destroys the catapult deck of the Endra. With so much damage sustained, the Endra is forced to withdraw. Meanwhile, Judo is struggling to transform back, zipping erratically through the air as he hits the controls. When he does get it back to its normal form, it's with barely enough time to slip through the hatch as it closes. But back on the ship, Judo plays it cool. He shares high fives with his friends, ignores Bright's proffered handshake, and when Fa says, "Nice job," he responds, "Oh, it was nothing." That nonchalance disappears, and he rushes to a window when his friends announce that the Argama is entering space. Ru is leading the Argama to the La Vienne Rose, but is having trouble finding the rendezvous point. An exasperated Bright orders the Argama to search independently, only to find Bicha and Mondo, recently assigned to watch positions, goofing off at their stations. After a sharp reprimand, Bright turns his attention back to the search, and the two new crew members sneak off. In one of the hangars, Judo and Ino learn about dummy asteroids, how they are made, and how they can be used strategically in space. When Lena announces new room assignments, the crew all crowd around to see the lists, and Bicha and Mondo grab Ino and drag him off somewhere. Judo notices them leave, but thinks nothing of it. They take Ino to a radio room, asking him to prepare to send a strong signal. When he asks why, they explain that it will lead the Endra right to them. They intend to sell the Argama out and return to Shangri-La. When he refuses, they remind him that so far, they've survived without depending on adults. What have adults ever done for them? How will the Argama survive what's coming? Better to get what they can and go back to their old life. They struggle, Bicha to hit send and Ino to stop him, until Fa opens the door with a pointed, "What are you doing in here?" Bicha sends the signal while Ino is distracted, and then claims that they had just gotten lost. When Fa directs them back to the hangar, Ino tries to hang back so that he can tell her what happened, but Bicha interrupts and drags him along to the hangar. Mashima is thrilled to receive the signal. Their efforts to win over the citizens of Shangri-La must have worked. They have a sympathizer aboard the Argama. Against Goten's wishes, Mashima is determined to launch alone in his new mobile suit, the Hama Hama, but the men beg, in unison, to be allowed to support him, and moved by their devotion, he allows 5 Gaza Seas to accompany him, among them Glemmy Toto, in his first ever battle. Looking around her, Ru realizes that she has lost the Argama. As she searches, she runs into Mashima. She plays an overwhelmed and inexperienced new recruit, lost on a training mission, and, entirely unthreatened by this young girl, Mashima gallantly orders Glemmy to take Ru and her core fighter back to the Endra, and out of harm's way. Initially angry to miss the fighting, Once Glemmy sees the cute, sweetly smiling Rue, he is completely infatuated. Eno goes to the bridge to tell Bright about the signal, but arrives at the same time that the Axis pilots do, and Bright is too intent on preparing for battle to notice the shy boy lurking around with something on his mind. Next, Eno tries to tell Judo, but runs into the same problem. Judo is on his way to the Zeta, and noticing that Eno is not prepared for battle, yells, "Do you have a death wish? Go put a normal suit on!" before shoving Eno back down the hall. Once in the Zeta's cockpit, Judo asks the bridge for an update. How many enemies are there? How many mobile suits is the Argama launching? We aren't exactly sure, is all they can tell him, and fed up, he gets out of the suit and starts to leave. Bright and Astonaji browbeat him and flatter him in turns. He doesn't have a choice. He's the best Zeta pilot they have. If he doesn't fight, he'll probably die when the Argama is attacked. Nothing they say has any effect on Judo until Astonaji asks him, "Don't you care if your friends aboard the ship are killed? And what about your sister?" On hearing this, Judo begrudgingly gets back in the cockpit. He launches, and the bridge informs him that they count 5 enemy mobile suits. Overwhelmed by the data flashing across the Zeta's screen, Judo almost crashes into a piece of space debris before he reaches the Axis mobile suits. The moment they spot each other, the Axis suits open fire. Judo fires back, but after just a couple of shots, his beam rifle runs out of energy, and he discovers that he forgot to bring a spare energy pack. He hustles to dodge Mashima's attacks, but misjudges how to control the Zeta in space, and realizes he is going to need a clever strategy, fast. So he runs, dropping dozens of dummy asteroids behind him. Aboard the Endra, Rue takes advantage of the situation by capturing photos of the Endra's hangar and mobile suits. She pretends to be suddenly stricken with fear of being caught up in the war, and cries very convincing tears as she declares her desire to go home to her parents. Glemmy, concerned and moved by this show of emotion, offers to help her. Meanwhile, Mashima and his men are still chasing Judo, dodging the asteroids and pieces of debris all around them, until Mashima bumps into one and realizes it's a dummy. He starts shooting at them and shoving them out of the way, and tells his pilots not to be fooled. But the dummies lull them into a false sense of security, and one after another they crash into real asteroids, unable to tell them apart from the fakes. This leaves Mashima to face Judo one-on-one, beam saber to beam saber. This is when Glemmy arrives, carrying Rue in her core fighter so that she can go home. He's telling her to stay clear of the fight when she slips the core fighter free of the Gaza Sea's grasp and shoots the mobile suit, completely incapacitating it. Before leaving, she loops around to check and make sure Glemmy is okay. "Why did you come back?" Glemmy asks her. "You were kind to me, and I was worried," she tells him, before apologizing and saying that she is supporting the Argama. When Mashima's attention is drawn to the core fighter, he finally realizes it is the same one they fought in Shangri-La. When he attacks, Glemmy shouts a warning to Rue and is shaken to realize that his infatuation has made him betray his loyalty to Axis. The Zeta intervenes before Mashima can grab hold of the core fighter, but the Hamahama is the more powerful mobile suit, and Judo is in trouble. He lucks out when an exploding dummy asteroid sends the Hamahama spinning and gives him an opening. With a quick cut of the beam saber, he cuts off one of the Hamahama's arms, and Mashima, afraid to risk more damage since he isn't wearing a normal suit, retreats. As a parting shot, he tells Judo not to get too comfortable. Axis has a collaborator aboard the Argama. On the bridge to report to Bright, Judo and Rue bicker about the fight, and about whether they should take Mashima's comment about the collaborator seriously. Sick of their antics, Bright shouts at them that they did well and should go rest. And the Argama finally finds the La Vienne Rose. Now that the Argama has finally found the La Vienne Rose, they can replenish their severely depleted store of mobile suits. But Rue, who is responsible for retrieving them, is instead bickering with Judo. Walking up to them, Fa complains that Judo goofs off every time she turns her back and sends him to help with Zeta repairs. "You're supposed to go get the new mobile suits, aren't you? Why haven't you launched yet?" she asks Rue. Still, Rue takes her time and tells Fa she'd better lighten up or no man will be interested in her. The bridge crew on the Argama notice an unauthorized outgoing signal, but no one can be spared to investigate where it might have come from, and Bright assumes it's a malfunction. It's Bicha and Mondo, once again tipping off the Endra with the Argama's location and letting Axis know that they want to make a deal. Ino walks in on them and swears he won't tell anyone what they've done as long as they please stop their plan. Resolutely, they continue to send the message, insisting that the political game adults play has nothing to do with the likes of them. With his too honest face, they don't trust Ino to keep their secret, so they tie and gag him, leaving him behind in the out-of-the-way comms room. A woman with big, two-toned hair, long painted nails, and bright makeup has arrived at the Endra, Kiara Soon. She flirts with Mashima and Goten, enjoying how embarrassed and uncomfortable they seem, but she is here on orders. Mashima is in trouble with Haman. He needs to establish a stronghold at Shangri-La as soon as possible. Kiara is there to watch him and report back. Haman won't give roses to those who don't carry out her will, she warns. While they talk, the Endra receives the signal from Bicha and Mondo. Mashima will launch in this latest attempt to capture the Argama, and Goten will attempt to infiltrate the Ayug ship and make contact with the Axis collaborators. Fa seems irritable, arguing with Judo, scolding Lena and Elle. She is torn between her desire to stay on Shangri-La with Camille and her responsibilities aboard the Argama. Lena tries to tell Fa about a concern. Ino missed lunch, and he isn't the kind to be forgetful or to be goofing off somewhere, but Fa is too preoccupied to think any more about it, and sends Lena and Elle to do laundry. Grumbling that she didn't come to this ship to do laundry, Elle suddenly has an idea and rushes out of the room. In the halls, she runs into Bicha and Mondo. She can tell they're up to something, but as she tries to convince them to tell her, an alarm sounds. The Axis mobile suits have arrived. They push past her and she loses them in the passageways of the ship. She tries to tell Judo about her suspicions, but at the same time, Fa is yelling advice at him and yelling at her to put on a normal suit, and Judo is hurriedly launching in the Zeta. The Argama launches countless dummies into the space around the ship to provide some cover, and some of the dummies have been outfitted with bombs. Bicha and Mondo put on normal suits and make their way to the outside of the Argama. From there, they shoot at the surrounding dummies, trying to clear a path for the Endra's mobile suits. Out in space, Judo finds that the Zeta's beam rifle isn't working. It's not plugged in properly. "I can't fight like this," he declares, running from the Gaza seas. Fa can see no alternative. She will have to take the beam rifle plug out to Judo in the Methus. The engineers can't believe it. "You can't go out in half a mobile suit." But Fa is insistent. If they don't help Judo fix the beam rifle, they are leaving him to die. In a small, flimsy craft disguised as an asteroid, Goten approaches the Argama. Once close enough, he is able to pull himself aboard and make his way inside. Standing in the now empty hangar, Elle spots him sneaking aboard and decides to follow. He glides silently through the halls, passing by the open door of the laundry, and Lena, Shinta, and Kum also see him. Elle shushes them and they join her, wanting to see where this brazen stowaway is headed. Out in space, Fa reaches Judo and begins work on the beam rifle. Judo waits nervously and suggests that maybe they should get in their escape pods and run. With a withering look, Fa bluntly declares that the moment he got into the Zeta, he took on a life or death responsibility to defeat the enemy. Before long, Mashima finds them, and Judo in the Zeta has to lead him away to give Fa time and safety to finish her task. Thinking that he is safely ahead, Judo is surprised when the Hamahama catches the Zeta in one of its extendable arms, but the Zeta is able to tear out of the Hamahama's grasp. Fa finishes repairing the beam rifle and brings it to Judo. The Methus, reduced to a torso and arms, looking small and vulnerable amidst the fighting and the asteroids. As she hands off the weapon, Mashima attacks, and Fa shields the Zeta with the Methus. Mashima's beam saber bites into the Methus' shoulder. Fa screams and Judo fires, driving Mashima away. The Methus is now completely immobilized, but Fa is alright, and she tells Judo to protect the Argama and come back for her later. Now fully armed, he is able to beat back the Gaza Seas easily, and is joined by Ru, returned from her trip to the La Vienne Rose and ready to provide support fire. His pilots are being wiped out, so Mashima decides to retreat and trust that Goten's infiltration will be successful. Yet Goten, lulled into a false sense of security when he finds the bound and gagged Ino and assumes him to be the collaborator, is quickly tackled and subdued by Ino, El, Lina, Shinta, Kum, and Haro. They turn him over to Bright, and El confesses her suspicion that Ino knows the identity of the collaborator. The battle over, Judo starts to go get Fa, but Bright tells him no. There's too much risk that the Zeta will be spotted and attacked again. The Methus is drifting directly into Side 1 airspace, and one of the colonies will retrieve her. Although Judo is upset at the thought that Fa is leaving them, Fa seems calm and happy. Now that she knows Judo will take care of them, she can say goodbye to the Argama. The Hama-Hama receives an upgrade. A new shield with built-in guns. And Mashima is certain this new development will help him finally beat the Zeta Gundam. Kiara is still aboard, recording Mashima's grand promises for her report to Haman. She intends to launch with the rest of the Endrus pilots, and despite her professions of reluctance, she brought a mobile suit with her. On the Argama, Judo goes looking for Ino and finds him bagging potatoes and wrangling chickens. He confronts his friend. Bicha and Mondo are the traitors, aren't they? Why won't Ino tell the truth? But Ino is adamant. His father told him to be loyal and to never betray a friend. Even when Judo points out that Bicha and Mondo's antics could easily get them all killed, Ino is unmoved. Across the ship, Shinta and Kum sit in Fa's room in the dark. El comes in to check on them and notices a small table mirror. "Hey, I've been wanting a mirror like this," she says as she picks it up and starts to walk away with it. Incensed, Shinta and Kum demand that she put it back, that it's Fa's. They say that Fa is coming back, even though they seem to know it's not likely. Hearing the commotion, Ru ducks in, realizes what's going on, and accuses El of having no tact. In defense, El claims she was trying to get a rise out of the kids on purpose. There's no time for moping, after all. And Ru, more gently, tells the kids that El has a point. But they take off in a huff, leaving Ru alone in Fa's room, holding the mirror and thinking that Fa must have been a really nice person for Shinta and Kum to miss her so much. As it happens, Shinta hasn't been moping. He's been coming up with a plan. He and Kum will go to Shangri-La and bring Fa and Camille back. There's just one problem. Who will pilot for them? By chance, they are standing right outside of Goten's cell as they talk about this, and Goten calls them over, offering to help. "I don't want to be your enemy. This is all my commander's fault," he tells them, saying he'll fly them anywhere they like. But once they let him out, he grabs Shinta roughly by the arm, insisting they take him to the mobile suit deck. At this moment, Ru comes down the hall, sending Goten running. He collides into Ino, grabs the knife Ino was using to peel potatoes, and takes Ino hostage. Arriving on the mobile suit deck, Goten kicks Astonaji out of the core fighter and gets in with Ino. Judo is about to get into the Zeta, but Bright tells him to wait. The core fighter isn't armed, and they may be able to resolve the situation by other means. Goten's demands include normal suits and food, and Ru and Lina go to take these to him. However, instead of handing over the box of food, Lina opens it, and one of the chickens jumps out straight at Goten, sending him tripping backwards. She and Ru try to grab Ino and pull him out of the cockpit, but Goten gets it closed before Ino can escape. Over the radio, Goten begs his comrades aboard the Argama to come to his aid, and Bicha and Mondo, afraid that the longer Goten is aboard, the more likely they are to be caught, decide to help the Axis soldier escape. They knock an Argama crew member unconscious and open the hatch on the mobile suit deck, allowing Goten to escape into space. Judo follows in the Zeta, along with Ru in her core fighter. Ino, hands bound, asks Goten to let him put on a normal suit. Unfortunately, while Goten is stuffing Ino into a normal suit, he is not paying attention to where they're flying. They crash into an asteroid. The cockpit springs open and both Goten and Ino are sent spinning off into space. Luckily for Goten, he collides with another asteroid and is able to cling to it. Serendipitously, he is standing there when Mashima, on his way to attack the Argama, flies by and spots him. Judo and Ru find the empty core fighter, but can't find any sign of Ino. Their search is cut short when Bright radios for Judo to come back. Mashima's squad have arrived and the Argama is under attack. Kiara's mobile suit attacks the empty space around it and moves erratically, while inside, Kiara cries out, clutches her head, and writhes in her chair. Frustrated, Mashima pushes past her, and he's soon pleased to discover that his new weapon is too strong for the Zeta. Judo is struggling against the souped-up Hamahama, and Ru decides the only way through this fight is for her to bring him the finally completed Double Zeta. With only one mobile suit to defend it, the Argama is in a particularly dangerous position, and Bicha and Mondo decide to abandon ship and try to get to the Endra. But they struggle to pilot the core fighter they stole, and are soon grabbed by Kiara. She flings their little ship into an asteroid, and Judo comes to their aid only to find himself outclassed by Kiara's mobile suit too. She slices easily through the Zeta's shield and grabs hold of the Zeta, leaving Mashima a clear shot. His new guns blast the Zeta's head clean off. Spotting Bicha and Mondo's ship nearby, Judo abandons the Zeta and squeezes into the already cramped core fighter. They are running from the Axis squad when Ru returns with backup. Ino is alive. He was picked up by the La Vie en Rose and is piloting one of the parts of the new Double Zeta Gundam. When Judo pulls a lever on the core fighter he's in, it combines with two more pieces, the core top and core base, to form the Double Zeta Gundam. Stunningly fast and powerful, it dodges Mashima's attacks with ease, slices cleanly through an asteroid in its path, and withstands fire from Mashima's new weapon without a scratch. Returning fire, the Double Zeta destroys Mashima's new gun shield, taking one of the Hamahama's arms with it, and Mashima retreats. Fired up by his new mobile suit and cheered on by his friends, Judo returns to the Argama in the Double Zeta, towing the Zeta behind him. The Endra buzzes with activity. Mashima, fed up with having to deal with Kiara, is leaving the ship. Glemmy begs him to stay, and then begs to be allowed to go with him. But Mashima insists on going alone. Kiara is there to see him off and promises to take good care of the Endra. Goten stands by her side, smiling and wishing his former commander well. But Goten has cause for second thoughts almost immediately. Without Mashima, they have no pilot for the Hamahama, and Kiara refuses to go out in her own mobile suit, the Arjarja. When Goten points out that there's no way the Gaza Seas can stop the Double Zeta on their own, Kiara blurts out, "I know," and slaps him in frustration. But after a moment of racking her brain, she has an idea: to ram the La Vie en Rose with the Endra. Destroying or capturing the dock ship will hurt Ayug and allow the Endra to resupply at the same time. Overwhelmingly pleased with this idea, she hugs Goten's face to her chest before going to the bridge to oversee the attack. The newest Argama crew members are on a training flight, with Judo in one core fighter and El and Bicha in another, when, in the midst of a thick field of debris, they find an original, completely intact MS-06 Zaku. This kind of antique could make them a lot of money, and they decide to take it back to the Argama right away. Lena, running errands around the ship, overhears him telling the bridge crew that they are aborting the mission, and she is outraged right alongside Bright and Torres. They are supposed to be picking up supplies from the La Vie en Rose. When she tries to scold Judo into following orders, he claims he can't hear her, blaming the Minovsky particle interference. "I'll take responsibility," Lena declares, before rushing off to the hangar. Ru is preparing to do the supply pickup that Judo and El abandoned, and Lena demands to go with her. "If I don't go, my brother will never learn," she explains. Rue acquiesces, and even as he grumbles that everyone on his crew seems to do whatever they want, Bright gives them permission to launch. In sight of the La Vie en Rose, Kiara orders the Endra to open fire and to charge straight at the dock ship. The La Vie en Rose returns fire, and Kiara, feeling the rhythm of the battlefield, taps her feet, sways, and dances with excitement, even as the bridge crew around her look frightened. Entering the bridge and seeing that they are about to crash, Glemmy yells, "Stop!" and the Endra slows before coming into contact with the massive dock ship. Kiara turns on him, but he is ready with a quick salute and the announcement that the Gaza Sea team are ready to capture the Aeug vessel. On their way, Lena and Rue spot the fight and turn around to warn the Argama, but they spot it too late. Glemmy sees the shine of their core fighter in the distance and chases after them. It doesn't take long for him to recognize Rue's ship, and he calls out to her, promising payback for their last encounter. The first thing Judo hears when he, Elle, and Bicha arrive at the Argama with the Zaku in tow is that the La Vie en Rose is under attack. "Good thing we didn't go there then," is Bicha's glib reply, but Judo loses his cool when he finds out that Lena went in his place and that they have no idea if she's okay. Forgetting that he's still attached to the Zaku, and through the Zaku to the other core fighter, he flies toward the fight, setting his engines against the other core fighters until the cable snaps and slings the Zaku back into space. The second cable breaks, and Elle follows Judo, leaving the Zaku to drift until it catches against the bridge of the Argama. Bright orders it brought in before the Argama goes to join in the La Vie en Rose's defense. In a flash, Lena feels Judo call out to her across space, but Glemmy catches hold of the core fighter. He feels a pang and wonders if he's in love with Rue. At the same time, Rue opens her cockpit and promises to come with him peacefully if he'll let Lena go. He promises, and Rue immediately turns on the charm, flattering and complimenting him as she approaches his mobile suit, then shoving him out into space. He shoots a grapnel at his Gaza Sea and reels himself back in, but not before Rue has freed the core fighter and taken off again. Judo makes it to the battlefield, and Glemmy calls for reinforcements. The rest of the Gaza Sea team are ordered to cease their attack on the dock ship and turn their attention to the Aeug fighters. Once Elle arrives, the three core fighters keep trying to form the double Zeta, while the Axis forces try to keep them apart. On the bridge of the Argama, they hear a voice announce that the Zeta is ready to launch. It's Enol, who has repaired the decapitated Zeta Gundam by putting the Zaku head on it. Concerned about friendly fire, Bright and Torres warn the other Aeug pilots that the Zeta Zaku is on its way. Enol struggles with the out-of-date view screen on the old mobile suit, but is able to distract Glemmy, giving Judo, Rue, and Elle time to form the double Zeta. Once formed, it easily knocks back Glemmy's suit and destroys two more. The battle has shifted in Aeug's favor. Kiara suggests that they take the La Vie en Rose hostage, but the dock ship is not without defenses. Its various arms, normally used for ship repair, grab at the Endra and threaten to tear it apart, forcing Kiara to order a retreat before finally launching in the Ar Jarja. In spite of her consistent reluctance, once Kiara is flying, she seems thrilled to be fighting the double Zeta. At first, Judo is confused by her ranting about the sensations of the battlefield, but when she says, "Don't you feel it? Space is flying towards us," he is knocked into some kind of new type reverie, frozen in the grasp of the Ar Jarja. All around, his friends call out to him, and when he doesn't respond, Rue does the only thing she can do. She takes her little core fighter and fires at Kiara, who swats the fighter away. Its cockpit flies open, and Lena is flung out into space. Her cries are what finally snaps Judo back to reality. He fights his way clear of the Ar Jarja and uses one of the Double Zeta's new beam weapons, a beam so powerful it disintegrates asteroids and melts the Ar Jarja's legs clean off. But this weapon uses up the last of the Double Zeta's power. It is left immobile, with not even a beam saber for defense. Glemmy scoops up Lena, thinking that the figure in the normal suit must be Rue. The Endra and its mobile suits retreat, taking Lena with them. The La Vie en Rose is understaffed, and Astonaji questions whether they can finish overhauling the Argama and its mobile suits. But Emery is certain they can get it done. With repairs ongoing, the Argama's crew waits, helping where they can. Bright sits down to lunch with the kids from Shangri-La, all except Judo, and asks them to keep an eye on their friend. He's liable to do something rash and try to rescue Lena on his own. Rue has the same concern and has been following Judo around the ship, constantly questioning where he's going and what he's doing, until he ducks into a nearby bathroom and she decides to wait outside. Moments later, Elle comes up and asks where Judo is. When Rue tells her, she heads into the bathroom herself, only for Rue to grab her by the arm. "Do I need your permission?" Elle grumbles, and Rue lets her go. Inside the bathroom, Elle finds that Judo has hidden a normal suit and a large pipe in one of the bathroom stalls, and is preparing to take the Double Zeta and rescue Lena. Trying to talk him down, Elle explains that everyone is watching him, he'll never be able to pull it off. But Judo blames himself for Lena's capture. "I'm a terrible brother and I hate myself," he tells Elle, as he collapses onto the floor. Moved, Elle decides to help him, and says that if he calms down, they can talk to Ino and come up with a plan. Bright is the next one to find Rue waiting outside the bathroom and ask her about Judo's whereabouts. Despite her assurance that Judo should be out soon, Bright goes in. Luckily for Elle and Judo, they heard him coming and are ready. Implements in hand, they appear to be in the middle of cleaning the bathroom. Once Bright goes into a stall, Judo leaves, trailing Rue, and allowing Elle to leave with the normal suit. In the hangar, Bicha and Mondo claim to be practicing the Double Zeta's combination and transformation maneuvers, when they are really planning how to take the Double Zeta with them when they leave. Judo and Rue arrive, and Judo, seeing the Double Zeta already formed, tries to take it and leave, but Rue and Astonaji are able to stop him and wind up locking him in the break room to prevent a second attempt at a rescue mission. Aboard the Endra, Kiara lays out her plan for a sneak attack against the Argama. She will pilot the Arjarja, while Goten will pilot one of the Gaza Seas and use it to tow a dummy asteroid. Once again, witnessing Kiara's roller coaster of emotion at the prospect of piloting a mobile suit, Goten questions why she doesn't send someone else, like Glemmy Toto, in her place. But it turns out that Glemmy is one of Lady Haman's favorites, too important to be put into much danger. At that very moment, Glemmy is sitting down to an opulent meal in a large, ornate dining room. Across the table sits Lena in a pink, formal gown. Every few moments, Glemmy corrects something about Lena's deportment, the way she cuts her meat, the amount of noise she makes, until, fed up, Lena announces that she needs the bathroom. Horrified that she would even mention such a thing in the middle of dinner, Glemmy tells her no, until Lena squats down and declares her willingness to pee on the floor if she's not permitted to leave the room. Glemmy allows her to leave, but not before peeping at her underwear, exposed when she hiked her dress up, and correcting the way she sets her napkin on the table. He also follows her, standing guard outside the bathroom, and is ready when she tries to make a run for it. Telling Lena to behave, he admits that he is waiting for Rue to come rescue her. It seems everyone is making plans. On the Argama, it's Elle and Ino trying to help Judo escape from the break room. They worry about what happens next, but Elle decides that when Judo goes to rescue Lena, he won't go alone. She will go along in the Mark II. With Shinta and Kum's help, Elle burns some food so that smoke fills the hall. "Fire!" she yells, running up to the guard outside the break room, demanding that they hand over the key so that they can get Judo out of there. While the guard raises the alarm and goes to investigate the source of the fire, Elle and Judo make a run for it. Bright, Rue, Astonaji, and other members of the crew try to stop them, but it's no use. Manual in hand, Elle manages to get the Mark II moving, and Ino radios them from a control room, explaining how to open the hatch. Out in space, Judo tries to convince Elle not to come, but she insists that she'll learn by doing. Besides, they're stronger together. Unbeknownst to either of them, Bicha and Mondo are in the cockpit of one of the core fighters that make up the Double Zeta. On their way to the Endra, Judo and Elle run into Kiara and Goten. Distracted from her original plan by the opportunity to fight the Double Zeta, Kiara orders Goten to deploy the weapon hidden in the dummy asteroid. A massive net like the web of a spider, and at every point where the cables intersect, a bomb. But they stay near it once it's deployed, and a well-placed shot from L's beam rifle hits a bomb and catches the Axis pilots in the blast. Judo ignores them, intent on his mission, but makes the mistake of mentioning that he's going to rescue his sister. Goten realizes they can use Lena as a hostage to force Judo to surrender. The Endra projects an image of Lena overhead, while Glemmy brings her out onto a launch deck of the ship. Surrender or we'll kill her, Goten declares, and Judo freezes. This is the moment when Bicha and Mondo decide to run. To the surprise of everyone else, they separate the core fighters, leaving Judo vulnerable, without any means of forming the double Zeta. It's L to the rescue, when she manages to shoot Goten's Gaza C and knock it back into the net of bombs, forcing him to eject just before his mobile suit is destroyed. Glemmy rushes Lena back inside, and Judo is left calling out to her, swearing that he will save her. Not only are the La Vie en Rose and the Argama running low on food and other supplies, but they've also found themselves smack in the middle of an asteroid field they had hoped to avoid. This region of space was home to the first Sweetwater-type colonies, but is long abandoned now. As the bridge crew analyze the asteroid field, someone makes radio contact. The voice on the radio declares that they represent the Light Tribe of Moon Moon Colony, and have been waiting for these outsiders. The voice goes on to demand they dock at Moon Moon, promising that if they join forces, the Light Tribe can lead them to a better way. Emery contacts the La Vie en Rose for any information about the colony, but all that's known is that they keep themselves totally independent. As long as his ship can be resupplied, Bright is willing to take some risk, and orders that the Argama dock at Moon Moon Colony. As soon as the ship docks and the colony's hangar door shuts, soldiers and guards stream into the room. Their long robes, masked faces, spears, and sandals, making the Argama crew wonder if they've somehow gone back in time. One of these soldiers, on seeing the mobile suits, declares them to be giants that Lady Sarasa predicted. When they announce their intention to destroy the giants with bombs, Elle tells Judo they should take the double Zeta apart. Better us than strangers, she says, and Judo understands. If they unform the double Zeta, the Light Tribe may believe that it is damaged and unusable. Further selling the ruse, Elle and Astonaji pretend to weep over the destruction of their god. Bright and Emery are escorted to go meet with the Light Tribe's prophet, but most of the crew are commanded by the guards to stay aboard the ship. Judo is kidnapped. Once inside the colony, the Argama's representatives are shocked to find stone surfaces and flaming torches mounted on the walls. Few buildings are visible in the dense forests, and those that are overgrown, covered in vining plants. They are led to a large step pyramid, and once inside, find that the Endra beat them there. Kiara and Goten, accompanied by Bicha and Mondo, are already there, and have made a show of swearing oaths to the Light Tribe's god, Kato. While Goten negotiates with a Light Tribe official, Kiara changes into local clothes and goes for a walk, tailed by Bicha and Mondo. They lose her almost immediately, distracted by the sights of the city and the sudden appearance of Judo in the back of a horse-drawn cart. When Judo spots Kiara, he tells his kidnappers who she is, and they decide to grab her too. Bicha races back to the palace to tell Goten what has happened, while Mondo follows the cart on foot. A young woman named Rasara takes Judo and Kiara to a safe house, and Mondo clings to vines on the building's facade, just below the open window. Rasara is a member of the local rebel group, who fear that the Prophet's plan to spread the Light Tribe's message of peace will only destroy the peace they've managed to preserve on Moon Moon. Meanwhile, Bright and Emery have been offered the same deal as the crew of the Endra. But when Bright is resistant to swearing the oath, the Light Tribe official tells them they will take the Argama and use it to spread their teachings. From behind a curtain, the Prophet speaks and explains that she wishes they didn't have to treat the outsiders this way, but they are not yet sure which of the two ships, the Endra or the Argama, holds the foretold Messiah. And at the same time, Goten believes that Kiara's kidnapping is a sign that the Light Tribe have allied themselves with Ayu. He rushes back to the Endra to muster soldiers, bring out their mobile suits, and retrieve Lena to use as a hostage. He orders her tied to one of the Gazadis, and across the colony, Judo hears Lena's cries for help. Bicha, eager to earn the trust of his new Axis comrades and make a name for himself, tries to pilot the Arjarja into battle. The Endra's forces menace the city and capture the palace. Many of the locals stand around awestruck or prostrate themselves on the ground, convinced that one of the mobile suits is the god Kato. Judo gets a cart to take him and Kiara back into town. He convinces Kiara to release his sister, and when Bicha crashes the Arjarja nearby, he pretends he was bringing it for Kiara. Aboard the Argama, Rue has grown concerned that they've had no message from the captain, so she, Elle, and Ino launch in the core fighters that make up the Double Zeta. They harry the Axis mobile suits until Judo manages to flag them down with a smoke bomb. Rue brings him a core fighter, they switch places, and he and his friends form the Double Zeta. Unfortunately, once Kiara spots the rival mobile suit, she completely forgets her promise to free Lena. The rest of the Gaza team flee back to the Endra, taking Lena with them, and Kiara grabs hold of Judo, preventing him from chasing them. He stabs a beam saber into the back of the Arjarja, and realizes it's a fatal blow. In the depths of her battle madness, Kiara ignores him when he calls out for her to eject, until their mutual new type abilities allow him to get through to her. She ejects right as the Arjarja explodes. Afterwards, everyone gathers in the palace once more. The Light Tribe official declares that Judo must be the promised Messiah. When the prophet asks Judo for a favor, he strides up to the curtain, pulling it aside to reveal who the prophet is. She looks just like Rasara, but she is Sarasa Moon, prophet and leader of the Light Tribe. What connection she has to the rebel girl Rasara, and what she will ask of Judo, we are left to wonder until next week. The obscuring curtain pulled away, the Light Tribe prophet, Lady Sarasa, speaks to Judo face to face. She demands that he give his life to the Light Tribe, becoming her guide to the outside world so that she can spread the Light Tribe's teachings through the universe. But Judo still thinks she's Rasara, the rebel leader who organized his kidnapping earlier that same day. He grabs the prophet, shaking her by the shoulders, slapping her and telling her to snap out of it. The guards immediately push him back, and Sarasa slaps him twice before announcing that he must not be their messiah after all. When she orders them all thrown in the dungeon, Bright concludes there's no reasoning with these people, and orders the Argama crew to fight back. They punch, kick, and tackle their way through the guards, and take off running. Rue is tripped by a thrown spear, Kiara is captured after she attacks a guard, and Bright and Emery are caught when Emery falls down the stairs and Bright throws himself over her to shield her from more projectiles. In the nearby woods, those who got away, Judo, Elle, and Ino, hide and plan. They can't go back to the Argama without retrieving the Double Zeta, and it's back behind the temple. Before they can decide what to do, the guards find them again. The kids fend them off, but are completely outnumbered and in real trouble when suddenly the rebels arrive. Armed with slingshots and riding a speeding cart, Rasara and the other rebels call for Judo and his friends to jump on and hide in the covered portion of the cart. Inside, they're shocked to run into Mondo, who has fallen in with Rasara. It turns out she and Sarasa are sisters, and while Sarasa believes that with enough strength and power she can spread the Light Tribe's teachings and eliminate war, Rasara worries that leaving the colony would put the Moon way of life at risk. Besides, why should the warring factions on the outside listen to Sarasa? The cart arrives at its destination, the entrance for the old linear subway, with tunnels leading all over the colony, including to the temple. Although Rasara had planned on them walking there, Mondo is able to get the electricity back on and the subway car running again. In the temple itself, Sarasa orders a search for the escaped Argama crew members. She also decides to give the Argama to their new Axis allies, and Roll promises Goten that when Sarasa becomes leader of the cosmos, they will give Goten his own colony. For his own part, Gotten is eager to take the colony and the Double Zeta without any losses, and plays along, tearfully proclaiming that the teachings of the Light Tribe have penetrated his heart. He sends Bicha to go disassemble the Double Zeta and load it into the Endra. Meanwhile, Rosara has managed to find where the guards and prisoners are, a close torchlit passage on the way to the dungeon. Jumping out of hiding, Judo and friends make short work of the guards and untie all of the prisoners except Kiara. Their plan is for Bright, Emery, and Rue to take Kiara back to the Argama. Judo, El, and Ino will go to the Double Zeta, while Mondo helps Rosara awaken Katil. The massive statue behind the temple, covered in vegetation, is in fact a mobile suit. It hasn't moved since the Light Tribe renounced machines, and if it were to awaken, it would prove the prophet wrong and cause the people to question her plans. Outside, they split up. El and Ino create a distraction, drawing as many guards away as they can so that Judo can climb up the scaffolding to the Double Zeta's cockpit. He's racing Bicha and dodging spears when a new group of guards arrive and follow him up, only for the structure to suddenly collapse under the weight of so many people. As the beams fall away, Judo jumps, catching at the outside of the mobile suit and swinging himself into the cockpit. Before returning to the Argama, Judo sets out to save Lena. On seeing the Double Zeta launch, Goten orders the Endra to launch the Gaza Sea team. With the hatch open to let the Gaza Seas into the colony, Judo sees his opportunity, and he rushes to get through before the hatch can close. He fires at the rapidly closing door, but his shot gets through, striking a mobile suit and sending it crashing back down the passageway and into the Endra, setting off a chain of explosions. Glemmy, having just arrived with a new Axis ship, sets out in his latest mobile suit, the Bawu, but he's not concerned with helping the Endra, only with making sure that Lena is alright. Otherwise, how will he catch Rue Luca? The Double Zeta fights the Gaza Seas that made it into the colony, while the people of Moon Moon run, convinced their god is angry with them. Sarasa tries to calm them and pleads with Goten to stop his mobile suits. The fighting is destroying Moon Moon. Goten is unmoved and tells her they cannot stop until they defeat the Double Zeta. They have the Ayub mobile suit outnumbered, and while Judo wrestles one Gaza Sea, another comes up behind him. It's ready to fire when instead, it is attacked by Katil. Mondo was finally able to get the old mobile suit moving again, and he joins the fight, freeing Judo to try once again to get Lena. He arrives at the Endra amid fire and smoke, just in time to see Glemmy carry an unconscious Lena to the cockpit of the Bawu. He slams the mobile suit into the wall of the hangar, but Glemmy points out that Judo can't attack now without risking hurting or killing Lena. Before Glemmy escapes back into space, he tells Judo that he'll accept a hostage in exchange, Rue for Lena. Back in the colony, Mondo and Katil have destroyed the last of the Gaza Seas. The moment Mondo gets out of the mobile suit, Bicha nabs him and drags him back to the Endra, along with the rest of the retreating Axis troops. The people of Moon Moon rejoice that their god protected them, and Rosara declares that they should not be afraid of machines. It's revealed that Roll, in his position as advisor, manipulated Sarasa into thinking they had to leave Moon Moon, driven by his fear of being forgotten and a desire to get out into the wider world. Judo tries to make Roll see how lucky Moon Moon is to be forgotten. It's kept them safe while warring factions fight over every other populated part of space. As the Argama leaves, it's clear the crew envy Moon Moon its peace, its ignorance of the outside world. The Argama is following Glemmy's ship, the Mindra, and trying to decide on a plan of attack. Bright wonders where they are headed, but El teases him for missing the obvious. They must be on their way back to Axis, hoping to replace the destroyed Endra. While Bright leaves the bridge for his quarters and Taurus tries to convince El to treat the captain with more respect, they lose track of the Axis ship. For some reason, Judo feels compelled to get on the PA system and exhort the crew to really come together and work as one. He blames their lack of unity for Bicha and Mondo's betrayal, calling them traitors. El storms over to him, enraged that he would call some of his oldest friends that, especially after Mondo helped them on Moon Moon. "It's the truth," Judo yells back, and they continue to brawl, while Ino tries to break them up, and Rue looks on, dismayed by their lack of discipline. Meanwhile, aboard the Mindra, Glemmy stands with a glass of wine in his hand, gazing out the window, while Lena plays a grand piano behind him. He receives word that they've intercepted a small vessel that is probably part of Ayug, and leaves to supervise its capture, telling Lena she has until the ship arrives to finish mastering her piano lesson. She continues to play, making faces at him once his back is turned. A mobile suit launches to intercept the small vessel, which turns out to be a civilian-crewed cargo transport, with a delivery for the Argama. One of the crew members, Millie, tries to pilot the ship out of the mobile suit's grasp, but it's no good. They are captured and taken aboard the Mindra. Goten is entrusted with their interrogation and instructs his men to focus on Millie, since he doubts the older man, Matcha, will talk. The soldiers seem almost gleeful at the prospect of interrogating and even torturing the pretty young pilot, but the moment they brandish their whip, Matcha breaks down and tells them everything he knows. Looking over the cargo, Goten formulates a plan. They will hide Axis troops in the small ship's cargo storage and infiltrate and capture the Argama. A group of soldiers who survived the destruction of the Endra volunteer themselves for the mission, and tell Goten they have named themselves Endra Corps. The normally cool and conniving Goten is moved almost to tears, and they set out to capture the Ayug ship. With guns to their heads, the captured civilians pilot the delivery craft to the Argama, use correct code flares, and radio to explain that the Bawu mobile suit hanging from the bottom of their ship is an abandoned one they found along the way. Desperate to do something to avert the attack, Millie slams the ship into one of the Argama's catapult decks, trapping the Bawu before Goten knocks her unconscious with the butt of his gun. Endra Corps stream out of the small vessel and onto the Argama, one of them stopping a moment to raise a Xeon flag. Their first goal is to capture any mobile suits, a job made harder when L flying kicks one of them away from the Mark II. The soldier trying to capture the Zeta has a gun but throws it away, offering Judo a fair fight. First Judo runs, then finds a pipe to help him fight off the soldier, until L, piloting the Mark II, swats the soldier away. Another climbs into the Zeta cockpit, Judo following right after. As they wrestle for control, the Zeta crashes into the Mark II, and both fall to the ground. "Hold on to the Zeta," Judo calls out to L, as he takes off after the soldiers looking for the new mobile suit. He beats them to it, forming the double Zeta and sending them all running. Emery orders crew from the Lavian Rose to go to the Argama and help fight off the Axis attack. She goes with them and spots Goten, who is holding Bright at gunpoint and demanding to be taken to the bridge. She comes at him from a side hall with her own gun, but he quickly disarms her and holds her hostage. Chiara, who has been a prisoner aboard the Argama since they left Moon Moon, seizes the chance to get free of her guards and join Goten. Ino, armed with only a plunger, comes out of another hall to tackle Goten, while Shinta and Kum grab Emery and pull her clear. Suddenly, air rushes out of the hall, dragging them all along, and instead of fighting each other, they are fighting to hang on. This whole time, the Bawu and its pilot have been stuck. In an attempt to get free, the pilot shoots several rockets at the repair arm his mobile suit is trapped under, but he missed, and the rockets blew a hole in the hull of the Argama. Emery and Goten are sucked into space before the emergency hatches close. Pleased to still have Emery as his hostage, Goten drags her along to the cockpit of the Bawu, and once inside he takes the hapless pilot's place. With considerably more skill and ease, Goten maneuvers the Bawu out into space and flies over to the Argama's bridge. All efforts to take the Argama undamaged are forgotten. They can always repair it later, and Goten is unwilling to admit he's failed yet again. But his attack on the bridge is foiled by Judo's arrival in the Double Zeta. They chase each other around the ship, darting in and out of cover, until Judo is able to slice off one of the Bawu's arms. Their mission a failure, the Endra Corps use their verniers to fly out to the Bawu. It's their only means of escape. To give themselves some cover and free up room in the Bawu's cockpit, Goten jettisons Emery, pushing her out into space and toward the Double Zeta. Axis retreats, the Argama is safe, Emery is retrieved, and Judo sees that he is losing patience. When will they go save Lena? Repairs completed, the Argama leaves the La Vie en Rose behind. Medcha and Millie, in addition to bringing new parts and weapons, come bearing the Argama's latest orders to attack Axis directly. Bright is outraged that they are expected to attack by themselves, but Medcha, full of bluster, insists that between the Argama's new guns, their 3 newly upgraded mobile suits, and their new type pilot, it should be no trouble at all. Judo is listening to all this when someone calls out to him. Millie glides over to express her sympathy over the capture of his sister. She points out what a difficult situation he's in, as any attack on the Mindra or on Axis puts his sister at risk, a point that somehow hadn't occurred to Judo. He becomes enraged, shaking Millie, grabbing her by the neck and yelling about how he won't let that happen to Lena, until Bright lays a hand on his arm, telling him to calm down. Judo's friends rally around him and reassure him that they will all work together to save his sister, leaving Judo fired up and ready to fight as part of the Gundam team. In the Argama's path lies the ruin of a long-abandoned colony, and inside it hide Goten and his squad, setting up a trap for the Aayug ship. The Argama's bridge crew spot the wreck from afar, and Medcha excitedly proposes they use it as a test target for the new mega-particle cannon. Bright agrees, and preparations begin to reroute power to the new gun. Across the ship, Kiara finds Judo alone in the bathroom and corners him, trapping him against a wall and shoving herself up against him. Judo, obviously uncomfortable, tells her to cut it out, but she stays where she is and makes him an offer. If he will help her escape to Axis, she will free his sister. After a few minutes, Shinta and Kum get suspicious of how long Kiara has been in the bathroom and burst in, yelling, "Don't listen to her!" They grab hold of Kiara's legs, trying to knock her down, while Kiara, fed up with trying to convince Judo, attacks him instead, wrapping a nearby rope around his neck. Unfrozen, Judo headbutts Kiara and she lets him go, but she hasn't given up on her escape plan. She grabs Shinta and makes a break for the hangar. When word reaches the bridge that Kiara is trying to escape, the firing test is postponed. Kiara manages to get into the core top, one of the 3 core fighters that make up the Double Zeta, and she takes Shinta along as a hostage. Scrambling to the Mark II, Elle gets in just in time. Kiara blasts her way out of the hangar, and Elle is able to catch everyone else in the hangar before they are sucked out into space. In the other 2 core fighters, Judo and Ino take off after Kiara. When Goten's men see the 3 core fighters approaching, they think they've been spotted, and begin their own attack. While Shinta fights Kiara for control of the core top, Elle in the Mark II and Ru in the Zeta launch to fight off the Axis mobile suits. Flanking the core top, Judo and Ino initiate the Double Zeta's docking and transformation sequence, and the appearance of the fully formed Double Zeta sends the Axis mobile suits running. Attacking as they retreat, Judo hits and destroys a dummy asteroid to reveal a dark Cubile. The pilot, a young girl with glowing eyes and a blank expression, attacks the 3 Argama mobile suits with the Cubile's bits, and Judo and company are no match for this new type. To help his pilots, Bright warns them to get out of the way and orders that the new mega-particle beam cannon be fired. All of the mobile suits, the Dark Cubile included, manage to get out of the way in time, but the distant colony ruins are completely obliterated, and the destructive power of the Argama's new weapon leaves Judo, Elle, and Ru all stunned. Horrified all over again at what might happen to Lena, Judo finally snaps and takes off alone to rescue her, promising to come back once he's succeeded. His friends and crewmates call after him, but he and his core fighter disappear into the distance. The Mindra and Glemmy arrive at an Axis spaceport humming with activity. In his dress uniform and cape, Glemmy takes an elevator directly to the massive, ornate palace, where he meets with Haman. Preparations are underway for the main Axis force to land on Earth. With the Titans destroyed and Aayug weakened and disorganized, this is the time to act. Back at the spaceport, a dummy wedges itself in the ceiling, and Judo emerges. He's hidden his core fighter inside, and leaving it hidden in plain sight among the numerous dummies floating nearby, he makes his way into the colony. In the depths of the palace, a young girl playing in a bubble bath gets a strange feeling in her chest. This girl was the pilot of the mysterious Dark Cubile, and she realizes that she is in fact sensing the enemy Double Zeta pilot, Judo. Quickly getting dressed, she runs excitedly through the palace, eager to go looking for this fellow new type. Dashing past Glemmy and Lena, Glemmy scolds her not to run, and we finally learn her name, LP Puru. And unheeding, Puru leaves the palace for one of the residential districts. At the same time that Judo is sneaking into the colony, Bicha and Mondo are working at the spaceport. They've been tasked with hauling supplies and are being hazed by Axis officers. As they grumble and complain, they conclude that this is even worse than the Argama, and wonder how they can go back. Bicha is sure that if they rescue Lena and bring her back with them, all will be forgiven, so they set out to do just that, sneaking off the spaceport by clinging to the back of a car headed into town. Judo finds the residential blocks of Axis much like the uptown portions of Shangri-La, but built into the asteroid, Axis has no sky, only vast stone ceilings arching overhead. A voice calls out behind him, "Oni-chan!" and he turns to find a young girl, Puru, staring up at him. She thinks he came for her, and once she's introduced herself, she jumps on him, but he does not recognize her. "You've got the wrong person," he says, but Puru stubbornly hangs on and won't let him go. Driving past, Bicha and Mondo see him and remark on how that young man can't possibly be Judo, but sure looks like him. Then the car takes a sharp turn and they are thrown off their perch and into the sidewalk. Meanwhile, Puru has dragged Judo to a sidewalk cafe where she orders a massive parfait, then sits in Judo's lap and demands that he feed it to her, to his obvious discomfort. Puru also demands a kiss, and Judo stands up, unceremoniously dumping her on the floor. He's fed up with being sidetracked, tells her to quit bothering him, and strides away to continue his search for Lena. But he runs back when Puru declares she might know where his sister is. She climbs up on his shoulders and proceeds to direct him toward the palace. Who should happen to be driving down that same street but Glemmy and Lena? Lena spots her brother and, thinking quickly, asks if they can stop at the shop next door. She wants a new dress. It seems they are leaving Axis soon, so Glemmy agrees to take her to stock up on clothes. While he's distracted thinking about what would look good on Rue, Lena makes a run for it, and runs smack into Bicha and Mondo. The three of them steal a car and drive away, though not before Glemmy spots them, commandeering a passing vehicle so he can keep up the chase. The two cars, hot-rodding down a tree-lined boulevard, zip past Judo and Puru. From the driver's seat, Bicha spots a parked truck carrying a mobile suit, and decides they'll use it to escape. But he forgets all about going to the spaceport when he sees a jeep full of Axis officers, the same officers who were hazing him earlier. Out for revenge, he shoots at them and tries to stomp on their car, chasing them when they run away. When Judo and Puru arrive at the palace, Judo is taken aback by the respect the guards show for the small girl perched on his shoulders. Is she some kind of princess? They get all the way to Puru's room without any sign of Lena, and Puru announces she can't sense Lena anymore, and may have more luck if she takes a shower. Without waiting for any kind of response from Judo, she goes into the bathroom and starts running the water. Fed up with waiting, Judo leaves Puru's room to explore on his own, but is promptly spotted by patrolling guards and forced to climb out a window to avoid capture. Trying to make his way across the window ledges, he slips and falls onto a balcony covered in vining roses, and finds himself face to face with Haman. She trains a handgun on him, demanding to know who he is, both of them acutely aware of each other's new type aura. To Judo, Haman's aura looks like a monstrous creature with 5 red eyes. She is ready to shoot him when a mobile suit crash lands right in front of the building, shaking the entire palace. Haman falls down and Judo runs. The crashed mobile suit is none other than the one piloted by Bicha. He chased the car full of Axis officers to the grounds of the palace itself, before losing control of the mobile suit and crash landing outside. The crash knocks Bicha, Mondo, and Lena unconscious, and they lay unmoving in the cockpit. Judo runs right past them, stealing a car and returning to the spaceport to retrieve his core fighter. In space, he hears Puru call out to him, and the dark cubile flies up alongside. She tells him that his sister is back on the palace grounds. He just missed her. And she grabs hold of the core fighter, wanting to play. Judo gets free, and when she tries to grab him again, the other core fighters, piloted by Ino and Millie, emerge from hiding and provide him with cover. Angry that they are coming between her and Judo, Puru launches the cubile's bits, her aura flaring. For his part, Judo is horrified that so young a child is a pilot and sternly tells her to stop. His own new type powers seem strong enough to affect her, and she briefly loses control of her mobile suit. In this window, Judo and friends form the double Zeta, and by the time Puru gets control back, Judo is ready. He is able to destroy most of the bits with fire from his beam rifle. In a temper tantrum, Puru declares that she hates him, that he is a meanie and stupid, and that she's going back to Glemmy. Judo returns to Axis, determined not to leave without Lena. The space around Axis is dense with asteroids and dummies, and visibility is poor. Haman has already launched in her battleship for the assault on Earth, and hidden inside a nearby dummy, Elle and Rue monitor the Axis fleet's movements. In the Axis spaceport, Glemmy prepares his own ship for departure, but makes time to question Bicha and Mondo about the object of his continued obsession, Rue Luca. They can't tell him much since they didn't get to know her well before they left the Argama, but when they mention the seeming chemistry between Rue and Judo, Glemmy blushes, gets angry, and storms off. What a moment for the double Zeta to arrive. Judo is not fighting his way in. He's here to defect, or to pretend to defect, so that he can get Lena back. Puru comes bounding towards him and gives him a big hug, asking if he's come back for her, but Glemmy is distrustful, mostly because of the possibility that this Judo is involved with his beloved Rue. He orders Judo bound and locked in a cell and warns Puru to stay away from him. After struggling with his bonds for a while, Judo is pleasantly surprised to see Puru appear through a hatch in the ceiling, looking to free her new favorite playmate. He promises to play with her as much as she likes, and as soon as he's freed, he ties and gags her, apologizing for the necessity and hoping that if they meet again, it's in peacetime. As he disappears into the ceiling hatch, he pauses, turns back, and tells her to quit being a pilot. Judo crawls through the cramped air ducts and soon overhears the guards searching for him. His escape has been noticed. Once Puru is discovered and freed, she decides to capture Lena and use her to hook Judo. She drags the bound and protesting Lena down the hall. Having missed Judo's arrival, Bicha and Mondo are surprised when they are marched into the hangar and ordered to paint the double Zeta in Axis colors. They immediately form a plan to take the double Zeta and use it to return to the Argama. Across the asteroid field, the Argama targets the Axis colony's engines with the mega particle beam cannon. They will reach firing range in 20 minutes. On the approach, they are spotted and attacked by Axis forces. While giving orders for the ship's defense, Bright mutters to himself that he hopes Rue, Elle, and Judo will return to the Argama in time. Approaching as close as possible without detection, Elle and Rue finally begin their attack in earnest. They bust out of the dummy asteroid, their two mobile suits riding the Mega Rider, and while Rue fires on the mobile suits nearby, Elle blasts open the hangar door. Their plan is simple enough. Rue will distract the guards, while Elle searches for Judo. Judo manages to arrive at the hangar undetected, but is taken aback to find the double Zeta already in motion. Bicha and Mondo are making their escape, pursued by Glemmy and the Bawu. Glemmy naturally assumes it's Judo piloting the double Zeta, and is a bit confused when he spots Judo clinging to the outside of the mobile suit. Glemmy's attacks on both are only stopped when he is knocked back, blindsided by a massive beam attack crashing through the wall next to him. It's Elle on the Mega Rider. Judo takes over piloting the double Zeta, and Bicha and Mondo get into the cockpit of the Mega Rider. Quick and precise, Elle's shots make short work of most of the enemy mobile suits in the hangar, but she struggles against Glemmy. The Bawu is just so much faster, easily dodging around her and heading straight for Judo. Except that suddenly, the dark cubile comes between them. Puru announces that she has come to make Judo play with her, then opens her cockpit to reveal that Lena is there with her. "If you want her, come and get her," she calls, before flying into one of the colony's residential districts. Judo follows immediately behind, while Elle holds Glemmy at gunpoint to prevent him joining the chase. She is only able to hold him off a short while. The Bawu jumps forward, kneeing the Mark II in the face and landing on the other side. Leaving Elle to his subordinates, Glemmy goes after Judo and Puru. Outside, the Argama has reached firing range but tries to buy time while they wait for Judo, Elle, and Ru to get clear. Judo's chase ends when he and Puru crash to the ground in a park right next to a playground. He does everything he can to convince Puru to let Lena go peacefully, appealing to her desire to be a good girl, promising to play with her after, reassuring her that he likes her. But Puru resents that he's only there for Lena and doesn't trust him. She launches the Kubilay's funnels and the Double Zeta dodges. Buildings around them are destroyed and people flung aside by the explosions. Puru doesn't care that she's destroying Axis, and anyway, she wouldn't do these things if Judo didn't make her. Lena stops cowering from the crying Puru and tells her that if her selfishness gets people killed, that would make Judo hate her. When this sinks in, Puru loses control of the Kubilay and the funnels fall to the ground. Before Judo can try to get Lena from the cockpit, Glemmy arrives and carries the Kubilay out into space. Judo is left to chase after them. Elle spots them leaving and follows, informing the Argama that all their pilots are clear, though Lena remains missing. Bright orders all units to retreat and prepares the megaparticle beam cannon to fire. Aghast that they plan on using such a destructive weapon on a civilian population, Judo blocks the cannon with the Double Zeta. "We are doing this to save even more people," Bright tells him, and Ru and Elle come up and grab the Double Zeta by the arms, dragging it out of the line of fire. Everything in the path of the beam is obliterated. Asteroids, dummies, mobile suits, and pilots. The blast is blinding, and when the light dissipates, Axis remains. But it's impossible to tell just how much damage the strike on the engines caused inside the colony. For their recent, selfish actions, Judo, Bicha, and Mondo are locked in a cell with Chiara, and the Argama leaves the area. The Argama has been given new orders, and stops at Granada for repairs and resupply. Since Millie will be leaving the ship and staying on the moon, she offers to take Torres to lunch and on a tour of Anaheim Electronics. On their way off of the ship, they run into Bright and Wong Li arguing about the Argama's next mission. To Bright, it's clear that the AU command doesn't understand what they're asking of their soldiers and pilots. Trying to distract Judo from worrying about Lena, the kids from Shangri-La decide to go out for pizza and are stopped by Wong Li. Without introducing himself or giving any explanation of who he is, Wong Li begins to berate Judo, accusing him of not working hard enough or taking his work seriously enough. When Judo questions his right to say such things, Wong Li winds up to sucker punch the young pilot, only for Judo to slip out of the way and knee Wong Li in the stomach. Before Wong Li can interfere any further, Judo grabs Elle's arm and they leave the port, headed into the city. Bicha and Mondo try to follow, but are not quite fast enough, and they are forced to stay behind and keep working. Millie is taking Torres to her favorite pizza place, and on the way finds out that Torres actually lived in Granada as a kid. Judo and Elle run into them outside, and on hearing Millie offer to pay, turn the outing into a double date. As a regular, Millie knows the waitresses, but it turns out Torres knows one of them as well, Cecilia, who was called Crybaby Cecilia when they were kids. She's quick to point out Torres' own embarrassing nickname, Wimpy Torres, and the whole group laugh while Millie and Cecilia catch up. It seems Cecilia wants to move away from Granada and to one of the colonies. In the alley next to the pizza parlor, Goten and his subordinates, Cleyu and Nell, all dressed in civilian clothes, loiter around, discussing their latest plan to attack the Argama in hushed tones. The two pilots go inside to wait and, walking up to the back door of the restaurant, Goten meets with Cecilia. He's offered her money and tickets on an immigration ship for her entire family if she will spy for him against the Argama. Inside, Millie, Torres, Elle, and Judo munch on pizza, and Torres hears about Judo's encounter with Wong Li. Completely horrified, Torres insists they go back to the Argama immediately so that Judo can apologize. Doesn't he know Wong Li is very powerful in Ayug? How will Judo save his sister if Wang Li has him kicked off the Argama? At this point, Judo starts choking on a mouthful of pizza and rushes off to the bathroom, Elle following to make sure he's okay. The bathroom's windows are open and overlook the alley. They overhear Goten and Cecilia, as Goten promises Cecilia money and shuttle tickets if she succeeds in photographing a map of the docks and providing them with the Argama's location. Judo wants to stop her right away, but Elle points out they have no real proof, and it would be better to catch Cecilia in the act. Torres, come to check on Judo and Elle, runs into Cecilia in the back hall. She tells him she has to hurry home, but invites him to visit her that evening. Waiting in the car just outside, Millie spots Bicha and Mondo arriving, having snuck off the ship for a break and a chance to try Granada pizza. They rush up to the counter to order and suddenly recognize Nell and Cleyu. Bicha and Mondo do their best to remain unnoticed while eavesdropping on the Axis soldiers, and they find out that the Axis ship is docked at Port Blanc, and that a surprise attack is planned against the Argama, aided by an amateur spy. Quietly eating their pizza and listening to the Axis soldiers, they are interrupted when Millie comes in and calls out their names. Nell and Cleyu here recognize Bicha and Mondo, and a brawl breaks out in the pizza parlor as the Axis soldiers try to get away and the Aeug soldiers try to stop them. Even when Nell and Cleyu get away, Bicha and Mondo don't give up. They dash to their car so they can go warn the Argama about what they've heard. Judo and Elle join them, but to follow Cecilia, who is also headed to the port. Once the kids from Shangri-La pass Cecilia's car, Elle hops out to keep an eye on the amateur spy, and the rest go on to warn the Argama and prepare mobile suits to launch. At the guardhouse, Cecilia claims she's there to deliver pizzas, and the guards stop her until they can get confirmation. While they're distracted, she takes a photo of the map of the port. Judo goes straight to the bridge to talk to Bright and overhears an argument. Wang Li wants Bicha and Mondo kicked off the crew, and questions Judo's commitment to Aeug. Bright stands up for them all, and Judo barges in to confront Wang Li. Saving his sister is at least as important as their war, and he'll do it alone if he has to. Then Judo, Bicha, and Mondo launch in mobile suits, and despite Wang Li demanding they all be captured, Bright trusts their intel and orders the hatch opened. The three fly straight to Port Blanc, where they get into a dogfight with Nell and Cleyu, but do their best not to damage Goten's ship. Judo thinks he'll be kicked off the Argama, and he'll need a ship to go save Lena. Cecilia meets with Goten to give him the photograph of the port, but it doesn't show the location of the Argama, and he refuses to pay her, instead demanding she get him the exact location of the Aeug ship and meet him later. The mobile suit fight above rattles the city below, and Torres finds Cecilia cowering near her car, terrified. After successfully fighting off the Axis mobile suits, Judo returns to the Argama only to be confronted with a dressing down from Wang Li, who threatens him with correction. But Judo is unconcerned. I didn't do any of this for you, and if you don't like it, take your best shot. All of his friends stand with him, and Bright informs Wang Li that the whole crew feels the same way. Torres brings Cecilia to the Argama's break room. She's terrified of the war and just wants to escape, to run away. Torres offers her money, but it's not enough. Not with a family of 7 to care for. The kids arrive, and when Cecilia tries to leave, Elle blocks her, telling Judo he needs to explain to Torres what they've seen. But we are left with Judo, hesitating. We left our young Argama crew members standing in the break room. Elle blocking Cecilia from leaving, and Judo hesitating to explain why. And we return to Judo, prevaricating, but Elle cuts to the chase. She tells Torres that Cecilia has been acting as a spy for Goten. Bursting into tears, Cecilia insists that she didn't tell the Axis soldiers anything. She falls to the floor, clinging to Torres and begging him to let her go. But he sends the kids to find the captain and ask him what to do. Honest yet gentle, Torres tells Cecilia that she can't cry her way out of this, and she's likely to be arrested, but he'll do what he can for her. Goten is down to a single mobile suit, though Nell and Cleyu assure him that 3 more are on the way. A cargo ship that was damaged in the recent fighting is demanding reimbursement from them, and this gives Goten an idea. He orders his bridge crew to buy up as many cargo ships as they can, regardless of their condition, and laughs to himself thinking about his latest, brilliant idea. Back on the Argama, Bright and Rue have arrived at Kiara's cell to inform her she's being transferred to Granada's POW facility. She argues, pouts, bargains, and tries to seduce Bright to his obvious discomfort. The captain seems relieved when Judo and Elle arrive to tell him about Cecilia, providing a welcome distraction. In that same moment, a call comes in that they are under attack from Axis mobile suits, and when Torres and Cecilia appear in the doorway of the cell, Kiara takes advantage of everyone's distraction and confusion. She dashes out, bowling over Torres and taking Cecilia hostage. Dragging a tearful Cecilia along, Kiara makes it all the way to the hangar and into the cockpit of a mobile suit, where she finds a gun and threatens to shoot Cecilia if they don't open the hangar door. Despite Judo's protestations, Torres opens the hangar door, then hops in a car and takes off after the fleeing mobile suit, Bicha and Mondo with him. The Axis attack continues, and Goten's plan has finally become clear. The mobile suit pilots are dropping cargo ships on ports all over Granada, seeking to trap or flush out the Argama. Judo, initially intent on backing up Torres, is forced to turn back and take on the Axis mobile suit pilots. In an attempt to creep through passages in the colony, Kiara manages to get the mobile suit she's piloting completely stuck. When she abandons the mobile suit to flee on foot, it doesn't take long for Torres to catch up, shove her away from Cecilia, and knock her to the ground. But the whole time they were together, Kiara told Cecilia that if she tried to go back to Ayug, she'd be put to death as a spy. Now, Cecilia is overwhelmed with fear and runs from Torres and Kiara both. When Torres goes after her, he leaves Kiara to Bicha and Mondo, but she gets away, stealing a car and hiding deep in Granada. Cecilia runs to Goten. In return for her revealing the location of the Argama, he gives her the promised tickets aboard an emigration ship, along with a bonus, a briefcase full of gold bars that he warns her not to open around anyone. The ship is leaving that very afternoon, and she leaves hurriedly to collect her family and get them to the port on time. About to board the plane, she sees Torres' car pull up and goes back to talk to him, sending her family ahead. She begs him to come with her, saying that she lied about the Argama's location and has an extra ticket for him. She won't be afraid if he's with her, and he won't have to fight anymore. Furious, he slaps her and she falls to the ground. He would never abandon his comrades on the Argama, and her actions will still get people killed. She doesn't want to bear the burden of her family alone anymore. All Torres sees is her selfishness. He drives off, and she boards the ship to rejoin her family. The ship, overloaded and in a hurry, finds a gap in the battle outside and takes off. The Axis pilots are caught off guard by the Double Zeta's arrival. They thought they had crashed a ship into the port where the Argama was docked, but Goten has yet another backup plan. He orders them to drive the just-emerged immigration ship over the Argama's port. On board, Cecilia's belligerent, alcoholic father berates her while her mother sits silently, and her young brother peers out a porthole at the battle. The ship is jarred, and Cecilia drops the suitcase Goten gave her. When she goes to pick it up, it opens slightly, revealing not the gold ingots that were promised, but blinking lights and a tangle of wires. A bomb. Outside, it seems that the Axis mobile suits are using the ship for cover, but Judo trusts his aim and attacks. A few moments pass, as Cecilia realizes what Goten has done and decides what she must do. As she puts on a normal suit and goes through an airlock to take the bomb away from the ship, she talks to herself as if she's talking to Torres. "I'm not afraid," she tells him. Judo has killed Kleyu and destroyed one of the other mobile suits. Goten orders the rest back to the Axis ship and begins the countdown to set off the bomb. Standing at the edge of a hatchway, Cecilia sees Nell's mobile suit fly beneath her and decides to not just jettison the bomb. She propels herself forward and clings to the mobile suit with one hand, carrying the bomb in the other. About to fire on the retreating enemy, Judo spots the tiny figure and waits, calling out for them to get away. Once he gets closer, he can see that it's Cecilia, and calls out for her to let go, he'll catch her. But Tora's words still ringing in her ears. She can't risk the bomb harming Judo, the Double Zeta, or Granada. Goten's ship fires its guns at the Double Zeta, forcing Judo back. Nell lands on the launch deck. The bomb explodes, killing Cecilia, Goten, Nell, and all the remaining Endracor. On the bridge of the Argama, Torres thinks the enemy blew themselves up, and gives a relieved grin as he thinks, "We got lucky." He thinks of Cecilia, and hopes that she finally has some luck and finds a better life somewhere. In his cockpit, Judo holds back tears, and wonders why Cecilia did it. Leaving Granada after evading Goten's trap, the Argama sets a course for Earth. Matcha arrives with a new mobile suit, a repaired but otherwise identical to before Hyakushiki, and additional orders and intel. Haman is aboard her flagship, and the Argama is ordered to find and sink the ship. In the hangar, Bicha and Mondo present Judo with their latest project, a series of container bombs strung on links of cable that are meant to be attached to the Double Zeta. Their suggestion is that with the bombs attached to his mobile suit, he can move through the Axis fleet looking for Lena, and the Axis mobile suits won't be able to attack him. They are pretty sure that the cables are long enough that any exploding bombs won't hurt the Double Zeta. When Judo hesitates, Bicha gets in his face, saying, "We're trying to help you. Don't you want to save Lena?" Judo agrees to the plan and goes to begin preparations. Once he's gone, Bicha and Mondo muse over the fact that there's no way this plan works, and that when the Double Zeta is inevitably destroyed, it'll be time for a new main character. Shinta and Kuma overhear this and try to warn Judo, but are scooped up by another crew member and scolded for goofing off. The Argama finally encounters the enemy fleet. Judo makes for the Double Zeta's cockpit, and when Astonaji confronts him about launching without orders, Judo shoves him out of the way and reveals that he's covered himself in hand grenades. And the new weapon that Ino has been helping Judo install? It's a series of bombs. In an attempt to stop Judo from going through with this reckless plan, Astonaji and Ino try to cut the cables loose. In the process, Ino gets tangled. One of the cables wraps around his midsection and he can't get free. Judo doesn't see him, and Ino just barely manages to grab hold of the Double Zeta and close his visor right before Judo launches into space. On his way to confront the Axis fleet, Judo finally spots Ino. A sudden stop yanks Ino away from the Double Zeta, but he reels himself back in and angrily confronts Judo about his recklessness. The two are arguing when Axis mobile suits fly by, shooting, and Judo tries to shove Ino out into space so that he can close the cockpit. Ino is understandably indignant about this, but while they fight, the enemy mobile suits pass them by. After all, the Argama is their real target. El and Ru launch carefully. The space around the Argama is soon thick with laser fire. And while they fight off Axis mobile suits, an Axis ship, captained by the new-to-us Rakan Dakaran, positions itself above the Argama and readies a surprise attack. At the same time, Judo confronts another ship in the Axis fleet. He demands to know where Lena is and threatens to crush the bridge if they lie to him. When one of the ship's mobile suits attacks, he disconnects one of the bomb cables and lashes out with it like a whip. Once it's wrapped around the enemy mobile suit, he fires his beam rifle and the bombs explode, sending the fiery wreck of the mobile suit crashing into the enemy ship. Judo moves on to the next Axis ship he can find. Rakan's ship emerges from the debris on a collision course with the Argama. When his bridge crew express hesitation over his plan to ram the Ayug ship, he threatens to charge anyone who leaves the bridge with desertion. Bright orders the Argama to evade, and to prepare the megaparticle beam cannon to fire. Torres' concern that any strike at this range would also destroy the Argama is ignored, and Bright orders the cannon to fire. The blast and the ships themselves just barely miss each other, pushed off course by the beam, and Rakan takes off in his mobile suit, the Drysen. Haman can sense Judo's approach, the pressure new types so often feel in each other's proximity. She remembers him from their encounter at the palace on Axis Colony. When he demands to know where Lena is, she uses the holoscope to address him, her projection stating that Lena is aboard, he should come and get her. Ino doesn't trust her, but Judo cannot let the possibility pass him by. Once they board, Ino stays in the double Zeta while Judo goes to talk. Haman immediately drags him away from her guards and to a quiet room where they can talk alone. She reveals that Lena isn't there, but that he should have known that already. Tells him that they are connected, that their new-type powers draw them to each other, and that he ought to ally himself with her. As members of the same race, there is no reason for them to fight each other. Judo pushes her away and tries to leave, but she pins him to a wall. He feels strange, sees outer space swirling around them. At the same time that he fears Haman and knows her to be his enemy, he feels a pleasant sensation with her near. She is leaning in as if to kiss him when her guards arrive and break the spell. Judo escapes through the ship using the grenades he brought to send soldiers running. Once he's made it to the double Zeta, he finds the remaining bomb cables were cut off while he was gone, and chides Ino while blasting his way out of the hangar. On the way back to the Argama, he's caught by Rakan. Although he struggles against the more experienced pilot, he's eventually able to slice clean through the Drysen, and Rakan just manages to eject before the mobile suit explodes. As he does after every failed attempt, Judo swears that he'll find and rescue Lena, then returns to the Argama.
In geosynchronous orbit high above the Earth, the Argama pursues the Neo-Zeon fleet. Their orders are to stop Haman from landing at Dakar and linking up with her spies inside the Federation Assembly. Glemmy has come to accompany Haman, and he has brought the two girls, Lena and Puru, with him. Lena has snuck out of her lessons once again and is wandering the spaceship when she overhears Puru screaming from the other side of a hatch. Inside, Glemmy and a doctor are monitoring Puru's condition as she undergoes hypnotherapy to make her believe that Judo and all the Argama's Gundams are her enemies. "Awaken," Glemmy orders, but the experience is too traumatic. Puru collapses. The doctor says she needs rest, but Glemmy wants her ready to fight immediately. When he discovers Lena eavesdropping, the Zeon commander reminds his hostage/protege that she will debut in high society once they land on Earth. On the Argama, trailing Haman's fleet just out of range, the whole crew is busy getting ready for the next battle, and for re-entry. The whole crew, that is, except Bicha and Mondo, who can't seem to understand why everyone is working so hard, or why they're willing to fight and die in this war. Bright tries to address their concerns directly. Isn't saving the Earth a good enough reason to fight? But no, it isn't. Bicha and Mondo are space noids, and they don't buy Bright's talk of duty to the planet of their ancestors. So instead, Bright appeals to their selfish instincts. If they don't fight to protect the ship, then they'll die. If they want to leave at the next opportunity, Bright won't stop them. But they don't seem convinced. Bright talks to Judo next, pressing the young pilot about his feelings and his plans for the future, but Judo is unwilling to really discuss either with the captain. Rue and Elle reassure him, Judo's a good kid, and more responsible than he lets on. Don't worry too much about him. Over at the Zeon fleet, Glemmy is meeting with Haman aboard her flagship, the Sadalan. He shows off Puru, and Haman is pleased to see another new type in their ranks. But it's clear that she doesn't trust Glemmy. He makes a show of devotion, and she promises the honor of introducing him as her aide when she meets with Federation leadership. But as soon as they separate, she orders her men to keep an eye on the ambitious upstart's plans. It's clear now that Haman's fleet is headed for Federation capital Dakar after all, and on the Argama's bridge, Torres suspects that she plans to seize control of the assembly itself. Then, bad news arrives from their allies in Karaba on Earth. Neo-Zeon agents have already infiltrated the assembly. They effectively control it. Bright can't help being impressed by Haman's skill, but the realization of how thoroughly Ayuk has been outplayed leaves him feeling dejected. There's only one move left for them if they want to spoil her plans: an immediate attack, to destroy the flagship or prevent it from entering the atmosphere. Judo is uncharacteristically eager to go, but he has his own plan. He knows Lena must be in one of the escort cruisers, so that is his real target. He and Ino convince Rue to swap mobile suits for this operation, and he goes out in the more maneuverable Zeta Gundam. But the Argama's Gundam team won't be free to do as it pleases. Sensing an opportunity to prove his value to Haman, Glemmy orders the Sandra and its complement of Zusa mobile suits to intercept. Puru, brainwashed to hate the Gundam and destroy her enemies, launches without orders, followed by Glemmy and the Bawu. It takes some convincing, but eventually even Bicha agrees to fight. He launches in the Hyakushiki and joins L and Rue holding off the Zusas. Meanwhile, Judo goes for the ships, but he runs into Glemmy and Puru instead. Haman's fleet enters the atmosphere, with the Argama still too far out of range to fire on them in this vulnerable moment. Reluctant to fight Puru and unable to reach the Zeon ships while dodging her attacks, Judo is forced to abandon his mission. He tries to appeal directly to Puru. With their cockpits open, he talks to her, face to face and heart to heart, and for a moment it seems that he's gotten through the conditioning. But then she shoots him. The fighting has brought them into Earth's gravity well, and Puru's Kubile Mark II begins to burn up. Glemmy abandons her, but Judo takes a gamble. He transforms the Zeta and uses its Wave Rider form to shield and then catch Puru. They descend together as the other ships and mobile suits open their ballots. The battle, for the moment, is over, and peace reigns in the sky above Africa. Dakar, the Federation capital, has fallen. Explosions outside the city mark where Federation forces are still putting up token resistance. But inside, the city center and the Federation assembly are firmly in the hands of Neo Zeon. The stage is set for Lady Haman's arrival. The Earth is all but hers. But 400 kilometers to the south, the Argama and its Gundam team make landfall in an archipelago off the Atlantic coast of Africa. The Spacenoid crew is amazed by the sight of the verdant earth and the endless, gleaming oceans. It's even better than in the photos. The Argama recovers its mobile suits, and with them the enemy new-type pilot, LP Puru. But there's no time to rest or decide how to handle the captive. New orders arrive from their Earthbound allies in Karaba. The Argama's mobile suit team is to launch a frontal assault on the Neo Zeon forces occupying Dakar. Bright can't quite believe that they're being sent into the belly of the beast again, but he doesn't have long to think about it, because at that moment a Neo Zeon commando team in aquatic mobile suits launches a surprise attack on the Argama. Rue and the Zeta drives them off, but it's only a matter of time until they return, and to make matters worse, they are soon engulfed in a storm. So, when a local fishing boat signals that they can show the Argama to safer moorings for a mere 5,000 gilas, Bright accepts the offer. Judo and L run into each other outside Puru's room. Judo's carrying a bag and behaving suspiciously, but when L presses him on his intentions, he says he's just bringing some things for Puru. He can't get into the room they're using for a cell, though, because for once Bright has taken some actual precautions with the prisoner by locking the door and ordering that Judo not be allowed alone with her. When Puru does see him, she demands to know where he's going. L and Judo assure the girl that Judo isn't really going anywhere, but he doesn't give her the bag, and within moments it becomes clear that Puru has sensed something about his real intentions, because as soon as he can, he makes an excuse to get away from L, and then he jumps ship, stowing away aboard the fishing vessel that came to guide the Argama. Taman, a boy about Judo's age and one of the fishermen who came out to negotiate, spots Judo, but he doesn't mind helping a fellow kid escape the war. Taman takes Judo back to his home, where they meet his sister, Anu. She's around Lena's age, and the similarities between them are striking. When Anu chides Taman for risking his life and getting entangled in the war all for the sake of money, a melancholic look passes across Judo's face. It's soon clear that Judo left the Argama so that he can go directly to Dakar and free his sister. They're discussing how he can get there, but the conversation is interrupted by another fisherman. He's come to get Taman for a special job, one that will pay double. Once Taman is gone, Anu explains that there's a group of outsiders, soldiers, who have set up a base on the island. They brought mobile suits, too, and trained locals like Taman in how to use them. Back on the Argama, his disappearance has been noticed, at least by L. At first she thinks he's gone to spring Puru out of the brig, but the younger girl tells Elle no, Judo has left the ship entirely. Realizing that Puru can sense Judo's location, Elle and Ino drag her to the hangar and try to use her like a dowsing rod to point them towards the deserter. Instead, Puru taunts Elle, counting on the latter's quick temper. And when Elle lunges for her, Puru dodges and leaps into the open cockpit of a core fighter. Moments later, she's racing out through the open hatch, pursued by Elle and Ino in the other two parts of the Double Zeta. Judo goes after Taman. Sneaking into a coastal cave, he discovers the secret staging ground for the Neo-Zeon commando team that attacked the Argama. Now that the AU ship is hunkered down in a supposedly hidden, safe cove, it's a sitting duck for a second attack. They just need the locals to lead the way. Taman agrees. He'll do whatever it takes to get paid. But Judo grabs Taman before he can get into a mobile suit and tries to dissuade him. It's no use. The wiry fisherman drops Judo with a body blow and launches in the new Kapul mobile suit. As Taman races toward the Argama underwater, Judo is found, first by Anu, and then by Puru in the core fighter. Judo promises to save Taman from the war, and he races off with Puru to do just that. Meeting Elle and Ino on the way back, he forms the Double Zeta and sends the other two ahead to warn the Argama about the imminent attack. Underwater, Judo meets the Neo-Zeon squadron in battle, but he's reluctant to fight back, knowing that some of these pilots are actually civilians. When one fisherman gets spooked and tries to flee, the Neo-Zeon commander shoots him in the back. That's too much for Judo, and he makes quick work of the remaining mobile suits, all except for Taman in the Kapul. Now furious that the Double Zeta has ruined his chance at a huge payday, and not realizing that Judo is the pilot, Taman tries to continue the fight. But Judo closes the distance. With their radios connected, he begs Taman to escape the war while he still has the chance. I'm not doing this because I like it. Fighting sucks, man. Don't you understand? After seeing all of this? The message gets through. Taman returns to his island and sends the Kapul off like a bomb to destroy itself, the remaining mobile suits, and all traces of the Neo-Zeon base. The storm breaks at last, and as Taman swims toward Anu waiting on the beach, a rainbow appears above the islands.
Karaba finally contacts the Argama. They are coordinating an attack on Dakar from the north and the south. And while the Argama waits for further information, the Gundam team, Judo, Elle, Bicha, Mondo, Ino, Ru, and Puru, with the Double Zeta, the Mark II, and the Mega Rider, set off across the desert. In a nearby oasis town, a man in an old Zeon uniform, his head covered in the local headscarf, rides a camel up to another Zeon soldier standing guard. Rushing inside, he addresses himself to his commander, Rommel, informing him of the Axis takeover of the Federation Assembly and the arrival of Minerva Zabi. This is what Rommel and his men have waited and trained for over the past 8 years. However, they've also received word of an AUG ship nearby with a complement of Gundam mobile suits. And who better to take out this threat than Rommel Corps? They remove their own mobile suits from their hiding places, buried in sand dunes or under nets of palm fronds, and they assemble outside headquarters. One young soldier, Nikki, arrives with his wife and son clinging to him, begging him not to go. Rommel walks up and slaps Nikki, reprimanding him for his family's lack of discipline, and Nikki rushes into the ranks, brushing off his family and asking them not to embarrass him anymore. The rest of the townspeople watch impassive as the Zeon soldiers move out. The Gundam team has broken down. Sand has gotten into the workings of the Hyakushiki, and they struggle to get it moving again. At the same time, Puru has locked everyone out of the Mega Rider, while she uses all of their drinking water to take a bubble bath. Between the glaring sun, the heat, the sand, and Puru, everyone is frustrated, and Judo decides to solve one problem at least. He'll take the Zeta Gundam and look for drinking water. Of course, the moment Puru sees him leave, she takes off after him in the Mega Rider, leaving the rest of the team behind. A scout for Rommel Corps spots the Mega Rider and Zeta Gundam and takes photographs and observations back to the commander. The trap is laid, and all that is left is to lure the Gundam into it. The other members of the Gundam team, starting to worry that Judo and Puru haven't returned, go in search of them, and find them at the same time that the bait, Nikki in a desert Zaku, attacks and then retreats. As planned, Judo chases after him, and Puru, carrying all of the other suits on the Mega Rider, follows, lagging behind. Clearly inexperienced, Nikki seems to panic, sweating and fretting about why the Zeta Gundam doesn't catch him already, and calling out for cover fire even before he's reached the objective. When he finally arrives, the bombardment begins, mobile suits blanketing the area in missile fire from their hiding places in the dunes. Nikki is unable to get out of the way in time, and they do not wait for him. He is killed by friendly fire. Judo dodges these attacks but finds himself surrounded as enemy mobile suits emerge from the dunes all around him. The situation looks bleak until the rest of the Gundam team arrive, and they all work together to fight off Rommel Corps. When the Zeta loses its footing in the shifting sand and falls, and Rommel looms over, ready to strike, Ino blasts the arm from the enemy mobile suit. The minefield trap batters them, but does no lasting damage, and it doesn't take the Gundam team long to destroy or incapacitate all of the Zeon mobile suits but one. Rommel remains, the terrified cries of his men ringing in his ears as he realizes how completely they've been defeated. Opening his cockpit, Judo peers out at the last remaining mobile suit, asking the pilot to surrender. There's no point in fighting on! In a rage, Rommel charges his mobile suit at the Zeta. All of the other mobile suits fire, and bits and pieces of Rommel's suit fly off, as if the suit is disintegrating, but it's still whole when it collides with the Zeta. Judo was able to close the cockpit in time and brace the Zeta, putting a beam saber through the charging mobile suit. With tears in his eyes, he confronts the enemy. This attack was absurd, reckless. What can this possibly accomplish? But Rommel cannot live with his defeat. After 8 years of training, planning, and discipline, to be beaten by a bunch of kids? It seems the world has passed him by, and he makes no attempt to eject from his mobile suit before the damage causes it to explode. In the Oasis town, the war leaves behind another widow, another son without a father, and the Gundam team continue on toward their destination as the sunset paints the desert sky. The Gundam team is still deep in the desert and still hunting for water. There's supposed to be an oasis nearby, but their map is from before the 1-year war, and the desert terrain all looks the same to the Spacenoids. Elle and Rue bicker and snipe at each other as they hunker in the shade, waiting for Judo to return. Not far from them, a young woman in a hooded cape sets a Zeon helmet on a rock formation. She talks to its previous owner, Tag, telling him that she is maintaining the mobile suit just as he taught her. When she sees Judo's core fighter in the distance, she murmurs that things are happening just as Tag said they would. Judo doesn't see her, but he does see her camel, and seems to think that if he can catch it, he can get water from its hump. He chases the poor creature, but in his single-mindedness fails to notice how tall the dunes are. A cloud of sand billows outward as he crashes, almost burying the core fighter in the dune. Jumping out to pursue the camel on foot, he instead runs into the young woman, Masai, comforting the scared animal. On hearing Judo's explanation of who he is and what he's doing, she shares her water skin and offers to show him the way to the oasis. Puru is the first to notice them approaching, and runs to hug Judo and chide him for leaving her behind. But the normally talkative Puru is struck silent by Masai, who seems to radiate sadness. Masai turns her gaze on Judo's friends and their assembled mobile suits, and says she won't be able to guide them after all, but if they go in the direction that the shadows point, they'll find it in no time. While Judo goes to retrieve the core fighter, Puru trailing after him, the rest of the group set off, walking the mobile suits through the desert to keep a low profile. Reaching the edge of the town, most of the kids rush up, ebullient at the sight of the oasis, but Rue tries to put on the brakes. They need to try to seem unthreatening, and to ask properly and politely before they take any water. Even her efforts do no good. The elders find the pilot's arrival suspicious and refuse to share water. After all, with their machines, they should be able to leave the desert easily. The kids from Shangri-La are surprised and angry that they're so unwelcome, with Bicha muttering, "What did we ever do to them?" But Rue thinks she understands. This village and its people must have been harmed in the last war. Judo and Puru have yet to arrive. They're still trudging toward the core fighter, and Puru is slowing them down. Stopped at the top of a dune, Puru looks around and spots Masai entering a nearby cave. She and Judo decide to investigate. Inside, Masai has climbed into the cockpit of a partially buried Gelgoog. She is wearing a Zeon normal suit and is about to put Tag's old helmet on when Judo and Puru confront her. "I have to show them," she says, thinking not of Zeon or Axis, the Federation or Ayug, but of her village. Judo and Puru grab hold of the helmet, trying to keep Masai from putting it on and launching. And while she struggles against them, she cries out, "I'm doing this in Tag's place!" The intensity of Masai's feelings surprises Puru into letting go, and Masai hits Judo in the face with the helmet before pulling it from his grasp. Once she closes the cockpit and the Gelgoog rises out of the sand, there's nothing left for Judo and Puru to do but run for the core fighter. Masai heads straight for the village, and the Gundam team scramble to deal with the sudden appearance of an enemy mobile suit, sure that it must be a scout for a larger force. But Masai has been waiting and training for years, and her knowledge of the terrain allows her to hold her own even while outnumbered. Gliding over the sand, the Gelgoog trips up Rue and Bicha, lures Mondo into quicksand, darts around rock formations, and uses sand to blind her opponents. All the while, Masai talks to Tag, repeating his advice and lessons, telling him how well his plans are working. Maneuvering into a nimble jump, she lands the Gelgoog on the Mega Rider. Just as she is about to put her beam Naginata through the ship, she is struck in the back by a missile. Judo and Puru have arrived. Once Judo forms the double Zeta, Tag's Gelgoog doesn't stand a chance. Yet again, Judo finds himself locking beam sabers with an enemy who has no chance of winning. And again he asks, "Why are you doing this?" Masai explains that Tag was hated and shunned by the village for being an outsider and a soldier. It seems he had lived there from the 1-year war until his death, certain that the war would come again and that the village needed to be prepared to defend itself. Now Masai is determined to prove the village wrong and redeem Tag's honor. The double Zeta's beam saber slices the head and one arm from the Gelgoog. The damage is such that the Gelgoog may explode at any moment. Defeated and contemplating the possibility of death, Masai is torn. If she dies, she follows Tag. How can she face the village when it seems she's proven them right? How can she die and leave the village to curse her and Tag for all eternity? Judo angrily blames Tag, thinking it's despicable for a man to make a woman fight, but Puru tells him he's wrong. In spite of her usual self-absorption, Puru is deeply moved by Masai's feelings and begs Judo to save her. Working quickly, he climbs into the Gelgoog's cockpit and removes Masai's helmet. She seems dazed and shoves him away, but he slaps her and yells for her to snap out of it. As he drags her out, she almost tries to go back for Tag's helmet, but Judo yanks her clear, and Puru uses the double Zeta to shield them when the Gelgoog explodes. Afterwards, the townspeople allow the Gundam team to refill their water supplies. Bicha wonders out loud why anyone would keep living in such a place before getting back in the Hyakushiki. Puru, sitting in Judo's lap while he flies the core fighter, leans against the glass of the cockpit with tears in her eyes, thinking that now Tag is really and truly gone, and Masai will be alone forever. In the village, everyone gives Masai a wide berth, and as she sits alone in the cool dark, she wonders, what now? From the window of her room in Dakar's presidential palace, Lena looks out over the harbor full of Neo-Zeon ships, the streets full of Neo-Zeon mobile suits, the fireworks shimmering overhead. Preoccupied, she knocks over a decanter and cuts herself trying to clean up. A maid fusses over her and urges her to start preparing for the evening's party. The air is full of confetti as a parade makes its way down the boulevard. Haman, Minerva, and other Neo-Zeon notables ride in the back of convertibles, smiling and waving to people lining the streets. Ru, Bicha, and Mondo watch from down an alleyway, gathering intel. From just outside the city, Elle and Judo monitor the ships and mobile suits around the bay. Judo asks Elle if she'd be willing to leave the Argama after tonight's rescue. He wants Lena taken somewhere safe, but wants to finish what he started with the Double Zeta and AU. Night falls, and the elite of the Earth Federation assemble at the palace. Minerva is there in her child-sized soldier's uniform, but Haman addresses the gathering on her behalf, speaking of the dawn of a new era of harmony and prosperity between Earthnoids and Spacenoids, and her heartfelt thanks for their gracious welcome. As the crowd smiles and applauds, Lena's vision grows dark. Gloved hands seem to glow, disembodied and floating in a field of black nothingness. Seeing her frightened expression, Glemmy assumes it's nerves and tells her, "Don't forget to smile." Federation dignitaries present themselves one by one to Minerva and Haman. Glemmy urges Lena to watch closely, explaining that the adults of the Federation are weak and can only survive by currying favor from the strong. Lena's vision changes again, and drops of sweat dot her forehead. She sees the adults, subservient, smiling, laughing, and knows that it is all a lie. She thinks, is this what being an adult is? The Gundam team is sneaking into the city, underwater or just barely skimming the waves. Puru, bored and petulant, fires off a missile. The others sputter angrily that this wasn't the plan, but Puru insists that she knew it was time. Lena seems faint, staggering backwards, but recovers and shouts, "This is wrong! I don't want to grow up like this!" The missile Puru fired lands just outside, rocking the whole palace and distracting everyone from Lena's outburst. The guests are instructed to remain calm, and Haman claims that this is a planned demonstration of Neo Zeon's power. The Karaba were lured here for that very purpose. Glemmy signals the band to keep playing, while Haman takes Minerva to safety. The Gundam team's mobile suits fight their way through the streets of Dakar, with air support from Ru and Ino in core fighters, and artillery fire from Mondo and Puru in the Mega Rider. Judo lands his core fighter and sets off on foot, sneaking his way into the palace while fire from Ru distracts the gate guards. Inside, Glemmy talks business with a couple of Federation officials who admire the get-up-and-go of these young Spacenoids. Lena senses Judo nearby, and, excusing herself with a curtsy, goes looking for her brother. But Lena is not the only one to sense Judo's presence, and as he drops through an open window and down to the landing below, Haman is there to greet him, her pistol at the ready. She talks about the evil Earthnoids who rushed to rebuild with no concern for the Earth and did even more damage in the process. Judo protests that while that may be true, it doesn't make Haman's actions right, and he will never join her. All he cares about is saving Lena, and Haman, shaking her head at his selfishness, fires her pistol, and the shot grazes his arm. Finally, Lena finds them and throws herself between Judo and Haman. "I want to protect you for once," she tells him, shielding him with her body. More explosions rock the building and the power goes out. Judo takes advantage of a moment when Haman is staggered and runs up to try to wrestle the pistol away from her. She manages to shove him away and fires, but in the tumult she misses, and the shot grazes Lena's side, leaving a ragged tear in her pink party dress. Judo holds Lena close, and in an instant, Haman goes from disdainful to frightened. All around her is red and black, full of rough shadows, and pulsing menacingly. Out in the city, still fighting block by block, the Gundam team feel it too. So does Glemmy, who excuses himself to go investigate. The party guests realize that all Neo Zeon officials have gone, and when a chandelier crashes to the floor, panic finally breaks out. The anger radiating off of Judo looks like blue flame. Haman backs away and shoots, but is so shaken she misses, and Judo continues to stalk towards her. Terror mounting, Haman trips as she backs into the stairs. Stretching up towards the ceiling, Judo's aura looks like a demon with red eyes, and it dives at Haman. She turns tail and runs past her guards and into her room, slamming the door behind her. Crying into her bedspread, Haman shudders to think of Judo's power and the danger he poses. From his core fighter, Ino sees what looks like a massive projection of Judo towering over the palace. A few moments later, it fades away. Although Lina is weak and in pain, she is able to walk with Judo to the palace entrance. Guests crowd the guards, demanding that they be allowed to leave, but Lina has learned a few things these past weeks, and brings all her imperiousness to bear. They are all there because they've decided to put the fate of the world in Neo Zeon's hands, and should be willing to follow Neo Zeon to the end. Anyone who leaves will mark themselves out as a rebel. She commands them to return to the Great Hall, and with a few quiet grumbles, the crowd dissipates. The soldiers thank her, and she explains to them that she's been ordered by Glemmy to return to the Saladan. She speaks with such authority that they believe her, and she and Judo walk away. Glemmy, realizing that Lina isn't in her room, goes looking for her, and once he's spoken to the guards, realizes that she can't have gone far. He launches in the Bawu. Unable to walk any further, Lina collapses, and Judo carries her toward his core fighter, but they run into a checkpoint, and it looks as though they'll be captured until the Audumla arrives. The air around it is dense with mobile suits on base jabbers, and the guards rush off to more important tasks. There's no way to properly care for Lina while flying the core fighter. Judo does his best, but his core fighter takes a hit, and they crash land on the water, the fight still raging all around them. The Audumla skims the water, sending a curtain of spray arcing over the ship. Haman orders her flagship, the Sadalan, to fire its main gun, but the beam is deflected by the water and they switch to missiles. Explosions punctuate the city streets. Ino tells the others that Judo's plane crash-landed on the water, but even though Bicha and El want to go look for their friend, they are pinned down by heavy fire until reinforcements arrive. Puru uses her new type abilities to track Judo's core fighter to a nearby beach. Mondo is impressed and relieved to find not only Judo but Lina too in the cockpit of the downed plane. Puru urges him to go get the first aid kit, and while he's away, she gently wakes Lina. Speaking quietly so that Judo won't wake up, Puru tries to convince Lina to come with her. Lina is in the way here. Judo has already done so many reckless things to save her that he's bound to get killed protecting her. Unless she leaves. Lina takes Puru's hand and Puru leads her into the forest. The Gundam team finally arrive at the beach and revive Judo. All of them are relieved to see him in one piece. But the moment Judo realizes that Lina is gone, he takes off running, staggering and stumbling over the sand as he follows the trail of Lina and Puru's footprints. Just moments after he's gone, Glemmy spots them all on the beach, and he and his new wingwoman, Amatha Pola, attack, forcing the Gundam team back to their planes and mobile suits. Lina and Puru reach a clearing. There are a few small buildings and a boat, but no sign of any people. Looking around furtively, Lina's eyes land on a long strip of metal, and she darts forward, grabbing it and holding it like a staff. Now Lina is the one who feels she needs to protect Judo from the dangerous cyber-new type, Puru. Puru picks up her own improvised staff and the two of them fight, Puru crying over the unfairness of it all, that she should have no parents or siblings while Lina has both, that Judo loves Lina for no reason, that Glemmy seemed kind to Lina and gave her lessons while forcing Puru to undergo the frightening and painful cyber-new type training. By the time Judo arrives, Puru has knocked Lina to the ground and is choking her. Judo calls out to Puru to stop, but she demands to know who he loves more, her or Lina. Judo tries to convince her that he doesn't need to choose, that they can all be siblings together. He blames Glemmy and the different ways he treated Puru and Lina for creating this conflict between them. And Puru finally lets Lina go. That's when they all notice the explosions in the distance. All three of them hear the fighting on the beach, and although Judo wants to stay with Lina, she encourages him to go. After all, isn't he fighting to make them all free? With Puru offering to stay behind, Judo can join the fight. In the air, Glemmy is trying to destroy one of the core fighters to prevent them from being able to form the Double Zeta. Meanwhile, Judo has identified a serious problem. The core base is missing. It is just as essential for forming the Double Zeta, and they need to find it now. Lina and Puru can hear him, and Puru projects a message to the rest of the team. Find the core base! While still under fire, El, Bicha, and Mondo find the missing piece and tow it free from where it crashed and half buried itself on the beach. El spots the Argama approaching over the ocean, and the awareness spreads through the group. It is pursuing the Sadalan as it withdraws over Dakar, using the city as a shield. Much of the Neo-Zeon force follows the retreating flagship. From her sickbed, a feverish and shivering Lina senses danger and calls to Judo, "Look out!" He turns just in time to parry an attack from behind, and Lina falls unconscious. Concerned about Lina's fever, Puru decides to make a cold compress and rushes outside to find water. Ru keeps Glemmy occupied long enough for Judo to form the Double Zeta, and Judo immediately slashes through Glemmy's flyer. Amathapola flies in to pick up the Bawu before slashing at Judo herself, then grabbing one of the Double Zeta's legs to drag it down to Earth and prevent it from chasing Glemmy. The Double Zeta kicks Amatha's mobile suit off, and Glemmy shouts for Amatha to fall back, but she is determined to keep up the attack. A missile strike to her glider causes Amatha to spin out of control, and a second hit destroys the glider completely, sending her mobile suit falling to Earth, falling to the jungle and to Lina. Everyone can see the danger, but none of them are able to stop it. The crash blasts through the hut, leaving only supports and bits of roof behind, the whole of it engulfed in flames. Judo lands near the fire and finds one of Lina's shoes among the charred bits of debris. When Puru runs up, there is a brief and terrible moment of hope in which Judo thinks maybe Lina wasn't killed. The rest of the Gundam team arrive, and all of them mill around in shock. Ru tries to snap Judo out of his denial, and Puru tearfully tells him she wants to go back to the Argama, but Judo will not move. He stares into the fire, crying silently. His friends join him, all grieving the loss of their sweet, stubborn friend, Lina.
Away Ru.
The tables have turned, and now the Argama is on the run from Haman and her fleet. Since returning to the ship, Judo hasn't moved, and his core fighter still sits on the launch deck with him inside it. The kids from Shangri-La think he's in shock and should be left alone. That's clearly what he wants right now, but Ru is insistent that ace pilots don't mope or wallow. She goes to get him, pushing Puru aside from where she's guarding the core fighter. When the top of the cockpit swings open, Ru and Puru are taken aback to see Judo slumped in the seat, the control panels around him cracked and warped, and his knuckles red and scratched. Ru launches into a speech, trying to convince Judo to snap out of it, that lots of people fight on and persevere after losing a loved one, that they are at war and he doesn't have the luxury of being able to avoid it, but he can use his anger as fuel for fighting. When he just tells her to leave him alone, she harshly replies, "I guess I thought too highly of you." Judo takes off running, but a couple of crew members grab him, worried about what he might do in his current state of mind. Later on, the rest of the pilots are busy with maintenance. Ru, on an upper deck, asks Bicha to throw her a wrench, and with a smirk he throws it just out of reach. When she scrambles to catch it, she almost falls. Not hesitating to confront him, Ru asks Bicha what his problem is. When he and Mondo tell her she was too hard on Judo, she says they have a warped way of showing their support. "What would you know? You're not one of us," Bicha retorts. And the argument devolves into name-calling, pushing, and shoving. Ino breaks up the fight, and a fed-up Ru launches in one of the core fighters. On the bridge, Bright is finally contacted by the Aldumla. Their mobile suit team is to launch and defend a Karaba base in nearby El Golea. The ship's alarm sounds and the crew are ordered to battle stations, but Bright is angry to hear that Rue is already launching, and orders the other pilots to hurry and launch as well. A slideshow of pictures capturing Earth's natural beauties plays in Haman's otherwise dark chamber. Haman directs Glemmy to take the Drysen team and capture Karaba facilities, while her forces seize Titan's ones, and Glemmy hopes that the fight will draw Rue. Back at the Argama, Astonaji is surprised to see Judo launching just behind the others. I got tired of being in my room, Judo tells him, but really, he's thinking of a conversation he had with Puru. She had, in a gentle way, pointed out that he was not himself, that this quiet, withdrawn, still behavior isn't who he is, and that in a way, Rue might be right, that fighting can give him purpose and help him keep going. Rue encounters the Drysen team first, and is relieved when Elle, Bicha, and Mondo show up. But her relief turns to consternation and then fear when Bicha and Mondo execute their latest plan, to use Rue and her core fighter as a shield when they fight Glemmy. Bicha grabs Rue's core fighter from the air, holding it in front of the Hyakushiki as he crashes into Glemmy's Bawu, and forces it to the ground. He mashes the core fighter's cockpit up to the Bawu, so Glemmy can see it's really Rue. Taking advantage of a brief pause in the fighting, Rue hops out of her cockpit and runs away, promising that Bicha will pay for this. Glemmy gets out of his own cockpit to go after her, and is barely clear of the explosion when Bicha puts a beam saber through the Bawu. Somehow the core fighter gets through unscathed, and Rue takes it, flying off into the sunset. When Judo arrives with Ino, El Golea is burning. The others, distracted from the mission by their fight with Glemmy, failed to check the Drysen team's attack. Once they are all together and focused, they make short work of the attackers, killing some and forcing the others to retreat. Glemmy is left stranded, alone in the desert. As the Gundam team switch to putting out fires, Judo looks down at the death and destruction visited on El Golea, and rediscovers his will to fight. Since his defeat at El Golea, Glemmy has been alone. Trudging along in the heat and the full sun, he cries out with happiness and relief when a Zaku tanker drives up from deeper in the desert, but faints before he can meet his rescuers. They were not sent for him. They aren't even Neo-Zeon soldiers, but they recognize his uniform and think they might have a use for him. Nearby, Rue pulls a tarp over her core fighter to hide it from view while she walks to the nearby town of Gardaya for oil. It was supposed to be an easy errand, but the guards at the town entrance demand ID that she doesn't have, and no amount of arguing convinces them to let her through. Seeing a tall, robed, blonde man just inside the entrance, she says, "But I know him!" She throws herself through the guards and into an embrace with the stranger, acting as though he's her lover late for a rendezvous. He decides to play along, making excuses and assuring the guards that he'd vouch for her. Under their breath, the guards joke about how many girlfriends Mr. Genet seems to have. Genet and Rue walk away arm in arm, but once they are out of sight, Rue pulls away, apologizing for the trouble and thanking him for his help. He flirts with her, calling her a work of art and asking her to become his muse. And at first she worries about his intentions, but he reassures her and she agrees to go somewhere with him, somewhere the Franks, or Europeans, hang out. The crew of the Argama are short-handed and struggling to keep the ship's equipment running smoothly. Not only does sand get into everything, but they are very low on oil. Rue handled resupply. Bright wants to keep heading north, but Astonaji thinks they should stop in Gardaya to stock up, and Judo supports the idea, thinking that if they stay in the area, they may find Rue. When Puru hints that Rue is in the city, Judo takes off, promising to return with oil and Rue. Puru goes with him in the Wave Rider, and Ino and Elle follow in the Mega Rider and Mark II. When Glemmy comes to, he's surrounded by men in blue desert uniforms, white fabric wrapped tightly around their calves and turbans on their heads. They are the Blue Corps, a Tuareg group fighting for African liberation. Their captain threatens Glemmy with a sword and demands he spy for them in Gardaya. Glemmy will blend right in with the other Franks of the town, and will be able to move about freely. He is to report back when he's found the location of the town's control room. An unmarked door leads to a dark staircase, to an escalator, to an underground mall that feels like a different world from the town above. It would seem Glemmy is on the right track when he is suddenly distracted. He sees Rue, with a man he doesn't recognize, entering a bar. He watches them through the window at first, but Gené's flirting gets to him and he barges in, telling Rue that it's fate for them to meet like this. Gené tells Glemmy to back off, that he's obviously scaring Rue, and the two of them get into a fist fight right there in the bar. Once Glemmy knocks Gené back, he grabs Rue's arm and drags her away. The Blue Corps is waiting impatiently for Glemmy when they detect incoming mobile suits, and the young, hot-headed Elo rushes to launch an attack. Who is approaching but our team from the Argama? Expecting a peaceful trip to town, they are forced to break out of the way when an unexpected enemy craft flies straight at them. It's a rider of some kind, carrying 2 mobile suits, and one of them jumps directly onto Judo's Wave Rider, sending it crashing to the ground. Judo transforms the Wave Rider into the Zeta, and the 2 mobile suits clash, while their comrades dogfight above them. In town, Glemmy takes Rue to a little cafe and attempts to express his true feelings for her. With Rue at his side, he could rule Neo Zeon. Rue puts him off, but their banter is interrupted by a commotion in the square. Flashes of light in the distance announce the fight in the desert and send townspeople rushing for safety. It must be the African independence movement's army. Rue suspects it's actually the Argama, and is pleased at the thought of how hopeless they are without her. Glemmy jumps to his feet to get a closer look, and when he turns back to the cafe, Rue is leaving. She disdainfully tells him that if he can be distracted in the middle of wooing her, he must not be serious. When Rue goes to load a small jeep with canisters of oil, she finds Gené waiting for her. He wants her to stay, but when he urges her to take shelter, she accuses him of cowardice and drives away, leaving him in a cloud of dust. In the fight between the Argama's pilots and the Blue Corps, Puru reveals a valuable skill. She can anticipate when and where enemy attacks will be, directing Judo's piloting and once, even controlling the Zeta with her own mind, moving it out of the way of a missile barrage. The Blue Corps captain arrives as backup, and although Judo manages to immobilize the captain's mobile suit with a shot that destroys its foot, and L manages a perfectly timed shot to destroy another mobile suit, the arrival of the Zaku tanker is the Argama team's cue to retreat. Still, their trip wasn't wasted. Puru confirms that she sensed Rue in Gardaya, and Elle suggests they hide their mobile suits and enter the town on foot to look for her. Glemmy steals a motorcycle and uses it to get back to the Blue Corps, where he finds their captain mortally wounded. With his dying breath, Captain Dido asks Glemmy to fight for the Blue Corps. Glemmy agrees, and stays with his new comrades as they grieve their fallen captain. Glemmy and the Blue Corps run tests on their remaining mobile suits, pushing them to the limits and making what repairs they can with no supplies to spare. While working on Elo's Gelgug, Elo and Glemmy get to talking. Glemmy doesn't understand the idea of fighting and dying for freedom on Earth, when he sees freedom as easy to come by in space. Elo explains that for the Tuareg and others fighting to free Africa, leaving would be the same as defeat. But Glemmy doesn't really get it. He sees Elo as someone like himself, someone with an illogical obsession. They refocus on their work, preparing for the Gundam attack that Glemmy is sure is coming. Not far off, Bright is concerned that the Argama hasn't heard from Judo and his team for several hours, and he asks Bicha and Mondo to launch. The most important thing is for them to bring back the core fighter Rue took. When Bicha readily agrees to the mission, Mondo confusedly asks him why. After all, won't Rue get them in trouble if she comes back? Bicha doesn't think so, and anyway, since he caused this problem, he ought to fix it. Shaking his head and muttering, "You've changed, man," Mondo goes along. With their mobile suits partially hidden, Judo and his group have been just outside of Gardaya, keeping watch on the town and the nearby desert. As dawn begins to lighten the horizon, they all come to the same conclusion. They aren't going to find Rue by waiting around here. Puru is positive she can sense Rue in the town, and the serious look on her face convinces a skeptical L. They set off on foot. The streets of Gardaya are crowded with people. Now, in the town proper, Puru realizes that it wasn't Rue she sensed, but Glemmy. How could she have mixed them up? She wends her way through streets and alleys, wanting to find him before he finds her, but the crowds make spotting anyone difficult. Then the Adhan, or Muslim call to prayer, plays, and the crowd suddenly stops to kneel and pray in the street. The only ones still standing are the group from the Argama, and across from them, Glemmy. He spots them at the same moment they spot him, and is about to run to them when El cries out and points at the sky. The army has arrived. Not just Gadab Jassin and the African Liberation Movement's army, but also the Neo-Zeon forces led by August in the Mindra. The town walls don't stand a chance against mobile suits, and Gardaya has few other defenses. Townspeople scatter and run for cover. Judo and his friends are caught out in the open, and a mobile suit in the street is about to crush them when Elo arrives in a rage. There are some things he will not do, even in pursuit of freedom, and indiscriminately killing civilians is one such line. With Elo fighting the invading mobile suit, the kids are able to run back into the desert. Glemmy comes out of cover to demand to be taken to August, who is disappointed to learn that Glemmy isn't dead. The kids head straight for their mobile suits, but as they approach the spot, it's as if their equipment has disappeared. In its place is the missing core fighter, and when they call out, Rue emerges from the cockpit. She immediately scolds them for leaving their mobile suits unattended and poorly hidden, and Elle argues that it wouldn't have happened if they hadn't been looking for her. While they bicker, Ino finds their mobile suits, still there, but better hidden, all thanks to Rue. Elle apologizes, and Judo bluntly states that the Argama falls apart without Rue, but she is unmoved until it seems like they might leave without her. Their mobile suits retrieved, they are headed back to defend Gardaya, and she decides to join them. At a brief meeting with August and Jassin, Glemmy informs them of Dido's death and his intention to get revenge, and warns them that the Gundam team will arrive at any minute. Glemmy doesn't think much of Jassin or his plans, calling him king of a molehill under his breath, before getting in a dry sen and joining the fight. The Gundam team arrives, and in the midst of the battle, Elo confronts Jassin, accusing him of being a minion of the Franks, being used by them, being just as much a collaborator as the people whose homes he's bent on razing to the ground. But Jassin justifies his actions as strategy, and declares that a boy like Elo has no right to question him. The fight intrudes on their confrontation, as the Gundam team fight everyone and Glemmy fights the Gundam team. El struggles against Jassin, and just when he's about to bring his Heat Hawk down on the Mark II, Ino flies the base jabber between them. For a horrible, drawn-out moment, it looks as though Ino and Puru are done for. But when the base jabber crash lands, they are able to get out and slide down a dune before it explodes behind them. Judo and El fight back-to-back, but they are surrounded and outnumbered. The situation looks grim until finally Bicha and Mondo arrive. On seeing Rue, Bicha calls out, saying he's glad to see her and to see that she's okay. But Rue cuts to the chase. They need to form the double Zeta already. Elo shields Glemmy from a beam saber strike and is killed in the process. Once the double Zeta also takes out Jassin, Glemmy cuts and runs, and August orders his own troops to retreat. Leaderless, it is unclear what happens to the African Liberation Movement's army, or the Blue Corps. Genet sits at a cafe table in the ruins of Gardaya. Surrounded by rubble and smoke, covered in dirt and grime, he drinks wine out of a broken glass and waxes philosophical, wondering if Rue realizes this is all in vain. Haman's flagship is en route to Kilimanjaro, with Haman and Minerva aboard. Meanwhile, the Gundam team are headed north, their progress slowed by the addition of a captured Zaku tanker. The Argama has gone on ahead and is waiting for them at a base on the north shore of Chot Melrir, a saline lake in northeastern Algeria. On reaching the southern shore of the lake, Judo can't quite believe it. The lake is so large that he cannot see the far shore, and at first he thinks they've reached the sea. As always, Puru is desperate for a bath and begs Judo to stop so she can bathe in the lake. Elle chimes in that they're all tired, a short break would do them good. And before long, most of the team is playing and splashing in the water. From the shore, Judo scans the horizon. and spots the glint of enemy mobile suits in the distance. It seems that August and his team have been waiting in ambush. Judo and Ryu, the only ones who hadn't jumped in the lake, rush to provide cover for the rest of the group to get back to their mobile suits and vehicles. Ryu runs up to the Zaku tanker to turn on its smoke screen, and Judo launches the Double Zeta. August is surprised to see that the Gundam team is composed entirely of children, but is determined to take out some of their mobile suits before returning to the Mindra and Glemmy. Yet he's barely begun his attack when Judo shoots down his wingman, forcing him to retreat. Bicha starts to chase the fleeing Axis commander, but Judo tells him not to follow, and Bicha bristles. Who put Judo in charge? When everyone else runs up, thanking and complimenting Judo, Bicha only gets angrier. He'd be that good too if he was piloting the Double Zeta. August returns to criticism from Glemmy. If he's found the Gundam team, why isn't he out there destroying them? But August has experienced the power of new types firsthand now, and thinks the whole war is pointless without a strategy for defeating them. Smiling slightly, Glemmy leads August to a locked and passcode-protected room, and tells him, "Once I show you this, you must follow me for the rest of your life." Inside, 3 glowing glass cases house children who appear to be sleeping. They are Glemmy's rumored new type core. The one we see most closely is identical to LP Puru, and Glemmy calls her Puru 2. They've been carefully raised and trained and kept in reserve, for Glemmy does not think that Ayug, Karaba, or even the Federation are the true enemy. He hints that his real enemy is in fact Haman, and hints at his own Zabi ancestry. August, frightened and impressed, pledges himself to Glemmy's cause. At the refinery currently serving as a Karaba base, Bright and a local commander pore over maps, plotting the Argama's next route. On their way to a Karaba base in Norway, the Argama will stop in Dublin so that Bright can meet with Federation officials who fled Dakar ahead of Haman's invasion. Their meeting is cut short by a siren. The base is under attack. Bright runs back to his ship, while the Karaba commander burns important documents to prevent them falling into enemy hands. Tired and distracted, the kids are still on their way. Rue has fallen asleep on lookout duty, and when Mondo radios her for an update, she notices a plume of smoke on the horizon. All of the pilots dash to their respective mobile suits, but Bicha sticks his leg out, tripping Judo before bounding past him and into the cockpit of the Double Zeta. L takes off right after him in the Mark II, with Rue on her heels. The team doesn't have any other mobile suits with them, so Judo and Puru follow in the Mega Launcher, while Mondo and Ino stay on the Zaku tanker. By the time Bicha reaches the Karaba base, the Argama is under heavy fire. Defending mobile suits have been destroyed and sections of pipeline bombed to pieces. August homes in on the Double Zeta and a dogfight ensues, but Bicha loses control and crashes in the lake. Elle and Rue arrive, promptly taking out one of August's wingmen before splitting up. Rue to fight on and Elle to help Bicha. When Judo and Puru turn up, they contact the Argama and have them send out the Hyakushiki. His earlier confidence waning, Bicha is stuck. The Double Zeta's verniers are dead, and an Axis mobile suit is charging directly at him. Elle fires her beam rifle, forcing the enemy suit to break away, but not before it slices off one of the Mark II's arms. A Dryson charges, and this time it's Bicha who protects Elle, shoving her mobile suit out of the way. The enemy suit hurtles into him and explodes, but somehow Bicha and the Double Zeta survive the crash. Once Judo and the Hyakushiki enter the fray, August and his pilots don't stand a chance. August's determination is no match for Judo's ability, and he is killed, protesting, "This can't be the end," even as his mobile suit explodes with him inside it. The rest of the enemy pilots retreat to the Mindra. Shaken but uninjured, Elle and Bicha immediately fall to bickering over whose fault this is and who saved whom. In the aftermath, the Gundam team patch things up while Astonaji patches up Gundams. Judo tells Bicha that, despite her complaints, Elle really is grateful that he saved her, and Bicha admits that the Double Zeta isn't much good without Judo piloting it. Things are back to normal, but what about Glemmy's plans? What about Puru 2 and the new type core? We only know that the threat looms unseen over our heroes. Ireland appears vast and green out of the windows of the Argamas Bridge. And while the youngest children marvel at the sights, the rest of the crew take care of tasks that are neglected during the ship's busier times. Elle sorts through piles of laundry, and Astonaji examines Puru's kubele. After seeing how Puru is able to control the Saikomu with seemingly no ill effects, he advises Bright that they ought to be using Puru as a pilot. Despite the youth of all of their mobile suit pilots, Bright is hesitant to put so young a child in that position. Before deciding, he'd like to have her examined by a doctor, and luckily they will be able to do that when they stop in Dublin for Bright's meeting with the Federation officials in exile. From a Neo-Zeon-controlled base, a shuttle launches carrying new mobile suits and pilots to Glemmy. But on their way to the Mindra, the shuttle crew spot the Argama flying through the dense white clouds. Their commander, Arias Moma, orders an attack. They may not have base jabbers for their Bawu, but at least they'll have surprise on their side. The mobile suits will attack from freefall, while one pilot stays behind and aims the shuttle itself at the Argama, ejecting at the last possible moment before impact. Bright has kept his reasons for stopping in Dublin to himself, and when Judo barges in asking why they've altered course, why they aren't going straight to Norway, Bright starts to say he doesn't have to explain every little decision. But Judo interrupts him. "Don't you want to see your family?" Losing his cool, Bright yells back that if they get through this alive, he'll see his family someday. And Judo immediately thinks of Lena. He spaces out, staring blankly ahead until Puru asks if he is okay. And with a blink, he's back to normal, smiling and chatting, but Puru is upset and runs off down the hall. Chasing after her, Judo tries to convince her to calm down. She can't let herself get this upset every time she senses something, but it's no use. The bridge crew spot the 3 incoming Bawu and sound the alarm. In the hangar, Puru says to herself, "They're here," before turning to Judo and accusing him of wishing she had died instead of Lena. Despite his assurance that he would never think such a thing, Puru gets in the core base. No longer caring if she dies, she takes off, determined to take on the enemy all by herself. This is bad news for Ino, who was on the floor of the core base cockpit doing repairs, only to find himself along for the ride on Puru's suicide mission. Judo and Bicha launch in the other double Zeta parts and keep trying to calm Puru as they hunt for enemy mobile suits in the thick cloud cover. The kids' supernaturally fast communication helps them evade Arias' attacks, so the Neo-Zeon force refocus their energy on the Argama itself, forcing it into evasive maneuvers. Judo is able to lead one of the enemy Bawu into the path of its own shuttle, obliterating mobile suit and pilot. The other 2 pilots retreat, and the Argama is able to dodge the plummeting fireball that was the shuttle. Puru seems calm, as Judo's reassurances and compliments finally get through to her. The Argama lands in the woods. While Rue hides the ship under branches and brush, the rest of the younger cohort drive into town to run errands and take Puru to the doctor. At the top of a rise, they look down at the city and speculate that a particular large house with expansive gardens must be where Bright went to meet with the Federation higher-ups. On hearing this, Judo lets himself out of the car, telling them he'll meet them in town later. Yet after stopping at the hospital, running all their errands, and loading up the car, there's still no sign of Judo. They return to the Argama, wondering what happened to him. Bright walks alone down a tree-lined drive leading to the Beach Mansion, the temporary headquarters of those Federation officials who fled Dakar ahead of Haman's invasion. An assistant shows him to a terrace where the Federation officials are having an opulent lunch. They are surprised to see him and ask if it's true that he opposes their current peace policies. Bright says that it is true, but he hardly sees how giving Haman Side 3 is a peace policy. Haman has made control of Side 3 a condition for any ceasefire, and the Federation officials are convinced Haman will calm down once she controls the birthplace of Zeon. When Bright tries to convince them that this will have the opposite effect, they accuse Ayug of wanting the war to continue, since they are in cahoots with the war profiteers at Anaheim Electronics. Besides, they know he's going to Norway and that the Argama is being decommissioned. He should relax. The war is basically over. Surely he can sit and have a drink with them. A disgusted Bright keeps trying to convince them, but they only laugh, and tell who should climb onto the terrace railing but a furious, formerly eavesdropping Judo. He rants that they don't understand anything. Not Haman, not Neo Zeon, not the people doing the actual fighting. It's because they sit around doing nothing that the world is falling apart. Jumping onto the table, kicking over dishes and bottles, he strides up to the Admiral and grabs him by the shirt. How can they think the crew of the Argama want to keep fighting? They have no idea the losses they've suffered, the sacrifices they've made. With that, he punches the Admiral in the face, knocking him to the ground. Bright finally steps in, but it's a bit late for that. They are surrounded by guards and jailed in the basement of the mansion. Meanwhile, Arias receives permission from Glemmy to flush the Argama out of hiding. He orders his pilots to bomb the city indiscriminately. Through a high, barred window, Judo and Bright hear the explosions and a sudden flash of light. Beach Mansion has been hit. Federation Command rushes to evacuate the grounds, but they are caught out in the open when more bombs fall. Broken trees and wounded or dead people litter the formerly pristine lawns. The mansion is on fire, and the basement door remains barred. Judo and Bright yell for help between coughs and wheezes, their eyes streaming as smoke fills their prison. Ambulances arrive, and who should be among the medical staff but Fa Yuri? Calmly assessing and tending the wounded, she realizes she can hear someone yelling for help and follows the sound to a barred basement window. Finding an army jeep nearby, she crashes it carefully into the wall, breaking open a space large enough for people to get through. It also allows some of the smoke to clear, and she finally sees who she rescued. They pile into the jeep in a hurry to return to the Argama and see their own mobile suits overhead. Bicha and Rue have launched in an attempt to lure the attack away from the city. They ask Fa what she's doing there, but rather than answer, she asks them the same. Bright answers cryptically that he came to shed tears after being smothered in smoke, and they all fall silent as bombs continue to fall on Dublin. Explosions continue to rain down on Dublin, and Fa admits she's worried about Camille. In an instant, Bright hops out of the jeep. "We can walk from here," he tells her, and he and Judo jog down the road toward the Argama, leaving Fa to return to the city and make sure Camille is safe. The situation aboard the Argama is chaotic. Preparations to take off are taking longer than usual, most of the mobile suits haven't launched yet, and on the bridge, Acting Captain Torres argues with the bridge crew about whether they need to wait for Bright. In the hangar, Elle takes charge of assigning the remaining pilots to the remaining mobile suits. Before anyone can object, Puru takes control of the double Zeta. All this time, Rue and Bicha have been fighting Arias Moma's squad, but they are outnumbered and beginning to flag. Arias slices an arm from Bicha's mobile suit, then knocks the mobile suit out of the sky, sending it crashing through a stone bridge and into the river below. One of Arias's wingmen lands in the river, readying a coup de grace, but is shot before he can bring down his beam saber. Reinforcements have arrived. Another Axis mobile suit is destroyed, and Arias orders a retreat, swinging by in his base jabber to pick up a mobile suit that crash-landed in the river before returning to the Sandra to regroup. Air raid sirens continue to blare throughout the city. Fa finally reaches her lodgings, only to find Camille's bed empty, and no sign of him anywhere. But the sheets are still warm. He can't have gone far. Focused on repairing damage from the fight, the Argama crew are surprised to see a small convoy headed their way, the cars full of police and Federation officials. The convoy stops a short distance from the ship, and a man begins to address them over a megaphone. He is the mayor of Dublin, and with the backing of the Federation, he has come to confiscate the Argama. He demands they lay down arms and surrender their ship, and Bright scoffs at the order, telling the crew to ignore it and focus on repairs. But their attention is drawn back outside by the appearance of another car, driven by Fa. Police in the convoy block her from going to the Argama, and when she tries to push past, one of them pins her arms behind her back. Suddenly Judo, L, and Ino appear, armed with guns, and threaten to shoot if the police don't let Fa go. Once she is safely at their side, the kids fire a few warning shots at the feet of the mayor, the police, and the rest of the group, driving them off. After a tearful reunion with Shintang-kun, Fa explains why she's there. She begs for their help in finding Camille. Once Bright agrees, it doesn't take long for the core fighters to launch, and a small group goes with Fa in her car. Puru whines about being left behind, but mid-conversation, she sits up straight and stares off at nothing. Glemmy is coming. Before anyone can stop her, she runs to the hangar, gets in the still-damaged Mark II, and takes off. As she's launching, the bridge crew detect the incoming Neo-Zeon ship. Torres tries to recall the mobile suits, but until he can get through to them, Puru is on her own. She takes aim at the bridge of the Sandra, jumping off her base jabber just before it crashes, then firing over and over. Enough to damage but not destroy the bridge. Arias asks for permission to use the Psycho Gundam, but Glemmy refuses. It would destroy him, and anyway, Glemmy has already chosen its pilot. Even in his regular mobile suit, Arias is a threat. Intent on the bridge, Puru doesn't see Arias coming up behind her. But then an unfamiliar voice sounds in her head. "The enemy is behind you!" And she turns, narrowly evading a shot. As she fights, anytime she begins to panic or isn't sure what to do, the voice guides her. But the damaged mobile suit and Puru's own lack of experience with it mean that before long, both are running low on energy. The voice does what Torres could not. It calls into the minds of the whole Gundam team, telling them, "The girl's in danger," and telling them where to go. She is knocked onto one of the launch decks of the Sandra, right up to the Psycho Gundam. Crying with fear and frustration, Puru's powers seem to activate the massive mobile armor. Its eyes light up, its thrusters activate, but the voice calls her back, warns her away before she can be caught. Arias beheads Puru's mobile suit, leaving her to fight mostly blind. Another hit sends her crashing into the beach. Sweating and exhausted, Puru collapses, unconscious in the cockpit, just before the Gundam team arrive. The voice reassures Judo that she is alive before urging, "Focus on the enemies in front of you." Once the parts dock successfully and form the Double Zeta, Arias' squadron doesn't stand a chance. The Double Zeta's high mega cannon obliterates a mobile suit and pilot, and the glancing blow it lands on the Sandra rattles the massive ship, forcing them to retreat. The Gundam team regroup. Comparing notes, they realize it was Camille whose voice they heard. Puru regains consciousness, and although Fa tells her to rest, she says that if Judo carries her, she can take them to Camille. They find him sitting on a rocky shore, staring out to sea, his hair and pajamas dripping from the spray. He stands and turns when Fa calls his name, but even when she hugs him tight, he stares blankly, arms limp at his sides. Bright's attempt to negotiate with the Federation has come to nothing, but they've beaten back Neo-Zeon's attacks and are on their way out of Dublin when the Audumla appears in the distance and contacts the Argama. Over the crackling, distorted video connection, Hayato tells Bright, "You have to go back to Dublin. We have to save as many people as we can. Neo-Zeon are dropping a colony on the city." Snapping in the wind, a Zeon flag flies from the tallest spire of a castle town, perched out at sea. It is Rakan's current base of operations, and it is there that he receives his orders regarding the colony drop. Haman reminds him that their purpose isn't mere destruction, it is terror. It is to demonstrate overwhelming power and annihilate all hope. En route to Dublin, Hayato meets up with the Argama. In the brief calm before the mission begins, Bright takes Hayato to Katz's old room. This part of the Argama is empty, its floors buckled, walls dented, and doors jammed. Most of Katz's things have been put into storage, but a single family photo lies on the floor. Hayato realizes he'll need to tell Fra, Kika, and Let's what's happened. Since Camille was there when Katz died, Hayato would like to try to talk to him, but when they call the infirmary, there is no answer. They find out why when they return to the hangar, and find Fa, Judo, and Ino attempting to get Camille into a core fighter so they can take him away from the battle. They all worry what Camille might do, or what might happen to him if he's in Dublin when the colony falls. And Judo begs that they drop Camille off in Glasgow. At first, Hayato refuses. They can't slow down to drop off one person. But when Judo argues that it ought to be the Federation's job to protect Earthnoids, Hayato stuns the gathered kids by telling them the Federation doesn't care. They welcome anything that decreases the population. Meanwhile, Camille jumps down and runs across the hangar toward the mobile suits, only stopping when Bicha tackles him to the floor. See? Even now, Camille is desperately trying to fight. You were on the White Base, you should understand. Hayato walks over to Camille and, looking into his eyes, sees cats. All right, they can take the plane I came with. With a cheer, the kids help Fa and Camille to the plane. Putting a hand on Camille's shoulder, Judo tells him to leave the rest to them. Camille looks at Judo and they share a moment of new type communication. Space swirling around them and Puru reaching out. Elle and Bicha see it too. The Argama bridge crew have begun monitoring the local news for information about the situation on the ground. Initially, the Federation denied the incoming disaster, delaying evacuation of the city. Most people have no idea how much time they have or how far they need to go. The news helicopter is reporting on traffic conditions when it is shot down by one of Rakan's pilots. Not only will a colony fall on Dublin, but Rakan and his forces are doing everything they can to hamper evacuation efforts. They will bomb roads and bridges, they will destroy hospital boats, they will strafe crowds of evacuees on the airport tarmac. 4 hours are left until the colony hits. The sky fills with cargo containers, core fighters, and dodais. Looking down at the desperate crowds at the airport, Judo asks no one in particular, "Can we carry that many?" "We have to try," Elle replies, trying to sound hopeful. Fa and Camille arrive safely in Glasgow, and from there buy plane tickets onward, but their flight is delayed. Flights from Dublin are being given priority. In the middle of talking to a ticket agent, Fa is indignant when a group of older men in suits push in front of her. They are Federation officials, and she stands by, horrified to hear them happily discuss how this attack will suppress Ayug and Karabakh, ending their resistance and bringing the war to an end, with an added bonus of fewer mouths to feed. When Fa turns back to where she left Camille, he is gone. He left the airport and is running across the tarmac toward Dublin. The sky is falling. All the while, the evacuation of Dublin and the air battle have continued. The mobile suit on the back of Hayato's Dodai is shot down, and a Drysen jumps on. Thinking of cats, Hayato flips up the cover on the plane's self-destruct button. But before he can press it, Judo shouts, "No!" and shoots down the Drysen. "Why did you stop me?" Hayato asks. "It's natural to stop someone killing themselves in front of you," Judo retorts. There is 1 hour left until the colony hits the city, and the combined Ayug and Karabakh forces make their last pickups. Bright orders his pilots to retreat to avoid being caught in the aftershocks. The Neo-Zeon pilots have also begun to withdraw, but Rakan is determined to kill more evacuees on his way out, and sets his sights on the Audumla. Judo, Elle, and Ino try to form the double Zeta, and Rakan, trying to stop them, attacks Judo. Hayato comes to their defense, firing on the back of Rakan's Zaku 3, but it isn't enough to destroy the enemy mobile suit. Rakan turns and fires on Hayato's Dodai, landing multiple hits. Smoke streaming, controls unresponsive, the Dodai falls toward the sea. Resigned, Hayato murmurs, "Cats? I can hear you," just before the Dodai explodes. Camille runs through Glasgow. Judo and his friends form the double Zeta and frantically, furiously shoot down the mobile suits harrying the Audumla. Bright yells at Judo and the rest to get out of there, but Judo refuses to leave until he shoots down Rakan's Zaku 3. "We don't want to die, we're out," Bicha and Mondo declare as they fly away from the city. Rakan emerges from underwater, shocked that Judo hasn't fled, but before they can face off, The thick, dark clouds are pierced by the colony. The wind kicks up, grit swirling through the air. After a moment of unnatural silence, everything is drowned in light and sound. Puru screams silently in her bed in the infirmary, and a wave of destruction washes over the city, knocking back the ships and mobile suits. In Scotland, Camille reaches the shore, falling to his knees as he stares across the water at the horizon where the clouds, undersides lit red, are the only sign of what has happened to Dublin. Rusty panels flash past as the colony comes crashing to Earth. Wind swirls, light flashes, nearby buildings explode. The unpredictable air currents pull at mobile suits and core fighters alike, sucking them away from each other and toward the maelstrom. For safety's sake, the Argama descends, sticking close to the ground and waiting for the effects of the initial impact to pass. From a distance, Dublin looks like a painting of hell. All darkness and destruction and fire, air thick with smoke and seemingly endless rain of junk. Just above the clouds is a different world. Although the colony juts through these clouds, the dense layer of water vapor blocks any view of the ground, and all is clear blue skies and shining sunlight. Clear, that is, except for the presence of the Neo-Zeon ship, the Sandra, commanded by Glemmy Toto. Once the wind dies down, the double Zeta emerges from the rubble. Somehow the colony is still standing, a crooked pillar between heaven and earth. An image flashes through Judo's mind, a swirling mass of red and black, like a heap of bodies, accompanied by the muffled moans and cries of an entire city. He holds his head, a grimace of pain on his face and tears streaming down his cheeks. Camille's voice urges him to use his anger to fight on. Despite reported damage to all sectors of the ship, the Argama launches again. They need to contact the Audumla, find the Gundam team, and keep looking for survivors. Determined to destroy the Argama and distinguish himself, Glemmy wakes Puru too. In her bed in the Argama's infirmary, Puru shivers. She can feel something coming. And across the sea, running down the shore, Camille feels it too. Puru too seems completely calm. When Glemmy starts to talk vaguely about opportunity in battle, she tells him to cut to the chase. What exactly does he want her to do? And she is just as impassive, even sanguine, when Glemmy announces that the Sandra is continuing on to Kilimanjaro to rendezvous with Haman, leaving Puru behind in the Psycho Gundam to deal with the Argama. Puru's sense of wrongness, sense of dread, does not dissipate. Shinta and Kum find her collapsed in a passageway, trying to get to the Kubele so that she can protect the Argama, but still too weak even to walk through the ship. Instead, Bright has her hospital bed brought to the bridge. From there, she directs the targeting of the ship's beam cannon, down to the degree, even against an enemy none of them can see yet. They fire through the colony, and the beam hits but does not seem to damage the Psycho Gundam. Once the light of the beam dissipates, they are able to identify the enemy mobile armor, but in the commotion, Puru has gone. She musters the strength to get to the Kubele and launches. Meanwhile, Ru uses the Zeta to dig through the rubble and finds El and Ino. Their core fighters are so damaged, the Gundam team decides to abandon them, and the two get into Bicha and Mondo's Dorai. With the Zeta riding along on top, they continue searching for Judo, the Argama, and the Audumla, and soon spot the massive Karaba ship. It seems to be losing altitude and is not responding to hails, and the worried Gundam team go to investigate. They land on top of the massive plane, and Bicha, Mondo, and Ino get in through a lookout port. Inside, they find all the ship's bridge crew dead. Flying around to the hangar, El and Ru find that there are no Karaba soldiers left aboard. The crowd of survivors tell them that all of the Karaba members launched in mobile suits and Dodai, and none returned. From the Audumla, the Gundam team finally make contact with the Argama, and both ships head out to sea. The Psycho Gundam and the Kubele fight on, both pilots unsure why they feel so strange. They seem to attack each other in the same way, to anticipate each other, to counter perfectly, to cancel each other out. "What are you?" Puru yells in fear and frustration. Judo arrives and orders Puru back to the Argama. He tries to take advantage of the moment when the Psycho Gundam transforms into its humanoid shape, but shots from the Double Zeta have no effect. The mobile suit and mobile armor chase each other around the fallen colony, with the Double Zeta dangerously low on energy. When the Psycho Gundam's extender arms shoot forward and grab the Double Zeta, Judo fires all of his rockets, and the explosion knocks him back, puncturing the side of the colony. Pieces of the stricken colony begin to slide downward, breaking apart, while a torrent of dirt, plants, and other colony guts falls steadily to the city below. Even this landslide cannot keep the Psycho Gundam down. Puru 2 emerges laughing to tower over the powerless Double Zeta, and Puru returns to shield Judo from her counterpart's attack. She has figured out who the other pilot is and calmly confronts this other version of herself. But even the Kubele is no match for the massive mobile armor, and in a last-ditch suicidal effort, Puru aims the battered Kubele at the Psycho Gundam's cockpit. When the dust of the explosion clears, much of the Psycho Gundam's armor has torn or melted away, but it still stands. The Double Zeta, suddenly powered by Judo's new type abilities and his horror at Puru's death, manages to do real damage to his enemy, and Puru 2 tries to get away in an escape pod. It is then, through a tear in the pod, that Judo first sees Puru 2, and understands that Puru was killed by Puru. The shock of it causes him to lose power, and the Double Zeta falls to the sea, to be retrieved by the Argama. After the success of the colony drop, Haman returns to space. From Karaba's Norway base, the Argama's former crew do the same, leaving the stricken ship behind. In the shuttle, the younger crew members find themselves in the cargo hold, strapped to bolted-down cases. Judo seems pensive, caught up in thinking of the people they couldn't save, and wondering if it's even possible to end the conflict. But Elle takes his hand. "We have to keep fighting," she tells him, and her spirit and persistence leave Judo feeling fired up. On Earth, a few people make a point of watching the shuttle launch. Glasgow is damaged, some buildings collapsed and many streets flooded, but Fa and Camille stand on a patch of intact pavement, watching their friends take off. And in Dakar, a blonde woman, who appears to be Selah Mass, stands next to none other than Lena, alive, and the two watch the pinpoints of light arc overhead and into space. As the shuttles enter the side foreshoal zone, the La Vie en Rose comes into view, along with our crew's new ship. It looks just like the Argama, and is called the Nail Argama. They are greeted by Deputy Captain Emery, Millie, and, to their disappointment, Matcha, who wants to speak to Bright right away. Millie takes the rest on a tour of the new ship, where they marvel at the state-of-the-art hardware, learn the new controls, and even daydream about the role the ship could play in their lives once the war is over. A couple of adult men in normal suits show up with Shinta and Kum in tow, demanding to know what the kids are doing and who gave them permission to be here. When the kids shoot back that they don't need permission to explore their own ship, the men chuckle to each other that no one has told the kids yet, then refuse to explain. Angry, Judo launches himself at them but is held back by Rue and Millie, who suggest a walk to the mobile suit deck. On the way there, the group hear Bright's raised voice coming from beyond a door. They crowd outside to eavesdrop and hear Matcha tell Bright that Ayug no longer needs to depend on children who won't follow orders. They are in the process of organizing a new crew and training pilots. Bright is outraged. The kids have saved them all countless times. How can Ayug simply discard the whole crew? Emery has been watching silently and hears a sound at the door. Upon opening it, the whole group tumble into the doorway in a heap, arguing with Matcha before they even hit the floor. He blusters and talks down to them about how children don't understand anything, but they won't be cowed. After all, they've done well in combat, and what has Ayug accomplished? They didn't even stand up to the Federation over the decision to cede Side 3 to Neo Zeon. The argument is interrupted when the ship's alarms sound. Enemies are approaching. It's Mashima and his ship, still in the area after the colony drop. He gives his top pilot, Ilya Pazom, the rose he wears like a talisman, and sends her out with the rest of the Zeta units. The Gundam team aren't authorized to sortie, but when has that ever stopped them? When the same men from earlier pick a fight, Bright breaks them up. What's the point of fighting your allies, he reproaches. And the absurdity of it is hammered home when the ship takes a direct hit, sending them all staggering, and giving the Gundam team a chance to run for the bridge. When the adults catch up, Bicha is already in the captain's chair, and Bright motions for him to stay put before ordering the other men to turrets. They argue and grumble, but eventually go. The first wave of enemy mobile suits fire a wave of missiles and then withdraw, so Bright leaves Bicha in command and goes to inspect the damage. Down one of the passageways, he comes across Shintan-kun blocking the way, jostling with the soldiers from earlier who have abandoned their posts. They resent being sent to gunner turrets when they're bridge crew. But for Bright, the choice is simple. Right now, experience is more important. While they argue, Ilya flies in close. Judo dashes for the mobile suit deck, but before he can launch the double Zeta, Ilya lands a hit on the Nail Argama, blasting a hole in the hull near where Bright is. He manages to grab a handhold, but the other crew who were with him, including Shinta, Kum, and Haro, are sucked out into space. Determined to save them, Bright takes the ship's launch out. In the meantime, Judo has launched and is fighting off Ilya. She is stunningly fast, and her new mobile suit is powerful. But every time their mobile suits touch, the two pilots are engulfed in ripples of green energy that feel like a current of electricity. They clash and separate, and Judo knows he needs a plan, a strategy. He hides, but before long, Ilya spots the double Zeta's head and feet, poking out from behind an asteroid. She loops around behind, the double Zeta shooting at her as she charges, but finds the mobile suit's midsection missing. Judo sneaks up on her in his core fighter, landing multiple hits before she snatches up the little plane. Ejecting, Judo approaches the enemy mobile suit. Trying to swat him away, Ilya instead hits the door of the cockpit and it slides open. The two of them struggle for Ilya's sidearm, and when their hands touch, the strange green ripples of energy are stronger than ever, obliterating Mashima's rose and propelling Judo out of the cockpit. Ilya flees. Bright succeeds in collecting all of the crew who'd been cast adrift and takes them to the La Vie en Rose, while the young crew of the Nail Argama set a course for Side 3. Having just visited Granada, the La Vie en Rose is fully resupplied. Emery is lovesick and sulking now that Bright has gone, but Millie tries to get her to focus. They need to deliver supplies and messages to the Nail Argama as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Nail Argama is experiencing some growing pains. Bicha takes every opportunity to give orders and criticism, and turns every disagreement into a power struggle, to the obvious frustration of the rest of the crew. There's no sign of the enemy nearby, and although Bicha thinks they should press on for Side 3, Judo thinks the enemy must be close, but hidden by the asteroid field. Besides, they need more intel about the situation around Side 3. They can't go in blind. In moments, they're brandishing their fists at each other, and Torres has to break them up before it escalates into a full-on fight. More concerning to the whole crew is what happens afterwards, when Judo says, "Lena would be mad at me for fighting." He goes on to tell Bicha, "We need to end the war soon so that I can see her again." Concerned looks are exchanged around the bridge, while Ino insists Judo is just overtired. Growing impatient with looking for the Nail Argama, Emery orders the La Vie en Rose to send up a signal flare. Unfortunately, it is just as visible to their enemies as it is to their friends, and it is spotted by the Jamru 3D team, pilots Danny, Del, and Dune, in brand new Jamru Fin mobile armors, bound for the Endra. Mistaking the La Vie en Rose for the Argama, and thinking that this is their chance to arrive at their new posting covered in glory, they set a course for the dock ship. The Gundam team also saw the flare, and assuming that it means the La Vie en Rose is in trouble, they launch the Double Zeta, Zeta, and Mega Rider. The La Vie en Rose is a sitting duck. Emery has to be reminded to call for battle stations. The dense field of dummy asteroids around the ship means the gunners can't get a clear shot, and the enemy mobile suits are so fast that they are sure to arrive before the Gundam team. Judo sees it too and tells Elle, "Fire when and where I tell you." "From here?" Elle replies, but in spite of her incredulity, when Judo tells her, "Now!" bringing his new type abilities to bear to sense the location of the enemy, Elle fires. The beam scatters the Jamru Fin team, landing a glancing blow that damages the mobile armor plating and destroys one mobile armor's booster. The Neo Zeon pilots decide to continue to the Endra and regroup from there. After the skirmish, Emery delivers 2 messages to the crew of the Nail Argama, and Beecha reads the messages aloud. The first is an official communication informing them that their mission is to defeat Neo Zeon at Side 3. Failure will result in all of them being treated as rebels by AUG and the Federation. Most of the group seems outraged, but Judo smiles and points out that fighting Neo Zeon at Side 3 and trying to end the war is what they had planned on doing anyway. Besides, they're being paid, and he wants to be able to send Lena to a good school when this is all over. Beecha starts to ask Judo what he's talking about, but Elle talks over him, playing along with Judo's comments about Lena being alive. The second message is a video from Bright, where he assures them that they are ready for what lies ahead, ready to make their own decisions and fight for themselves. "Let's do it!" Judo cheers, and the rest join him. But Beecha stands apart, still worried about Judo's mental state. Before launching an assault on the Argama, the Endra receives 2 new groups of pilots. The first is the Jamru team. Cocky but professional, Mashima is not concerned about managing them. The other, the Sturm Diaz team, is led by Sato, an old Zeon captain from Side 3 who openly balks at being placed under Mashima's command. The AUG ships are ready to defend, but their mobile suit pilots are badly outnumbered. With 10 or more enemy mobile suits incoming, Torres tries to get Beecha to pilot the Hyakushiki, but Beecha insists that a captain has to stay on the bridge. The numbers mean that the whole Gundam team is occupied when Sato makes a beeline for the Nail Argama's bridge. Emery orders her own gunners to fire, but Sato's in one of their blind spots. They can't target him. He's about to punch through the bridge when Ilya shoots him down, obliterating his mobile suit with him inside it. Then, she tries to use his death to inspire his squad, crying out, "They've killed Sato! Avenge your captain!" The Jamru 3D squad gang up on the double Zeta, and Judo is struggling. Finally, Emery hails the Nail Argama and tells Beecha he needs to defend his ship. The crew will never respect him as a captain if he isn't willing to fight for them, and she can manage the Nail Argama's bridge in the meantime. Once Beecha joins the battle, he and Judo start arguing and sniping at each other, even as they fight back to back. Fed up, Beecha declares that he can fight the Jamru team on his own, but Lena appears to Beecha, telling him, "No, you can't," in the same moment that one of the Jamru shoots off the Hyakushiki's foot. She also appears to Judo, telling him to calm down. Once he does, he is able to use his new type abilities again, directing not only his shots but also Beecha's, and they drive off the Jamru squad. Ilya calls a retreat for the demoralized Sturm Diaz team and returns to the Endra. In the aftermath, Beecha tells Judo that he saw and heard Lena, and Judo is happy and relieved. He wasn't sensing a ghost or spirit. Lena really is alive. Since their last battle, Mashima's ship has followed the La Vie en Rose and the Nail Argama, but now he has decided to call off the pursuit. No need to give chase when they know where the AUG forces are headed. Beecha's relief is short-lived. Torres and Kithron tell him they didn't lose their tail, they were let go. And in a fit of anger, Beecha talks about laying waste to all of Core 3. His friends are quick to remind him that Core 3 is full of AUG allies and civilians, that those kinds of indiscriminate attacks would make them no better than Neo Zeon. At the edge of Side 3, the changing angle of the sun suddenly illuminates the side's many colonies, and they glitter like stars. In among them, sudden larger flares of light turn out to be explosions. A shuttle is under attack by Neo-Zeon mobile suits. Emery radios to urge them to intervene, but on the bridge the crew are undecided. They have to conserve their strength for the battle ahead, but the shuttle needs help and may be able to provide information about Neo-Zeon's fighting strength. "We don't have time for this," Elle cries out while the others discuss, dashing off and launching as quickly as she can. Rue follows her and the two of them fight off a squad of original Zaku. But it's strange. The enemy dodges and weaves around them for just a little while before racing past, scattering, and retreating. It feels like a setup. Aboard the shuttle, they find a crowd of refugees huddled in the cargo space. They seem relieved that an AUB ship has found them, but at the same time they want reassurance that they won't be taken back into a war zone. Astonaji tries to put their minds at ease. The plan is to drop them off at a neutral colony before any attack is launched. Everyone bustles about, trying to get their new passengers settled in and their identification checked. And just as the Nail Argama is ready to continue its journey with the shuttle in tow, another civilian vessel comes under attack nearby. This time, Judo launches, and although the Zaku pilots try not to engage, the Double Zeta is too fast, and Judo is too determined not to let them get away. He slices through one with his beam saber and shoots down another, but freezes in place when, coming around the vessel, he finds himself face to face with a third mobile suit, the pilot yelling, "This is your fault! It's because of you that she..." The Zaku has its heat hawk raised, but is shot down by the small ship's guns before it can bring its weapon down on the Double Zeta and its stupefied pilot. This ship is old, practically antique, and is carrying a delegation from Moon Moon, including Sarasa and Rasara. With a huge grin, Mondo greets Rasara, blushing as Bicha teases him. But flirting is put aside when they find out the reason for this encounter. Sarasa has sensed an intense, evil aura aboard their ship. The crew of the Nail Argama find themselves with another conundrum, and gather on the bridge to discuss what's to be done. They need to drop the refugees somewhere, maybe a neutral colony? Might any of them be interested in staying on to help? But they can't discount the possibility that some among the refugees are spies, planted there by Neo-Zeon. Mondo is insulted that they don't trust his efforts to check all the passengers' identification, but the group decides it's best to recheck everyone. In a blonde wig and unremarkable civilian clothes, Haman hides among the refugees, a young woman with her. They've evaded detection thus far, but the crew are picking their way back through the crowd, and it's only a matter of time before they are found out. Luckily, Astonaji requests volunteers to help with meal preparation for the group, and Haman's companion raises her hand. Slipping away from the group on their way to the galley, the young woman takes out a lipstick, pressing a hidden button that causes a small light on the tube to flash. She drops it down a trash chute, and outside the ship it bursts into bright, flaring light, a signal for nearby pilots that Lady Haman is in danger. Just as Judo lays a hand on her shoulder and asks for ID, the Nail Argama comes under attack. Staring down the bridge, the attacking force demands the crew's immediate surrender. Bicha and Torres blame Mondo, sending him straight for the cockpit of the Hyakushiki, set on cleaning up his own mess. Judo tries to stop him going out alone, to no avail. Determination alone is not enough to win fights, and Mondo is outnumbered. One enemy grabs his mobile suit from behind while the other kicks the Hyakushiki, knocking it over, then stepping on it to pin it to the ground. Fierce as the fighting is, it soon becomes obvious that the Neo-Zeon forces are trying not to hit or damage the Nail Argama. With one big burst of energy, Mondo and the Hyakushiki shake off the enemy, pinning them down. Judo arrives as backup, tripping the second enemy mobile suit. Mondo takes his beam saber to it, then throws the Zaku clear before it explodes. They mop up the rest of the attackers before returning to the bridge. Inspecting the refugees on her own, Sarasa pinpoints the source of the aura. She addresses Haman, describing the aura as a distortion not Haman's true self. "Your feelings are no different from Judo's. Never forget that," she tells the disguised dictator, before wishing her well and walking away without telling anyone this woman's true identity. As planned, the Nail Argama approaches one of Side 3's neutral colonies. Called Tiger Balm, it's like no colony we've ever seen. The outside is painted green with a massive golden dragon undulating down the length of it. The approach is littered with mines, and they barely scrape through unscathed. Inside, the walls of the entrance are covered in massive murals, paintings of mountains and phoenixes, but their awe is interrupted by the arrival of the local security and port officials. Pilots are roughly shoved out of the way as tape seals are placed on their mobile suit cockpit doors, and everyone, military and civilian alike, is ordered off of the ship and through a checkpoint. They enter the colony through an ornate Chinese-style building on the waterfront. From a second-floor balcony, a group of local kids watch the new arrivals and plot how to steal a mobile suit, while a guard extols the virtues of Tiger Balm and its leader, Stampa Haloi, who has kept the colony out of the current war. The same guard gets a call over his earpiece. Stampa is watching from secret cameras, and after ogling Haman and her attendant, El and Ru, Sarasa and Rasara, he orders them separated from the group and brought to him. From the guard's reaction, this is not an unusual request. The group from the Nail Argama begin to feel suspicious when they are split up, the boys on one bus and the girls on another, but Sarasa encourages them all to go along with it. They're strangers here, after all, and don't know how things are usually done. The boys' bus never reaches its destination. On their way, the group of local kids attack the bus with a petite mobile suit and try to take them all hostage. Jumping on top of the bus, the petite mobile suit smashes one hand through the windshield. The bus crashes and the driver is knocked unconscious, but Judo climbs out, jumps onto the petite mobile suit, and after a brief struggle pitches the local kid out of the cockpit. The local kids try to run, but Judo stops them, asking if Stampa put them up to this. To the surprise of the crew, it turns out that the kids want a mobile suit to sell. They can't pay their taxes, and anyone who can't pay is sent to work in nearby mines, even children. The leader of this local gang, a boy named Lunan, also tells them it's likely Stampa took the girls from the Nail Argama for his harem. The girls' bus drives out of the city through a huge, densely forested park, stopping just outside the walls of a massive compound. Mobile suits are arrayed through landscaped grounds, posed like sculptures of gods or martial artists. The whole group of them are locked in a room together, although after Sarasa tries to talk to Haman about her self-deceit and the need to let the light shine on her heart, Haman and her companion demand to be moved to another room. Across town, the local kids have decided to help Judo and company rescue their friends, if only to stick it to Stampa. With wigs, makeup, and dresses, they disguise Judo and Ino as girls. They will gain entry to Stampa's mansion, while Bicha, Mondo, Lunan, and the rest wait outside to cover the escape. Judo and Ino, along with Lunan's little sister, pretend to be orphans, desperate for work, and beg to be allowed to work in Stampa's household. They are all brought inside to where Stampa is introducing himself to El, Ru, Rasara, and Sarasa. Ino and Lunan's sister are deemed pretty enough to stay, but Judo is sent away. In the hall, Judo finds himself alone with a guard, and is able to knock the man unconscious and take his gun before escaping from the mansion. Out on the grounds, Judo takes one of the mobile suits while Lunan takes another, and they call out to their friends, trying to find the right room. When Elle hears them, she throws a chair through a window, and Judo lowers everyone from the mansion to the ground in his mobile suit's hand. While the rest of the group make their escape, Judo finds himself confronted by Haman. He finally recognizes her, and she tells him that she made this whole plan so that she could ask him to join her. If he won't, he will suffer a useless death. Judo is quick to refuse and attacks her immediately, but she is standing outside her mobile suit and he cannot bring himself to kill an unarmed person. In the end, Judo escapes back to the Argama with the rest of his friends and the gang of kids from Tiger Balm. War is coming, no matter how Stampa tries to prevent it reaching the colony. Sarasa senses a whirlpool of evil. Not just Haman, but the countless evil deeds of adults, piling on top of each other, crushing everything that is pure and beautiful. Outside Tiger Balm, Mashima's ship approaches. After the recent kidnap, escape, and encounter with Haman in Tiger Balm Colony, the Nail Argama's crew is tense. Should Judo confront Haman? Why did she go to all this trouble to find him? What should they do now? Sarasa blames Haman and her aura for creating this atmosphere of suspicion and distrust. She and Rasara have been trying to shield the crew, but Rasara is weakening, and so Sarasa plans to sneak off alone to try to talk to Haman again. So shaky she can barely walk down a hall, Rasara still insists on coming along, and they become a group of 3 when Mondo spots them leaving. When the others notice that the 3 of them are gone, they fear that they've been captured, and Judo, Ru, El, and Lunan go looking. In the colony, Stampa tries to make up for the kidnapping by groveling to Haman, prostrating himself on the ground and offering to deal with the Nail Argama and its crew himself. The city is bustling, its brightly lit streets thronged with vendors and shoppers, and Sarasa, Rasara, and Mondo weave their way through the crowds until they find themselves unexpectedly surrounded by a group of Stampa's men. Mondo has to barrel through one of them to clear a path, and the 3 of them run pell-mell away from their would-be captors. They manage to hide down an alley and stop to catch their breath by the side of the water, but their relief is short-lived. The water boils and bubbles, and a Zagok emerges, piloted by Stampa. He chases them, trying to stomp Mondo underfoot and reducing the streets and sidewalks to rubble in the process. Staggering, Mondo trips and falls to the ground. Rasara throws herself over him, and Stampa, with the Zagok's foot poised overhead, hesitates. The mobile suit loses its balance and falls into a nearby building, sending a rain of rubble falling to the ground. Rasara is hit. Stampa flees, and their friends from the Nail Argama arrive, but it's too late to do anything for Rasara. She dies in her sister's arms, Mondo crying over her, and Judo runs off by himself to confront Haman for her part in this. He finds her at the top of the broad staircase at the entrance to Stampa's mansion and grounds. When he angrily confronts her about the people she's killed, the suffering she's caused, Haman laughs in his face. She offers him one more opportunity to join her when they are interrupted. Stampa appears with a group of guards, his former deference forgotten. While Haman tries to get him to leave, Judo's friends arrive, El armed with a rocket launcher. She calls out for Judo to duck, then fires. Stampa and his men dive for cover, and Haman slides down the slope and runs away into the woods. Judo tries to follow her, but moments later, Stampa and his guards, this time in mobile suits, arrive. The group from the Nail Argama drive away, but won't be able to outrun multiple mobile suits for long. Bicha arrives in the Zeta, providing some much-needed backup. El shoots the camera of one of the mobile suits, incapacitating it, and the fight seems to be shifting in their favor when Ilya arrives. After being briefly distracted fighting Bicha, she finds where Lady Haman escaped to and picks her up, taking her to the safety of Mashima's ship. In a daze ever since Rasara's death, Mondo decides to join the fight, even as Sarasa worries about the endless cycle of vengeance. Mondo makes a beeline for Stampa, handily slicing a leg from the Zagok and leaving it helpless. Without hesitation, he jumps into the air and plunges his beam saber through the cockpit of the downed mobile suit. Stampa is dead, and the fight is over. The remaining members of the Light Tribe take their shuttle and Rosara's body and return to Moon Moon, Astonaji leading the Nail Argama crew in a silent prayer as the shuttle launches. The Cicero mining asteroid is being prepared for docking with Core 3. But before that happens, the kids from Shangri-La have a plan: to infiltrate the asteroid and join forces with the local miners who oppose Neo-Zeon. Inside Core 3, Haman has taken a stately country manor as her base. It appears isolated, quiet. A maid serves tea at an outdoor table, and Minerva sits silently, listening while a soldier reports to Haman. Chiara has been recalled to deal with the Lamoon rebels. She remains unstable, but will have minders, Ni and Lance, to keep her in check. Meanwhile, in space, Glemmy's ship has arrived with Rakan Dakaran and Puru 2. Darting around outside the ship, Kubele surrounded by a swarm of funnels, Puru 2 agitatedly informs Glemmy that she can sense Judo nearby and is eager for revenge. With a smile, he wonders if this is his chance to take Neo-Zeon for himself. In the mine, no one is suspicious of the kids' arrival, assuming they're new members of the mining team. They are in the middle of lunch, rushing to eat the meager portions provided before cat-eyed Chiara, their mercurial new boss, arrives. But even as they rush, they grumble about missing home and gripe that they were better off under the zombies. As they feared, Chiara arrives, bursting through a nearby door, shouting a torrent of abuse and cracking an actual whip. The young girl handing out food becomes the focus of Chiara's ire, until Judo steps between them. It's as if a switch has been activated. Chiara gleefully hugs Judo to her chest, exclaiming over how happy she is to see him, rubbing against him, and fending off any attempts to pull him away from her, until Ni and Lance whisper that a Kubele has entered the mine. Chiara suddenly switches back, marching off to deal with Puru 2. Flanked by Ni and Lance, Chiara confronts the young Cybernew-type pilot, but it's no contest. Puru 2 has incredible control of the Kubele and the bits, even when she isn't in the mobile suit, and leaves Chiara and company pinned down by the bits. She can fire them from anywhere, and will if they follow her. With that, she takes a small hovercraft and leaves to look for Judo. Having seen the seemingly cozy reunion between Judo and Chiara, the miners no longer trust the kids from Shangri-La, assuming they are Chiara's spies. They return to work, leaving the kids to come up with a new plan. The young girl who Judo protected brings them some food and introduces herself. Her name is Rutina. She is only 12, but some time ago, soldiers arrived at her home and took her father away. He never returned. Not long after, she was conscripted to work in the Cicero mine. The Gundam team decide they will just have to take over the mine on their own. Judo thinks he can talk Chiara around by reminding her of the happy times they spent together. Like doing our laundry, Elle quips sarcastically, and Judo chides her not to joke, though it's unclear what happy times he means. The group makes their way down the halls only to be ambushed by a group of miners. They lay in wait armed with clubs and beat and tie up the kids, hoping to use them to get at Chiara. Rutina hears the ruckus and sneaks onto a ledge overlooking where the miners attacked the Gundam team. A truck arrives, driven by her father, Roy. The rebel miners load the Gundam team into the truck and drive off, none of them noticing when Rutina yells, "Father!" and chases them. Puru 2 arrives just after they leave, and Rutina asks her for a ride and to follow them. After a moment's hesitation, Puru 2 agrees. They follow, and she drops Rutina off when the next tunnel is too narrow to accommodate the hovercraft. "Thanks! You're a good person!" Rutina yells before setting off down the tunnel, leaving Puru 2 staring, speechless at the compliment. The miners are unimpressed by the Gundam team's professions that they are with Ayug and brought the Nail Argama with them. Their focus is on Chiara. While the kids struggle to free themselves, Rutina comes running in. She and her father hug each other close, but then she starts beating his chest, furious that he left her alone. Neo Zeon was after Roy, and he felt he had to go. But Judo accuses him of abandoning his daughter for the anti-war movement. Rutina vouches for the whole AU group, and the miners agree to work with them, but stay cautious. Elle and Rue are kept as hostages. Across the asteroid, Kiara is still trying to deal with the funnels when Puru 2 returns. Now that Puru 2 knows where Judo is, she takes the Kubele and goes after him. Kiara, Ni, and Lance give chase, and the group of miners and kids see the whole bunch fly past. The rebels begin to yell for help, pretending a rebellion has begun, firing off shots to make it more convincing. Taking advantage of the commotion, Judo confronts Kiara. She tries to hit him with her whip, but he grabs her forearm. Doesn't she remember him? The Argama? Why not leave the war behind? But Kiara is outraged. When he tells her to remember Moon Moon and that Rosara has died, she clutches her head. Ni and Lance shoot at Judo, but Kiara knocks him out of the way. A look of confusion crosses her face. What's wrong with me? Who are you? Why do you have this effect on Kiara? Are you a cyber new type too? Ni and Lance yell as they loom over Judo. But while they've been distracted, the miners and the other Gundam team boys got out and retrieved mobile suits. Bicha shoots through one of the walls with the Zeta, giving Judo a path to escape. The core top is waiting for him, and he coordinates with Ino and Mondo to form the double Zeta and fight Kiara. He keeps trying to get her to remember, but the pain of battling her cyber new type conditioning is too much. She screams. All her mobile suit's beams fire off at once, and it's all Ni and Lance can do to calm her. They take her away from the battle. The docking between Cicero and Core 3 is almost complete, and they can regroup before taking on Ayug again. The boys and the miners return to find a passage littered with dead and dying men. The room where Elle and Rue were being held is empty, and Rutina is gone too. Puru 2 has taken them. Most of the group wants to charge after them, but for once, Judo is the cautious one. They can't run headfirst into a trap. They need a plan. A mass of Neo Zeon soldiers are ready and waiting when Cicero docks with Core 3. Their mission? To subdue the Ayug and the rebellion. But the Gundam team and the rebel leadership are one step ahead, easily evading their pursuers and making their way to a secret hideout. Working on a plan to rescue Rutina, Elle, and Rue, and free Cicero, Bicha wishes they could just blast Hamon's base with the Nail Argama's megaparticle beam cannon, but the damage to the colony would put too many civilian lives in danger. Nevertheless, it gives Ino an idea. What if they fired on the docking module instead? Puru 2 and several armed guards escort Rutina, Elle, and Rue to the basement of Hamon's current base. While they are locked in a cell, guards posted outside, Puru 2 is granted an audience with Minerva and Hamon, Kiara, Ni, and Lance flanking the dais. Puru 2 and Hamon size each other up, both guarded. Puru 2 feels too much pressure to act now, while Hamon orders Puru 2 to subdue the Cicero rebels, but thinks angrily to herself that Glemmy has been clever to get a cyber new type so close to her. The rebel plan is set in motion. The miners mount an attack inside Cicero, driving the Neo Zeon forces back out of the asteroid. Bicha and Mondo launch in mobile suits and immediately attack the mobile suits patrolling around Cicero and Core 3, catching them off guard and mowing down each enemy pilot who crosses their path, until a swarm of Neo Zeon mobile suits arrive. Dashing behind a small asteroid, they send out 2 dummies that look just like their own mobile suits, and the enemy chases after the dummies. It was all cover anyway. While the enemy fought Bicha and Mondo, Ino and Judo were sneaking away, their core fighters hidden in dummy asteroids. Ino makes for the Nail Argama, while Judo sneaks into Core 3 to rescue their friends. Elle is in the midst of trying to pick the lock on their cell door when Purutu arrives and demands Rutina come with her. Elle and Ru try to protect Rutina and keep their group together, but Purutu threatens to shoot them, and Rutina has no choice but to leave. After silently leading the girl out of the manor and through the grounds, Purutu tells Rutina to run. Confused, Rutina insists she can't leave her friends and asks why Purutu is doing this. But Puru offers no explanation, only tells the girl she needs to think of herself, and strides off in the other direction. Unable to bear the idea of leaving Elle and Ru behind, Rutina turns back toward the mansion, only to run into Judo. He's been hiding in the woods trying to figure out how best to get in and find his friends. Now he has a guide. But before they can go, they are confronted by Chiara, Ni, and Lance. These three saw Purutu free Rutina, and coupled with Judo's arrival on the scene, they are certain this is a sign that Glemmy is colluding with the rebels. Before Chiara can capture them, a cubile flies low over the lawn, scattering them all. It's Purutu! Several of Hamon's pilots pursue her, ordering her to land, but she shoots them down and fires a missile at the mansion itself, while the cubile's funnels lay waste to Hamon's ground forces. Chiara and her minders run to their mobile suits to intercept the rogue cyber new type, Judo and Rutina forgotten. Hamon's usual calm is shaken, not by this attack. She knew Glemmy would betray her eventually, but by the news that while she is occupied on Core 3, Glemmy is attacking Axis. It is only a matter of time until the Neo-Zeon capital falls. Ni and Lance take on Purutu and try to keep Chiara in check. They must overcome Purutu without destroying the colony. The other elements of the rebel plan are proceeding smoothly. Ino reaches the Nail Argama and they fly into position, with Bicha and Mondo covering them. While alarm klaxons sound in the colony, the miners overrun the outnumbered soldiers in Cicero, forcing them back to the docking module. Rutina guides Judo through the now dark halls of the manor to the basement where they can hear Elle and Ru yelling for help. Once freed, there is no time for happy reunions. They run, and the hall collapses behind them. As they sprint upstairs and towards the exit, they run headlong into Haman, Minerva, and their guards and attendants. Judo and Haman aim their handguns at each other, but it's a standoff. When the wall next to them cracks, Judo jumps forward without thinking, knocking Haman and Minerva clear before the wall caves in. A mobile suit hand reaches through the breach in the wall, there to take Haman and Minerva to safety. Chiara and her wingmen escort them to the Sadalan, and in frustration, Purutu launches more missiles and completely demolishes the manor. Judo and company get out just in time and escape to a nearby linear car station where Judo stashed a core fighter. Out in space, they meet up with Bicha and Mondo, who will take Elle, Ru, and Rutina to safety. When a hole appears in the colony and the cubile emerges, Judo takes the double Zeta from Bicha and goes to confront Purutu. She laughs at how brazenly he confronts her and seems eager to fight, but just as she's about to attack, a vision of Puru appears, arms wide, blocking her. Judo tries to talk to Purutu, appealing to the good person that he is sure is there, asking if she saved Rutina because the girl from Core 3 reminds her of Puru, or even reminds her of herself. When Purutu sees the rest of the Gundam team slip away, she thinks Judo's talk was all just a trick, and attacks. He evades and keeps talking, then realizes he needs to get clear. The Nail Argama will fire its mega particle beam cannon any moment, and they are in the path of fire. He even shouts a warning to his opponent, but Purutu doesn't trust him and is almost killed when the beam strikes. Her escape pod is shot clear, but the cubile is completely destroyed. Watching Cicero drift away, Haman decides she can afford to lose one mining asteroid. Her focus now must be on Glemmy and Axis. Rutina and Roy are reunited, the miners are freed, and the crew of the Nail Argama set their sights on finishing the war. After a lightning assault on Axis, Glemmy arrived at Core 3. Now his own fleet and Haman's, led by Kiara, are locked in battle to decide who will lead Neo Zeon. Watching from a distance, Aeug forces decide to launch a mission to kidnap Minerva and use her as leverage against Haman. Despite dissenting voices, Emery eventually agrees to support the mission, anything that might end the war sooner and free her to go see Bright. While Judo and Rue sneak close to Core 3, their mobile suits hidden in dummy asteroids, the La Vie en Rose and the Nail Argama will watch their backs and keep the path of escape clear. Once they've crept inside, Rue laments that with the destruction of the manor, they don't know where Minerva is being kept. But Judo isn't worried about finding her. He can sense Haman. The two of them bomb a power station near Haman's new base of operations in a mansion, sowing chaos and confusion to obscure their true purpose. Across the mansion from the command center, Minerva sits alone at a dining table, one of her attendants standing just behind her. Her voice carries down the hall as, lonely and afraid, she cries for Haman. Judo and Rue have only to follow the sound of her voice. The lady-in-waiting goes to fetch Haman, leaving Minerva alone and giving them the opportunity they need to sneak Minerva out and away. Startled by their sudden appearance, Minerva quickly calms and goes with them willingly as long as they promise not to leave her alone. Rue and Minerva are already out the window when Haman arrives, gun drawn. Judo covers their escape and, despite the gun pointed at him, stalks toward Haman with a faint smile on his face. She tries to shift his focus, convince him that Glemmy is the bigger threat. But Judo is unmoved. It seems to him Glemmy's goal of a hereditary monarchy governing the Earth sphere, and Haman's goal of vengeance on the Zabis through governing the Earth sphere, amount to the same thing. Judo dives through the window, Haman shooting at his back. Reunited with Rue and Minerva, he and Rue threaten to kill Minerva if the guards won't let them through. Rue quietly reassures Minerva that it's a bluff, that they won't hurt her, but her reassurances aren't necessary. Minerva trusts them. The three climb into the cockpit of a jet, ready to make their escape, when they are suddenly surrounded, their path blocked by Mashima in a mobile suit and ground troops on either side. With ice in her veins, Haman threatens to shoot them down the moment they run. She would rather kill Minerva than let them have her. But if they return the girl, they will be allowed to leave. Her tiny fists beating against Judo's chest, Minerva protests that she doesn't want to go back, but Judo deposits her in front of Haman all the same. He and Rue get back in the jet and take off, Haman's promise buying them a few seconds head start, before she orders Mashima and the other jet pilots to pursue. Seconds, however, are enough. The Aeug escapees scrape their way through a closing hatch and out into space, ditching the jet and making their way back to their respective mobile suits. The La Vie en Rose has crept closer to the space battle. Emery is ready to join the fight, even if it helps one of their enemies, as long as it keeps Glemmy away from Core 3 and keeps Judo and Rue's escape path clear. But their approach attracts attention, and although Glemmy orders Rakan to focus on Kiara's fleet, he gives Purutu permission to attack Aeug in her new mobile suit. Unhesitating, Emery decides that the La Vie en Rose will shield the Nail Argama. She orders her crew to abandon ship. Purutu attacks the Aeug force, the relentless barrage from the funnels scattering El, Bicha, and Mondo in their mobile suits. But when she sees that Judo and the Double Zeta have not taken the field, she turns to leave. Furious and protective, Emery jettisons some of the dock ship's repair arms, sending them hurtling away and catching Purutu a glancing blow. Purutu turns and aims her most powerful beam weapon at the second wave of improvised projectiles, obliterating them. She then turns the funnels on the La Vie en Rose. A smile on her face as the ship erupts in small explosions, and Emery's scream echoes through space. From a distance, Judo cannot see what's happened, but he knows Purutu is responsible. His mind calls to her, trying yet again to convince her that she can be different. Can't she see that she's been brainwashed? Made into a puppet? Judo's voice and LP Puru's echo through her mind, The thought that she is a puppet is too terrible to bear, and she runs back to Glemmy. The Gundam team reunites on the eviscerated bridge of the La Vie en Rose. They hold Emery's body close, weeping for the loss of their friend and comrade, before turning their attention back to the warring fleets beyond. Mobile suits cling to the outside of Mashima's ship like barnacles, and still more trail behind, towed on a length of cable. Across the fleet, crews stop to listen as Mashima makes a stirring speech about the imminent battle. There can be no mercy for former comrades turned traitor. Who among them will win fame and glory as they show Glemmy's forces the wages of sin, the wages of evil? In a mirror image of the scene, Glemmy addresses his own troops. Haman is the real traitor, using Princess Minerva to control a false Zeon, while they work for the true Zeon. Whoever kills Haman will be a hero for all of space, and receive rewards beyond imagining. But he is beset by private worries. These soldiers were loyal to Haman mere days ago. Can he trust them now? And his dream may be a blood dynasty governing Zeon, but what if his own background is deemed too impure to rule? There is no sign of the expected Federation reinforcements, and the Gundam team busy themselves recovering parts and supplies from the wreckage of the La Vie en Rose. When they recover the dock ship's black box, Millie clutches it tearfully. The grief of their losses and the stress of impending battle make them all tense. Some bicker, some joke, some find a place to be alone. Yet the question looms, what should they do? They ultimately decide to move against Glemmy. Bicha stays behind to command the Nea Largama, while Judo, El, Ru, and Mondo launch mobile suits. Kiara and Mashima launch with eager, unhinged laughter. Rakan charges across the battlefield, impatient to meet the enemy, and Puru-2 keeps pace with Glemmy's main force. Kiara scatters Rakan's squad in a burst of beam fire, leaving Neon Lance to gang up on Rakan himself. Puru-2 is hit by new type pressure, surprised to find it's coming from Mashima. She launches the Queen Mantha's bits, but Mashima slashes, shoots, and dodges his way through the cloud. Eyes darting, he charges through Puru-2's defensive beam fire. Their sabers clash before both push back and away from each other. Rakan manages to grab Kiara from behind, but she laughs a taunt before hitting him with her mobile suit's engines and hidden rear beams. Thrown back, Rakan launches the Dovenwolf's fist at his adversary, but Kiara continues to fend him off. Judo checks on her, but her initial surprise and happiness to see him turn to suspicion and confusion. Why would he be helping her? Is he really there, or did she imagine him? Her head aches and she flees the battlefield, Neon Lance chasing after her. Mashima is taken unawares by Rakan and his squadron. Cables wrapped around his mobile suit's limbs are pulled tight, immobilizing him, then shot through with electricity. Rakan orders his men to fire, but Mashima, in a fervor of loyalty and fighting spirit, begins to glow with new type power. The shots are deflected. With a pull on one of the cables, Mashima reels in one of the squad, crushing the mobile suit and pilot with his own suit's hands. A globe of light emanates from Mashima, expanding outward, while a thin stream of energy shoots from his forehead. A hint of fear in his voice, Rakan orders his pilots to retreat. With a shout of, "Haman Banzai!" Mashima is engulfed in light, the expanding ball of energy finally exploding and dissipating, taking Mashima with it. New types across the field sense his death, and Haman laments the loss of one more pawn in the game. Rakan continues to retreat, and Haman orders Kiara to return to the flagship, but Kiara refuses. Mind calm again, she has the enemy in her sights. Axis is dead ahead. However, even as she drives toward Glemmy's recently taken prize, a huge squad of mobile suits emerge from the Axis spaceport. The mass of Kubele mobile suits streaming from Axis toward Kiara is none other than Glemmy's new type core. Kiara briefly engages with Puru 2, but with Ni and Lance, Haman, and even Judo urging her retreat, she ultimately breaks away and returns to Haman's fleet. The Gundam team return to the Neolargama to observe and to plan. Patrolling the space around Axis, Puru 2 is beginning to break down. Alone inside her cockpit, she accuses an unseen, unknown person of messing with her head. On the moon, Bright has an unexpected meeting. Lena is back, and she's been looked after by none other than Sayla Mass. Sayla asks Bright if there's been any sign of her brother, and both of them wonder where Char could be and what he might be planning. From his headquarters, Glemmy orders the Musa, a separate asteroid attached to Axis by metal pylons, detached and launched at Haman's forces. His plan is for the asteroid to disperse Haman's superior force, then mop up afterwards with the new type core. Judo insists that they mount an attack against the new type core before the Musa hits. So over Beecha's objections, and without even taking time to resupply, Judo, L, and Ru launch mobile suits and charge toward Axis. If it remains on its current heading, the Musa will plow through Haman's fleet and crash into Core 3. Ships of the fleet fire on the asteroid, attempting to change its trajectory only to be shot down themselves. Haman gives the order for them to scatter. The mobile suits of the opposing forces meet once again. Rakan has to urge Puru 2 on. She still feels unwell from the unknown person messing with her head, but he is able to use her to set a trap for Kiara. Lance sacrifices himself, blocking the beam fire meant for Kiara so that Ni can help her escape. When Rakan tries to chase them, Judo intervenes. While the two of them fight with sabers, missiles, and beams, Puru 2 is frozen. LP Puru appears to block her path, telling her not to interfere with Judo, that he isn't her enemy and she can get out of her mobile suit and leave the war behind. "I won't let you confuse me," Puru 2 yells, but it is too late for her to help Rakan. Hedged in by missiles, he charges at Judo, swinging his beam saber wildly. With 2 neat slashes, Judo cuts the Doven Wolf into quarters, and Rakan is killed in the ensuing explosion. Axis's defensive line is collapsing. Judo, Ru, and L easily fly through, and when Judo decides to enter the asteroid to look for Puru 2, Ru and L follow. Reaching its target, the Musa strikes only a glancing blow against one of the protruding parts of Core 3. Furious at the plan's failure, and without a thought for the death and destruction it will cause, Glemmy orders Axis rammed into the Core 3 colony. Once Haman sees what Glemmy has done, she orders commandos to infiltrate Axis to try to change its course. Puru 2 is acting strangely. She quit the field and brought her mobile suit to stand outside Glemmy's command center in the heart of Axis. Grabbing her arms, Glemmy orders her to pull herself together. LP Puru can't be hurting her. LP Puru is dead. It's the Gundam that's confusing her, and if she gives him her power, they can defeat the Gundam and she won't feel sick anymore. Glemmy gets into the Queen Mantha, pulling Puru 2 onto his lap, and they take off to look for the Gundam team. Ru finds them first. On Glemmy's orders, Puru 2 attacks, bits shooting up and down the city streets, cutting whole buildings in half. After knocking Ru's mobile suit to the ground, Puru 2 blinds her enemy with a beam that melts off the suit's monitor, then immobilizes it with a shot to the leg. Before she can finish Ru off, L arrives, but no matter how she ducks and dodges, L cannot outfight Puru 2 and the Queen Mantha. In moments, she is also immobilized. But before Puru 2 can deliver the coup de grace, she hears Judo in her head. She rushes out of her cockpit and stands between Judo and Glemmy as they argue. Glemmy has a cause for which he is prepared to do anything, and he dismisses Judo as a mere soldier, fighting because of the circumstances but with no real goal beyond survival. For his part, Judo is furious at the self-righteous egotism of Glemmy and his ilk, that with the Earth polluted and the space colonies falling apart, all they care about is who is in power. He repeats his old refrain to Puru too: she doesn't have to be Glemmy's puppet. Glemmy grabs her by the hair, attempting to force her back into the Queen Mantha and back to fighting. "Everyone leave me alone!" she screams, the emotion making her mobile suit's beams flare all around her. After that moment of release, she decides to go to Judo, knowing that he will help her. Glemmy tries to follow her and is caught out in the open. Rue takes the shot and kills Glemmy with a blast from her beam rifle. Axis collides with Core 3, its pointed spire tearing a massive gash in the colony. On the bridge of the Nail Argama, everyone waits with bated breath, watching for their friends, and sighs and cheers break out when Judo makes contact. It was a near thing, but he, Elle, Rue, and Puru too are all safe and on their way back to the ship. The outside of the Mosa is punctuated by explosions. On the Nail Argama, Puru too lies sick and injured in bed, her survival uncertain. The rest of the Gundam team assemble on the bridge, strategizing their next move. Their enemy is hiding behind Core 3, and Judo is certain, as only a new type can be certain, that Haman is waiting for him. The two of them will meet in space, and one way or another, they will end this. Following him down the hall, Elle tries to convince him not to go alone, but he insists, and Beecha stops her from pressing any further. Judo is determined to do this. All the rest of them can do is protect the Nail Argama and make sure Judo has somewhere to come back to. Astonaji has the double Zeta resupplied and ready for launch. With a smile and a thumbs up, Judo leaves for his final showdown with Haman. At the same time, on the other side of Core 3, Haman puts on a normal suit, shrugs off Kiara's concern and offers of backup, and takes off. It doesn't take long for her and Judo to spot each other across the battlefield. But as they rocket straight towards each other, their violent clash is prevented by missile fire. The remnants of the new type core, their mobile suits and bits zipping and swirling, surround them. Just as Haman and Judo prepare to fight their way out, shots from outside the perimeter take out one of the dark Cubile. It's Kiara and Nii. "Leave them to us," Kiara laughs, blasting a path for Haman and Judo to get away. She and Nii take their places at the center of the massed new type core, Kiara's own new type power shielding her even as Nii is caught and killed in the inescapable web of beam fire. Scything through her enemies, Kiara lays waste to all in her path, but her mobile suit suffers fatal damage. Electricity crackling through her cockpit, Kiara removes her helmet, tears open her collar, and declares, "I am Kiara soon," as she collides with the last dark Cubile. With a laugh, she tears the enemy mobile suit apart before her own suit explodes, taking her with it. Inside Mosa, Judo flies above the mansion and gardens that were Haman's headquarters, the place where he first met her. He can sense that Kiara has died, and her spirit seems to warn him just before Haman emerges and begins to shoot. As they fire back and forth, shots landing all around them, the sky cracks and flickers, revealing the asteroid's stony, cave-like interior. Out of nowhere, they are thrown sideways. Mosa has crashed into Core 3. The shockwave of the impact sends the Nail Argama and the remnants of Haman's fleet careening, and some are destroyed when they hurtle through the dense field of debris. Haman tries to run, but Judo chases her down, telling her to give up. All of her footholds have been destroyed, but when she stops and turns to face him, it's to fight, not to surrender. Their sabers clash, locking together until Haman flips her mobile suit behind Judo's. She holds him in place, training the Kubilay's bits on him. "You'll die too," he yells, but she only smiles and shoots. Judo disconnects the Double Zeta's torso from its legs in order to get away. He slashes across the bits, destroying them, before disconnecting the core fighter from the core top. As he flies by, Haman's Kubilay swats the core fighter aside, and Judo goes flying when the cockpit springs open. Leaving her own cockpit, Haman pursues Judo, both of them flying with verniers. He grabs a length of metal from the floating junk of the city, swinging it like a sword to smack Haman's sidearm from her hand. They collide, helmet to helmet. Haman tries one last time to convince Judo to join her, but his rejection is harsh and unequivocal, and she shoves him away. They both return to their cockpits to resume the fight. Horribly, the core fighter won't move. Yet before Haman can close in and finish Judo off, an energy barrier protects him. New types he's never met, joined by Camille, lend him their energy, their will. Their power reforms the Double Zeta and powers a beam from the mobile suit's forehead. Haman runs, flying through a narrow gap. Chasing after her, Judo is halfway through the passage when LP Puru appears to him. "Above you," she warns, giving Judo time to dodge Haman's trap. They clash one last time. With their cockpits open, they talk while electricity crackles around Haman. She clutches her side, wounded, and despairs of humanity, believing they will never truly be free of Earth's gravity. Judo tries to pull her from the cockpit of the Kubilay, but she pilots it away from him and dies when it explodes around her. Explosions also rack Core 3 and Mosa. Ready to make his escape, Judo is dismayed to find that the core fighter is stuck again. It won't disconnect from the other Double Zeta parts, and the mobile suit itself won't move. His friends watch from the Nail Argama, eyes straining for a sight of him, as the colony and the asteroid violently come apart. Staggering onto the bridge, Puru-2 says she can tell them where to shoot the megaparticle beam cannon so that Judo will have a clear path of escape. Precise and certain, she directs their aim and their timing, and once Judo is safely out, returning to them, Puru-2 smiles faintly, sighs, and slumps over in her chair. With the battle over, the Federation and Ayug fleets arrive. Miniva confesses to Ayug Command that she is a body double. The real Miniva Zabi has been missing since the Grips conflict. After all that's happened, Judo breaks down. So many deaths for what? It all seems so pointless now. None of the serious problems are being addressed. Nothing significant changes. Bright has no comforting words for him, only offers that if Judo needs an outlet for that anger, he can punch Bright. Judo takes a massive swing at him and knocks him back. It's unclear whether it makes Judo feel any better. Time passes. Their whole group, the Nail Argama crew, Bright, the kids from Shangri-La, Shinta and Kum and Haro, are all assembled at one of the moon's spaceports. Judo and Rue are going to Jupiter. It will be 4 or 5 years before they're back, and their friends have come to see them off. Sayla and Lena watch from another level of the spaceport, Lena worrying that if Judo sees her, he'll change his mind about going. But Sayla urges her not to underestimate her brother. Lena decides to go to him, and they have a happy reunion before Judo sets off for the frontier.